Hey, good morning, Mr. Co-Chair, as well as our panel members, advisors, technical support staff, and members of the audience who are joining us both in person as well as online. For sake of introductions, my name is Steve Gotch. I serve as the Canadian chair of the Yukon River Panel, joined by Mr. John Linderman, U.S. Chair of the Yukon River Panel. And for those that are connecting online, we are in the second day of public sessions for the Yukon River Panel's 2023 postseason meeting. In respect to our agenda this morning, we will be continuing as our agenda has set out with presentations on 2023 salmon season results, focusing primarily on Yukon River Porcupine Chum salmon summaries. We'll start with a presentation from the US. That will be followed by a presentation from Canada, and then the opportunity for panel member questions with regards to the information that you'll receive. We'll take a short break, and for the latter portion of this afternoon, we will receive two presentations. Firstly, on the Whitehorse Rapids Hydroelectric Facility Relicensing project. We'll have a guest from Yukon Energy Corporation that will be providing that presentation for us here, and that will be followed by a presentation from Fisheries and Oceans Canada on conservation hatcheries, the concept and principles around conservation hatcheries, at least from the Canadian perspective. We will break for a lunch recess from 12 until 1:30 Yukon time this afternoon, resuming in bilateral session with an update on the Yukon River Salmon Restoration and Enhancement Fund, as well as some of our associated financial reporting and considerations, both on the status of 2023 projects that were funded, as well as project considerations for 2024. We will resume our final session this afternoon at 3:15 with an update from the Yukon River Panel's Communications Committee, providing some presentations and insights on the recent Yukon River Panel Education Exchange and some early thinking on the 2024 Education Exchange. We will have the opportunity for testimony this afternoon. We've set aside from 4:15 to 4:45 Yukon time for individuals who would like to provide testimony to the panel. We encourage you to please sign up at least 15 minutes prior. So sign up by 4 o'clock Yukon time in order to provide testimony. For those in the room in person, you can fill out a testimony card and leave it with either Ms. Sasha Bent or Mr. Victor Keong, and we'll ensure to put you into the queue. And if you have a preference, if you'd like to provide your testimony earlier in the testimony portion or later in the testimony, we'll do our best to accommodate that. For participants that are joining sessions virtually online, if you visit the Yukon River Panel's website, under the meetings tab, you can find information on how to register for testimony online. Testimony can be provided via hybrid internet link, so we can stream your connection into the meeting room session, or if you prefer, you can do so via audio telephone connection only. So again, all of the instructions on how to register to provide testimony to the panel are available on the Yukon River Panel's website if you visit the meetings tab, and there is a document that provides you with instructions on how to do so. Please ensure to register by no later than 4 o'clock Yukon time this afternoon. I trust that those that were able to attend yesterday's Yukon River Panel reception yesterday evening at the Gold Rush Hotel had the opportunity to interact with members from the panel, our advisors and technical staff. We did have quite a large turnout at the reception, and I trust that you found it enjoyable, and the hospitality at the Gold Rush Hotel up to the Yukon River Panel's normal standards. So thank you for those that were able to attend. Mr. Co-Chair, I'll perhaps pass the floor over to you if you have any questions or comments or recommendations with respect to the agenda for this afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional questions or comments. Appreciate the review and updates on today's agenda topics, and express our thanks and gratitude to the Canadian section for the continued hospitality of last night's reception. It was definitely enjoyable and always a pleasure to meet with folks outside of these meetings. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And so our intent is to conclude our public meeting sessions by 4:45 this afternoon, Yukon time, or excuse me, 5 o'clock Yukon time. So we have reserved 15 minutes at the end of the day to provide an update on our planning, the Yukon River Panel's planning for our preseason meeting in April 2024, as well as closing remarks. So we are scheduled to conclude our public session by 5 o'clock this afternoon. For panel members, we'll take a brief recess at the end of our public session and then continue in closed session for approximately 30 minutes to recap our meetings this week, as well as address a number of topics in preparation for our preseason meeting. With that, I'll just check in with Sasha and Victor. Everything going smoothly with our online connection. We do have online participants and they could hear us, audio coming through. Okay. Thank you very much. And so we will then start with our first agenda item, and that is a review of the 2023 Yukon River Panel management recommendations that are relevant to Porcupine River Chum salmon. For the 2023 season, the Yukon River Panel did not provide any specific recommendations for the management agencies to consider in respect of management of Porcupine River Chum salmon. We are relying on the interim management escapement objective as well as preseason forecast to inform our planning, both in season, preseason as well as in season. So I'd like to welcome our U.S. presenters, Christy Gleason and Bonnie Borba, that will provide our first presentation of the day, and that's the United States postseason summary for 2023 for Porcupine River Chum salmon, and that will be followed by the Canadian presentation, after which we'll have the opportunity for panel member questions and discussion. So welcome and good morning. The floor is yours.
Let me just bring this down to my level. Good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager, and today I'll give a summary of the Porcupine River Fall Chum management for 2023. Next slide. Our 2023 projection for the Fishing Branch River was based on a Yukon River drainage-wide projection of less than 300,000 fall chum salmon. And about 4% of the drainage-wide projection are bound for the Fishing Branch River in a normal year. So given the extremely poor projection, it was expected that the treaty objective of 22,000 to 49,000 would not be achieved this year. And based on our Yukon River fall chum salmon management plan, this meant that subsistence fisheries on the U.S. side would be closed for salmon. And likewise, the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River drainage will be closed. Next slide. In season, we use the main stem sonar nearby station in the lower Yukon and genetic analysis to assess the fall chum salmon run strength. In 2023, the drainage-wide in-season projection was 290,000 fall chum salmon. This was the 5th lowest run size in 50 years at this project. And the in-season estimate of fishing branch stocks in a normal year is approximately 4%. And so just looking at that, we were estimating 11,600 fish to make it to the Fishing Branch River weir. And we used 2 assessment projects in the upper Yukon to base management actions on. And this includes the Porcupine River sonar, which this year estimated just under 16,000 fall chum salmon. And then the Fishing Branch River weir / sonar, which was just under 12,000 fish estimated. And next slide. In 2023, all fishing was closed for fall chum salmon in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River drainage. Subsistence non-salmon fishing was open once with 4-inch or smaller mesh set gill nets limited to 60 feet and shorter in length due to salmon conservation. And other non-salmon gear was allowed, but we required the release of chum salmon and Chinook salmon from these gear types due to salmon conservation. And the U.S. Porcupine River drainage closure was maintained through the end of December to help improve the spawning escapement. Next slide. Okay, pretty short and sweet. I'm going to leave you with our contact information, and then we'll hear from the Canadian manager at this time.
Thank you very much for the United States overview. And now we will go to the Canadian postseason summary for Porcupine River Chum Salmon, being joined by Jacklyn, Kendall, and Adam O'Dell from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Jacklyn Kendall. I'm a fisheries manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and I'm going to be co-presenting today with Adam O'Dell, who is a senior stock assessment biologist with DFO as well. So we're going to be talking about the 2023 Fishing Branch Chum postseason review. Next slide, please. In terms of presentation overview, we will provide a summary of the assessment programs and management actions for Fishing Branch Chum, as well as a postseason assessment summary. And we'll also touch on the environmental conditions that the chum faced on their migration. Next slide.
So as with our presentations yesterday, we're going to be following a similar theme with the Porcupine Chum update, looking at numbers from the preseason forecast, well, the fish are in the marine environment, the in-season projection, and also using the summer to fall chum relationship, as well as the numbers at pilot station as the fish start to enter the river. And then passage estimates, quite a ways upstream here at the Porcupine sonar site, just downstream of Old Crow. And then also numbers from our weir, joint weir with BGFN at the Fish and Branch River, just downstream of that main spawning area. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you. So we're moving here into the fishery management summary, and the 2023 preseason outlook for Canadian origin Fishing Branch Chum was for a most likely point estimate of 10,000 fish. So with that low outlook compared to the interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000, the outlook was well below the IMEG with a Canadian harvest guideline of 0. So based on this very low preseason outlook, DFO closed the licensed public angling fishery before the season began, and very limited to no First Nation harvest was anticipated at this time. And as with the main stem Canadian origin chum, in-season estimates would be generated based on the summer to fall chum relationship, and this occurred around the 3rd week of July. This revision increased the preseason outlook to 17,000. However, it was solely based on the relationship and was thought that it was high. So although the revision increased the outlook, it was still below the interim management escapement goal, and the Canadian harvest guideline remained at 0. Next slide, please.
Now looking at daily passage estimates at pilot station for all fall chum, so Canada and US stocks. So like the main stem Canadian origin chum, or like the main stem Canadian origin chum, porcupine chum, they can be used or identified using genetics. It's quite crude for this low component though, and they're actually shown here in this figure in blue at the bottom of these gray bars, but there are so few that you can even barely recognize them on this figure. So what I'm trying to show you here is that particularly in low years, such as this past year, pilot station isn't really overly useful for estimating porcupine chum numbers. Next slide, please. Now, when showing the chum numbers at porcupine alone, you can see that the return isn't large as using these genetic estimates, and it pulses through the season. This was indicating approximately 5,000 fish. Next slide, please. Now, however, when we move well upriver and looking at the porcupine station or porcupine sonar site here, this year we saw just under 16,000 fish past the sonar site. So when compared to the 10-year average at Porcupine, we're still around 50% of what we've been seeing. However, this is, a little bit more respectable than what we have been seeing elsewhere and in recent years. Next slide, please. And moving further upstream at Fishing Branch River, this project is just below as I was saying, just below the spawning grounds. And the Weir Passage here, it is considered to be a spawning escapement. So the estimate this year was, as Christy was saying, was 11,500 chum that passed the site. And for reference, last year we saw about 2,700 fish. Next slide, please. So this is well below the long-term historical average of about 37,000 fish. Next slide, please. And it's also below, but as I was saying, much more comparable to the more recent 10-year average of about 15,000. Next slide, please.
Great. So this is a summary slide of management actions for Fishing Branch River Fall Chum for 2023. So as mentioned, DFO closed the public angling fishery before the season began, and in-season stock assessment and management updates were provided bi-weekly via virtual in-season conference calls. And then we also had our weekly mail out. The Untitled First Nation government partnered with DFO to deliver the Porcupine and Fishing Branch assessment projects, and they also attended the in-season information sessions. They also then directed community members to not harvest chum salmon for the 2023 season. Next slide. And so this slide is a summary of the harvest and escapement outcomes for Fishing Branch River Fall Chum and shows that the total preliminary run size did exceed the preseason outlook of 10,000, but was lower than the in-season revision of 17,000 and did not reach the lower bound of the interim management escapement goal. Preliminary harvest information at this time for Canada is around 50 chum and 280 for the US. Next slide, please.
The next couple of slides will review this year's run in the historical context. So adding US harvest and Canadian harvest to spawning escapement, that gives us this total run estimate. So US harvest of Fishing Branch chum was estimated to be about 280 fish this year. This equates to a return this equates to a higher return than the past 3 years, but 45% of the 10-year average. Next slide, please. Now looking at harvest added to spawning escapement, US harvest in gray, Canadian in black, and spawning escapement in blue. This year's harvest, as I said, was low. However, foregoing all harvest, we still wouldn't have reached a spawning escapement to meet the lower bounds of the interim management escapement goal, which is shown here in these horizontal black lines. Next slide, please. Now, as a total run, the spawning escapement was larger than the past 3 years. But as I said, it's below average and still not achieving that lower bound of the interim management escapement goal. And next slide, please. Now, again, looking at age, sex, and length data, this is data collected at the Fishing Branch site. So in this slide, we're looking at the age of fish sampled at this site, and age data for this past year, unfortunately, is not currently available. I think we're about 2 weeks behind, I think, on expecting it, unfortunately, to present to you folks right now. But this is similar layout to the previous aging figures that I showed yesterday. So age 3 fish in this sense is at the bottom in the light blue, aged 4 just above this in gray, aged 5 above this in dark blue, and then age 6 at the top in black. So this run is historically dominated by aged 4 fish. And when looking at the 2023 brood year, we anticipate seeing a lower age 5 component compared to what we saw last year in 2022. Next slide, please. Now looking at male to female ratio at Fishing Branch. So males in blue at the top here and females in gray. This year's female proportion was 44%, which is below the average of 53%. This is also below the 10-year average, which is about 52%. Next slide, please. And finally, looking at patterns over time in length of both male and female fish at Fishing Branch. So both male and female fish were below average this year, particularly the male fish where the average was about 20 millimeters below the average. And next slide, please. So coho salmon are also known to migrate to and spawn within the Canadian portion of the Yukon River watershed, most notably in the Porcupine River. Limited information on the coho population is due to late run timing, which typically occurs beneath the ice and really over a shoulder season when access on the ice is difficult and quite unsafe. So no current assessment projects on Canadian origin coho salmon are taking place. Limited fishing opportunities vary dependent on environmental and these ice conditions, as well as run timing. So as Bonnie was talking about yesterday, I believe, for 2023, the ADF&G, they reported the second lowest abundance on average in the Yukon River drainage. Yeah, in the Yukon River drainage wide estimate for coho salmon. Next slide, please. And then doing a quick recap of environmental conditions seen last year. So at Porcupine, the water levels were low for the initial part of the migration, but rose to high or average levels in late August and early September. And water temperatures were above average throughout the migration period. And now looking at Fishing Branch, water levels started off quite high and they dropped steadily throughout the chum migration period and into early spawning, falling well below average by late October. And water temperatures at Fishing Branch were more seasonally average. And with that, we can go to the next slide and conclude and take comments and questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for our presentations this morning. And we will start with panel member questions on the information provided. US panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, my question's on the quality of the spawning areas in the fishing branch. We've heard testimony over the years that and access to the spawning areas sometimes dries out and freezes and so on. So looking back long term, is the access to those spawning areas stable, and are the spawning areas stable? Are the fish able to get up there and leave, or they're not spawning in a dried out area, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so there's Jeremy Brammer with Funtime Quitchin has been initiating a working group, I think over the past year or so, and going to put in a lot more focus on this. And so I think there's going to be more answers and conclusions that can come from that. But in terms of access to spawning, it's so the areas that appear to be dewatering, and I mean, Jeremy can correct me if I'm wrong. I think he knows a little bit more than myself, but it isn't necessarily restricting access to spawning. The dewatering occurs in some of the areas where fish choose to spawn. So I think the prominent areas where spawning occurs in general remain watered. However, there are instances, I think recently, where some of the larger areas actually have undergone some quite drastic dewatering, and it's pretty rapid. I mean, it's pretty interesting to look at some of the images that have occurred. So I think in general, there is a lot of spawning habitat available still, and it is accessible, and it wouldn't be impacting the fish's ability to access or to out-migrate from. Yeah, but it has been impacting, and I think in certain years, and of course you get larger years, larger returns, and those fish are going to be spreading out using more of the habitat. So it might be more dramatic, and you might see more reds now being dewatered or frozen, right? I'm not sure how much of that is just a natural occurrence over time, or how much of it is maybe a more recent shift that is being experienced in the watershed.
Other questions from panel members? US panel member Virgil Umpenhauer, go ahead, please.
I'm looking at figure 5 and 6, and I guess I've often wondered this, and that's Porcupine River or fall chum passing through pilot station sonar and the run timing on when they do in 5. and it looks like it peaks right around the 9th, 10th of August. And then it tells the numbers what they calculated out, which was probably 1,400 in one day. It shows it, or table 7 shows it, table 7 is actually on the porcupine itself. Okie doke, and where is that sonar on the porcupine? It's right around Old Crow, isn't it? Or just downriver from Old Crow?
Yeah, it's what, 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers downstream of Old Crow. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that more or less
This
gives a
is-
run timing at least, so we know when they're passing through. Thank you.
Further questions from panel members? I'm Elizabeth McDonald, Canadian panel member. Go ahead. We need to activate your microphone.
There we go. Sorry, thanks. I did want to point out that that we had a better run, like it showed this last year, and I think some of that was to the changing environmental conditions in the porcupine itself. Though it was, I'm going to say, better suited to chum migration. I think last year there was a lot of hot, low water, and it wasn't very, very good and conducive for them to reach their spawning grounds. So that gives me a little bit of hope for future returns. But if they do increase and fall chum in general come up, I think we're going to have to look at some other management actions for the main stem. Definitely, Alaska's done some good work closing the porcupine down to try and get a few more fish up that way. But without additional main stem actions, it'll always result in an overharvest of those fish, just given that it's managed the main stem border goal, and that is a different proportion than what goes up to the porcupine. So I do want to say that we do have to give some thought, and there are some very smart cookies on the Alaskan side. So I have a lot of hope that a solution can be found, but I do want to flag that as a concern. And one way we could start working towards it is maybe working on harvest goals or harvest shares for the porcupine stock. And that is something that's in the treaty that once we get there, so maybe after the chum spawning goal or something, it could be something that we ask for additional information from the JTC to help with that, just so that we make sure that we can continue to support that stock and meet those spawning goals and continue to see chum in Old Crow. And just for people who aren't aware, chum are the species in Old Crow on the porcupine that is most needed. That's the one that with the highest harvest. It's not Chinook, it's not coho, it's chum. So they're very valuable. So I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and making sure we're meeting those spawning goals and getting enough eggs in the gravels. And with faith that I know Jeremy and the porcupine crew is working on the habitat concerns that have been ongoing. They're not new, but elders. Uh-oh. Sorry, the mic died. Yeah, the elders have shared that has been, they've seen it in the past, so it's not a new concern. But I think the last couple of years ago, it was very dramatic and quite unseen before. So that definitely some major changes there happening. So I really appreciate the efforts that Muntagwitchen has been doing to document it and try and find a solution. And yeah, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of the working group. Thanks.
Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Stan Jutley Senior. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Chair and Co-Chair. It's the for the presentation, I just want to say that thanks for doing this and looking at what the numbers that get to the sonar and porcupine and what basically the numbers that come out in Fishing Branch. You're looking at somewhere over 3,000 fish, salmon. Well, if they made it that far, they're probably in pretty good condition, and they're probably going up other tributaries, which is probably Bale River, and also at the mouth of David Orr Creek on Porcupine. They've been known to have been seen there late in the fall Because there's water groundwater coming up in that area too. So I think there's some tributaries that are going up there. So I think pretty good condition. And I'm just making that assumption, but we should look at the condition when they reach the sonar in Old Crow and make that part of the project every year, just to see what conditions they're in. And generally, historically, they've been in pretty good condition when they get to Old Crow, considering the temperature of the water and everything else. But I'm going to make the same comments been made before, is the fact that the spawning grounds is still there. Historically, it has held a great number of chum to spawn in that area. And there's probably a lot of scientific opinions about that in terms of their ability to survive afterwards. But I think it's still the spawning grounds is there. It's protected, and we just need the chum to make it up there, and more of them. But I think if there's any possible future projects or conservative hatchery, that would be the place to do it. It's idealistic to do. So those are some considerations for the future, and thanks for the presentation.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I know you mentioned this yesterday with Chinook 2, Stan. So we hadn't been netting this past year and at our sonar site in Porcupine to try to collect some of that data. You're talking about collecting condition data. I think you referred to it yesterday too with Chinook. And our decision this past year was to not do any kind of test netting at that site. And that was largely due to VGG's closure on fisheries, but also just environmental conditions as well that we have seen. So I think that this is going to be something we're going to have to play by ear to year and see how it goes. So in terms of collecting additional data at the sonar site and handling fish, that is not necessarily going to happen, but we're going to have to see how the numbers and the conditions and all of this plays out.
I would say that due to climate change and the changes in the river and the condition change in the river, we would need some of the you would probably agree with that, the basically looking at condition of the both chum and chinook, and when they come through in the sonar, just do the test fishery right there.
Thank you, Stan. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. When I first got involved in this process, there was the individual that flew those surveys in 71. Well, I know he flew it in 71, and I'm not sure whether he did in 75 or not, when it had 312,000 and then 353,000 is what their estimate was on the spawning grounds on the fishing branch. They were doing that in conjunction with the oil pipelines starting in Alaska, and I guess oil development in the Yukon as well. And so my question is, were there aerial photographs taken of the actual spawning area, or did people, are there records, good records that show how much of how large the spawning area actually was in comparison to what it is now? And I know that now there's dewatering problems where a lot of the area where the fish spawn, and there's proposals in our proposals that we've got to address that issue as to how much gets dewatered. And so all those eggs die. And so I'm wondering if there's what kind of records there are of that.
Yeah, and off the top of my head, I don't recall seeing aerial photos going back that far, or really any quantification of habitat, like into the 70s in particular. I would venture to guess that it hasn't changed a whole lot. I know that the dewatering does occur, and like Elizabeth was saying, it isn't new. The dewatering has occurred over time. I think to the extent it's unknown, and maybe it is a little bit more dramatic currently than it has been. But again, there's so much variability year to year as well. I'm not sure if that's going to be consistently seen, and if it has really reduced the available spawning habitat permanently. I'm not too sure that it has. That's something that can come out of this working group and the work that Jeremy is directing there.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking maybe someone like Stan might know or have an idea on that probably better than anyone else, but I don't know because he lives over by there. But
Yeah,
Okay,
perhaps. Yeah,
thank you.
sorry, Virgil. I was going to offer up maybe Stan and Jutley, senior Canadian panel member, any comments in regards to this topic?
I was way too young for 1971 to produce any information here. No, just kidding. I think there's a project back in 1971. It's called Gas Arctic Project. They basically drill holes right from Norman Wells right up to the Alaska borders. They were drilling 6 holes a mile for the proposed pipeline that was going to be built. And actually, I was the one that was there helping drilling those holes. 6 holes a mile right from Norman Wells right up to the Alaska border for the Gas Arctic Project. But there was some scientific research and was initiated in Canada. And if there's any photos of that spawning ground, it'd probably be in that the volumes, the 9 volumes that were developed on the Gas Arctic Project from 1971. So it would be in wherever the 9 volumes would be. The photos would probably be in there and documented, and where that would be, it would probably be held with the 4 or 5 companies that were jointly making that effort to do that project itself in 1971, the Gas Arctic Project. And I think, yeah, it could basically show some information and show the photo of that area. And it would be very useful to see what it was like by comparison back in 1971. But there are written documentation from the 1800s of all the fishing that took place at La Pear House on the Bell River from the Hudson Bay, and also in Salmon Trout River by Old Rampart. There was some historical documents and the fishing that went on in that area, and that's probably also in Winnipeg in the Hudson Bay history and the archives there. And that takes research and time to do that, and someone taking on that responsibility to do that in order to understand the history of salmon in that area. And like Black River, I think in Black River in 1930s, there's 2 people living on Black River, and they were there for a number of years, and they fished out all the Chinook that ever came up there. They put a net right across the river for a number of years. And I'm sure they did that on Salmon Trout River on Old Rampart, because it's a very small river. There's warm springs up there, and there's salmon been historically been spawning up there. So these historical records definitely can be useful to us today. And it was the basis for our allocation in our land claims agreement for our First Nation. And we're the only First Nation in Yukon that have an allocation of Chinook, Chum, and Coho in our agreements. And 6,000 chum, that the numbers that we came up with during the land claim settlement, which is written in the agreement, was based on the RCMP's harvest. That was the only record that we had at the time. They were catching 6,000 Chinook. I mean, not Chinook, chum. So our basis for getting those 6,000, that's the only record we came up with at the time. So there's a lot of history of a record in that area. And I think we can definitely be talking about that for a long time. So yeah, there's a lot of history there, but some of the historical documents are very useful.
Perhaps also stand to follow up on that. I know the discussion has been around changing groundwater and availability of groundwater. I know that previously you've mentioned some of your own personal observations flying over that area in the wintertime and seeing open leads. Any insight on that aspect?
Yeah, flying from Old Crow to Dawson en route in that area, there are fishing branch spawning grounds. You can see it from the airplane. It's just right there. You can basically have a look at it when it's a clear day and due to climate change. But you can see the water in the river. There's no ice in the river, and the snow hits it's at the edge of the gravel, and then the water starts. There's no shore ice. It's just water for about, I would say 8 miles from the spawning grounds on down. And then you can see that dewatering where the spawning is from there upstream. And it's gradual. It's been there. I noticed that about 30 years ago. I brought that forward to DFO 30 years ago in terms of the fact that there's dewatering happening. And basically, possibly there's salmon spawning in there, freezing out. So that was some information provided to Sandy Johnson back in the day. But lo and behold, there's some new scientists just explored that and found that out recently. So how can we mitigate that in terms of having more basically chum salmon spawning? It's possible to do. It makes sense to basically fence that off in a way and then have the spawning down where they can spawn and not freeze out. It's practical. But if there's any probably setbacks with that, scientifically it would be useful to discuss that in terms of have a discussion around that and have a project in there to do this. But I think with the stock of on fishing branch, the numbers that are up and down, I think mainly that the spawning grounds are there. It's possible to do. Let's make it happen. And look at what we can do to preserve that stock. We can, whatever happens on porcupine, you will see the results of it on the main stem. So if we're looking at a very low numbers of Chinook that are coming up at Yukon, what does that mean for 5 years from now? At one point, we had 6,000 Chinook coming up the porcupine. So once the main stem reaches that number on the Canadian side, what does that really mean for that species? And basically how it would be viewed and dealt with in both countries. That's a whole nother matter. But I think that we can definitely look at opportunities for fishing, but just by observation of the water there, and it's probably 2 feet deep for that 8 miles long, you know, on the river there. So it's open year round in that area. That's just, and there's no ice in that river for the whole winter, that stretch of the river.
Stan, any additional comments or questions from panel members? Okay, I have maybe one question if we don't have any further from panel members, and maybe it's more of a comment. I did notice, and I'm maybe looking for verification from our presenters, that there was very good alignment with the preseason forecast for fishing branch chum, the in-season estimate, as well as the actual postseason estimate. And merely, I guess, just pointing to that, I think that this is probably the closest alignment we've seen between those three in recent years. How much, I guess, how much confidence do we have that was reflective of accurate modeling and predictions and counts as opposed to chance? Any thoughts on that?
An interesting question. So, I mean, it all plays back to the total run size and the forecast for this and the in-season projection there, because all we do is apply the 4% to get the fishing branch, right? And it just happened to be 4% of that run size. I like to think that 4% number came from a good place. And so that side of things maybe just played out a little more beneficial in that sense this year, particularly compared to what we're seeing on the main stem or even previous years on the fishing branch where it's dipped down to maybe 2 or 3%. Now, I mean, relating that into the forecast and of the total run, that gets to be a little tricky, I think, and when you're trying to tease out such a small component of that overall run size as well. I don't think I have a good response that's going to be overly meaningful. Maybe Bonnie could chime in with something that sounds a little bit more intelligent than what I'm saying right now. But overall, I mean, there's always a bit of chance with the forecasts, and it is just an estimate based on the best available information. So, you know, I'm going to stand here and say that we were confident with that coming through, and we predicted it very well, and we knew that was going to happen the whole time. So maybe we'll just hang our hat on this one and move on and not focus on some of the other ones.
I was just gonna add that it's, for the forecast, wasn't exactly chance because we adjusted it on purpose.
Okay, thank you for that. And maybe final question. In prior years, when the panel has received the Canadian presentations, we received some insight on perhaps the degree of confidence with regards to the assessment programs, in particular the porcupine sonar near the international border, as well as the fishing branch program. In some years, I know there was some challenges with regards to coverage for the duration of the season from an enumeration perspective. As far as the 2023 season goes, what's your level of confidence in the estimates that were generated? Was it a good season for generating those estimates? Any insight that you can provide on how program delivery went from a chum salmon counting perspective on the porcupine and fishing branch this year?
Yeah, so the confidence with the porcupine site is less harder to quantify, I mean, without the test fishing, but during the chum season, I think that it's pretty fair to say there's pretty good certainty with it. I mean, sonars are not perfect, and that river is pretty large, and the sites are never ideal. We don't have error around that estimate, so I can't give you a range associated with porcupine. Whereas fishing branch, there were some difficulties this year with weir construction. And I mean, we do run a sonar there as well. I think it was implemented maybe 8 years ago to try to augment those shoulder seasons, or when the weirs during construction. So that always comes into play, but then we had quite high water and an inability to extend the weir all the way across. So we ran the sonar longer than normal. But on the Fishing Branch River, you're really not faced with any other fish that you're going to confuse for a chum. So the counts with the sonar, they're pretty good. You know, there's a lot of other characteristics that come into that, but I think that we're pretty confident with that number. And of course, we're also pulling out that weir before the season's even over based on weather. So there's going to be some fish that tail in afterwards. So it isn't like everything, it's an estimate, but I think I have some pretty strong confidence in this one.
Thank you. Question or comment from panel member Dennis Zimmerman from Canada. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. It doesn't actually involve them. I'd like to have a discussion amongst us about rebuilding. So I'm just looking at the agenda and I'm not sure if there's any other more suitable time. So I don't want to hold them up there, but I'm happy to. Okay, well, I'll just say what I want to say. I feel like I want to shift the narrative a little bit and talk about the rebuilding. So I'm just not sure when we would do that. I know we've brought it up a few different times. So I just want to talk a little more specific about how we might do that. You know, we've got the treaty context for rebuilding. I'm not convinced that we have the same definition of what rebuilding means and how we get there. And we've already talked about rebuilding objectives a little bit. So we also have you know, Traditional Knowledge Committee now, which may have some thoughts on rebuilding, this type of thing. So I'm just wondering what might be the best way for us to organize ourselves. I would suggest a committee to talk about it, but I feel like that's a responsibility and we'd all want to be involved in that conversation. So I don't see that as the right venue. So I guess I'm just trying to get ahead because Canada is working on a rebuilding plan. You know, we are committed. We've had our first big meeting. We're going to have a second meeting prior to the next panel meeting. So a suggestion to move forward is perhaps a few things. We could actually report on what we've been doing in Canada, number one. Number two is it would be great to look at a few other rebuilding plans that are a little more cooked for Chinook or other relevant species. And then I'd like us to discuss in a manner that's appropriate what rebuilding means to us as panel members as two different countries. So, because what I want to make sure is that we are also making progress on our domestic rebuilding plans, but also ensuring that there's a connection to a bilateral one. Because as we know, if we don't do it across the entire watershed, it's probably not going to work. So I just kind of throw that out there for maybe other panel members or the co-chairs to think about the best way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. So initial response, and certainly looking to other panel members for your perspectives. The proposal would be for the panel to schedule time at its 2024 preseason meeting to really focus in on this particular topic, and approaching it through the manner that you've described, I think is quite reasonable. One, having the opportunity for Canada to share information on work underway domestically currently to this point in time on the topic of rebuilding and development of a rebuilding strategy or rebuilding plan for Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And I think that importantly, this would benefit from hearing a little bit about experiences in respect of salmon stock rebuilding or restoration in other watersheds, other jurisdictions. So completely agree with that. I would emphasize that cornerstone of this discussion will obviously need to rely on panel member perspectives and what we envision as a panel, and reflective of the various community perspectives throughout the Yukon watershed, what those broader rebuilding objectives would look like, and how they all fit together in one cohesive strategy. And then thirdly, I think the panel needs to talk about a little bit about process. And I think, Dennis, you touched on that briefly, whether or not the panel has a preference to establish a subcommittee to specifically focus on this initiative, or perhaps work as a panel as a whole. I expect that, just given the relatively brief period of time between the panel's session here this week and our 2024 preseason meeting, only a few weeks / approximately 2 months away, we would be best positioned to start those initial discussions and preparations for some presentations to stimulate panel discussion at our preseason meeting. And then looking ahead to the 2024 postseason meeting, again, contingent on how that initial discussion unfolds, perhaps set aside some very focused, dedicated time for the panel to start to immerse our thinking and our efforts into a broader discussion around development of a rebuilding plan that reflects the objectives, as I said, of panel members and communities throughout the watershed. Panel member thoughts on this approach or other perspectives? Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, again, hearing from other panel members is critical to this topic, but I do have a couple of clarifying questions first. Are we just talking about chum? Are we talking about Chinook? Or if it's just chum, is it just about porcupine? And also to consider the current tasking from the panel to the JTC to conduct a comprehensive evaluation and development of recommendations for Canadian origin chum salmon escapement goals as well, and how that ongoing task would fit into a discussion of rebuilding plans in that regard. Other than that, I think what you've described, Mr. Chair, sounds reasonable for next steps in that regard, and look to see some other commentary from panel members.
Go ahead, U.S. Member Rhonda Pitka.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I think that we do need to have this type of discussion during panel meetings. It's probably a better use of our time than getting the same 6 presentations about 700 times. Not that I don't appreciate all of the information and all of the repeated questions, but I think this is a really good use of our time during our bilateral session. And it would also be a good use of our time if you sent us some literature maybe by email of the rebuilding plans. So we have a baseline information that we can go on for our next meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Other thoughts or perspectives from panel members? Canadian member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I echo what Rhonda said. I think that we need to prepare ourselves for this discussion. I think that looking at existing rebuilding plans in other jurisdictions would be very helpful. I've just been reviewing the language about rebuilding plans in the agreement. And it really is, I think, linked to escapement. But I think that for our purposes, it's not only the numbers, but the quality of escapement. I mean, we want to rebuild the stocks to reflect their historic character in both numbers and quality, size, health, etc. You know, I won't say much more than that, but I think that's certainly the objective, as I understand it, set out in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. Thank you.
U.S. member Andy Bassett, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I concur with the two previous statements, and I'd just like to add that one thing that's going to be really important in any rebuilding plan is to look at all life phases of the salmon. And I know we don't have any direct authority in the marine environment, but that is probably one of the more critical aspects of the salmon life cycle, and therefore absolutely crucial to successful rebuilding plans. So I don't know how we're going to tackle that, but I just want to bring that up as something to be very aware of as we move into trying to develop a rebuilding plan. Thank you.
Additional comments, questions? Canadian member James McDonald, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard Dennis speaking yesterday about rebuilding. I think he brought it up twice. He's passionate about it. I support that passion. I am interested in talking about the future. We spent a lot of time talking about the past, but I feel like now is a good opportunity for us to visualize what the future looks like for ourselves, for our children, for future generations. It's something that I keep in mind, and you know, I keep hope that we're going to have returns that will allow us to fish. You know, people want to eat fish. It's a part of our diet. It's a part of our cultural identity. It's something that people hold very dear to their hearts. And it's something that I feel like I would like to entertain in the spring session as well, to talk around rebuilding and what does the future look like for us in Yukon and in Alaska.
Thank you. Canadian panel member Robert Perry, go ahead.
The thing I think about when I think rebuilding plan is exit strategy. I worry, I know we have that sort of emergency agreement in place that also has an allowance for a harvest if there's a certain number that crosses the border. I don't know if one good recruitment year indicates recovery. So I would like to know through the JTC and such, what they feel is a stable population that we can persecute once again. And so that's the thing that I would look for in the rebuilding strategy is what does recovery actually look like? And what would we accept? The other thing is what harvest levels would we accept to ensure stability within the population? Thank you.
U.S. panel member Ragnar Alstrom, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, so maybe I'm just a little bit confused here. So are we talking about rebuilding plans, Chinook and Falsum? I believe we have a Falsum, or JTC is working on a Falsum escapement goal. And how does this, then we have the emergency agreement for Chinook. What are we talking about here? Or is it just for the porcupine fishing branch? It sounds like the more I listen that this is all encompassing as far as rebuilding plans for transboundary salmon, whether they be some cohort or Chinook. So maybe a clarification there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that question. And in my perspective, what we're talking about here is largely around process and mapping the path forward to facilitate panel discussion and the opportunity for dialogue. We're at this meeting session, we're not necessarily looking at defining the scope of a rebuilding plan or specifically what would be within it. But I think it's being raised as a panel interest to schedule time at our upcoming meeting session, our preseason meeting for 2024, to have more fulsome discussion on this topic. And I think to your point, and maybe this is the action item for our Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat administrators to capture, and that is that the Yukon River Panel co-chairs will schedule time on the panel's 2024 preseason meeting agenda to discuss the topic of rebuilding and more broadly a rebuilding plan or strategy. And this would entail, firstly, presentation of information on other plans or other strategies used elsewhere in other systems. Secondly, to your point, Mr. Ahlstrom, the opportunity to get some clarity on panel member perspectives on the scope of a rebuilding plan. Are we speaking about purely Chinook salmon on the main stem? Are we talking about Chinook salmon across the Canadian portion of the watershed? Are we also contemplating including chum salmon? That's I think the critical scoping discussion that we need to have, and it will stem from the opportunity to have panel members come forward and share your views and perspectives on what we might envision through this initiative. And then thirdly, once we have those two pieces of information available to us, we can talk about process. You know, would we be establishing a subcommittee to work on development of a potential rebuilding plan or strategy? Or would it be a panel as a whole process? And understanding kind of the background as to what it might entail based on experiences elsewhere. Comparing that or combining that with our understanding of the scope based on panel member perspectives will really enable us to then be able to clearly define the process moving forward. So hopefully that clarifies. We have a follow-up question from U.S. member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead.
I wholeheartedly concur with what you just said, and also with what Member Bassett said. And I just want to remind everyone that we've got this scoping group or whatever group that we have 3 people involved in it sitting at the table today, myself and Mr. Bassett and Caroline. And our report, the one that Andy and I are on, is due in April as to what we think the research needs are because we have not basically harvested no directed harvest of any of our salmon, regardless of which kind, for 4 years. And we've been severely restricted, especially on the Chinook, since 2008. And we haven't really got any improvement. So, and our pristine is relatively intact. Our habitat is pristine and relatively intact. And so I think our actual best rebuilding plan and solution is probably 95% political, which we can't do nothing about really as a panel. We have to individually do things about that with our other groups that some of us belong to, because it's a political solution, because I don't think the problems are in river. The only thing that we could do in river, hopefully, to try to figure it out is try to figure out what the one proposal that's going to be before us in April is whether our actual outmigrants are making it to the marine environment. That's about the only thing we can figure out. And we do have proposals addressing that issue. And if we focus more on some of those, it might give us more ammunition for political battles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth. Go ahead, please.
I agree with all the points that have been made by the panel members here. My opinion is if we've already taken step one in a rebuilding plan, and that was the reduction of fishing by all the villagers up and down from the coast to the headwaters here of the Yukon. So that's step one in rebuilding. But I truly believe that in order to have a successful rebuilding plan, it's going to take a lot more than just politics in some degree too, Virgil. I think it's going to take a reduction in bycatch, a reduction by mining, a reduction by hydro. Those are kind of out of our control though at the panel level here. And that's what I envision in a rebuilding plan is all people that affect the Yukon River in some way, shape, or form have to be willing to give up something in order to let king salmon return. You know, that's something we're gonna have to explain to all our tribes up and down, our First Nation people is everybody's gotta chip in rebuilding if we're seriously going to bring back king salmon. The other problem I do see though is we still have no control in what's going on in the Bering Sea with production, and that's a big piece to this rebuilding plan. I mean, if we're pumping out hatchery fish out there, we're competing with food too. Again, you know, that's going to have to be talked about too. And I know we've got this later in the agenda about doing conservation hatcheries, but my opinion is I want to try save, you know, wild fish. And I understand the concept of doing hatcheries, but are we going to make the problem worse for our wild fish and trying to get enough energy to travel up the river? And that's my concern too. So I don't know if that helps in the discussion, but I think everybody's had some real good points here. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Charlie Wright. Go ahead, please.
I want to add on to what Eric said. I do believe also that we will be adding to the problem with adding fish to the Bering Sea. There's already a problem there of fish not being strong enough to come back and being weak. I think that we really need to focus some efforts, a joint effort to try to fix the problem first instead of adding more to it. It's seems to be backwards in my mind. Even a bird knows to build a nest before it lays eggs, you know? So you got to think of it that way. So I think that the problem needs to be worked on just the same as to fix. So it's a joint effort to maybe join a body that can, or work at a body that can jointly to make the changes or try to make changes enough to help us along the way with the rebuilding plan. I just want to keep adding to that because it seems very important to start in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. I wanted to, before I make my point, I wanted to just acknowledge what Eric said. I agree. The first step is not fishing, and that's happening clearly along the entire watershed. So you're right. So we've taken that out of the mix, which gives us the ability to do this. Just to kind of maybe help Ragnar, I totally appreciate the concept of scoping this, because we need something that's going to work, right? If we try to be everything to everybody, we're not making tough choices, and we're not focusing, and we're not being strategic in our efforts with the resources we have. And just to give you a sense on the Canadian side, our domestic rebuilding process, we had this discussion, and it was decided at this point to focus on Chinook. And I'm not suggesting that this process should do the same thing. There might be reasons to focus on other species or other particular stocks, just to kind of complement that effort. But yeah, just to give you a sense that we have scoped that out, and we want to be focused on that, on Chinook domestically. Thanks.
Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just in brief, you know, this is a very important discussion. I've got a real, you know, aura of optimism in the way I look at this. I think that, you know, the comments about this being political, I mean, this is all political. These meetings over the last several days have been political, but I would certainly take the view that in the Pacific Salmon Treaty, the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, and, you know, in the Canadian context, the Yukon Land Claims Agreements, the parties have made solemn promises to each other with respect to salmon, you know, providing benefits equal to production, et cetera. And I think that necessarily, you know, gets us out of the confines of the river into the ocean. I think it also, you know, gets us into the management of industrial development within our respective jurisdictions. I mean, this just isn't about, you know, what happens within the boundaries of the rivers within our respective countries. You know, the areas upstream of the spawning grounds, it's part of the reach of the treaty. It's part of the reach of managing salmon. The same applies to the ocean. So I think we've got to address all of these things in the rebuilding plans. I think that, as Dennis said, the initial focus may be on Chinook, but I think that the Yukon River Salmon Agreement is pretty clear that when the parties are not reaching the spawning escapement targets, and that applies to both Chinook and Chum, arguably Coho, we know less about that, the parties shall, through their respective management entities, develop a rebuilding plan. I mean, that's the promise that's been made, and I think we can keep that promise in a very good way. And it's going to take a lot of sacrifice on all sides. I think that, as Eric has noted, sometimes it seems that the only people who are being asked to sacrifice are the fishermen along the river, but that's not going to solve the problem. We know that. I mean, the fishers in the ocean, the people who are operating the hatcheries, you know, the people who are doing industrial activity upslope of the spawning grounds. All of those people are going to have to contribute to the solution. But I think we can do it. I think this is a really positive development. I think it's something we've been waiting for, and you know, I'm confident we can do it. It's going to take sacrifice on all sides, though. It's not going to be just easy. You know, this is a real challenge, but we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment or question from U.S. member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, you know, at this meeting, we got hit with an emergency agreement, large ramifications on the U.S. side. We talk about the porcupine fishing branch that expands into a rebuilding plan across salmon species. Large ramifications one way or the other, maybe good ramifications. I don't know. I mean, we're on the agenda of this stuff. I'm thinking as a member of the public, I come here, we listen to the porcupine fishing branch presentation, and we're talking about these large rebuilding plans, which may be good, or probably good, but you know, that's where my frustration is coming from. I kind of pride myself on doing my homework before I get to this meeting. And maybe I should start thinking a little bit outside the box. I'm glad it's agendaed for the next meeting, but Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the comment. And I think the context is, you know, I think that panel members are looking at ways and means of responding to the continued declining numbers of salmon, and what strategies beyond simply closing fisheries, which has already occurred, may be contemplated. So for the context of this discussion, what I've captured is the action item for the panel to specifically set aside time for this topic to have an informed discussion at our 2024 preseason meeting. I think that this informal opportunity for dialogue here has been helpful in at least assisting myself and Mr. Co-Chair in developing a perspective on how best to scope the time in our agenda in April, based on the various panel member perspectives, but I completely agree that in order for us to have a informed discussion on this topic, we need to provide panel members with the opportunity to prepare, to distribute information on the topic in advance, and then also ensure that we have some structured presentations to provide you with the information that you need in order to provide an informed perspective and insight. So with that, I think we are at our morning break. Sincerely appreciate our presentations on Porcupine River chum salmon stocks and fishing branch escapements. And we will resume at 10:30 with our next presentation. That'll be on the Whitehorse Rapids Hydroelectric Facility Relicensing Project. Thank you. Okay, so our next presentation is on the Whitehorse Rapids Hydroelectric Facility Relicensing Project. We have a guest presenter from Yukon Energy Corporation, Mr. Michael Muller. I'd ask you to please join us at the podium, and the floor is yours. I'll check with Sasha online. We have participants and audio and video. So Mr. Muller, just for your benefit, we do have online participants as well, and we are streaming this session virtually. So welcome. And for our audience participants, I know we had a question about some of the audio in the room. If you do want a headset with, is it an amplifier? I believe we have a few headsets available for our audience members. If you do require a headset to amplify audio, they are being distributed at the back of the room. And for panel members, just grabbing your refreshments, if you could join us at the main table, and we will proceed with our presentation. So Mr. Muller, go ahead, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to talk a little bit about Whitehorse Rapids Generating Station, share some information about the facility, talk about the relicensing process that we're undertaking, and talk specifically for everyone today about how this relicensing process is related to salmon. Next slide, please. So to contextualize everyone and to understand a little bit about the location of the facility, the Whitehorse Rapids Generating Station is located just upstream of where we are right now. It's about 2,800 kilometers or 2,800 kilometers from where the Yukon River flows into the ocean, about 750 miles. And just on, as you can see, the figure on the right, just largely upstream of the city of Whitehorse. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the history and a little bit of the layout here. What I'll do is this is an aerial photo of the facility. And if we work from river right on the right side of the image across, we've got the facility has a fish ladder that is in parallel with the river and the road on the right-hand side of the figure. And then at the bottom of the photo, we've got the dam. Moving across the dam, there's the spillway. And to the left of the spillway, we've got intake for one of the 4 generators of the facility, a power canal that leads to intakes for the other 3 generators, which is right next door to the main Yukon Energy Administration buildings. And what you can't see on this figure is upstream. There's the head pond called Lake Schwatka that for the facility. And then just downstream is the fish hatchery that we operate and grow Chinook salmon and release those fry into the river. So the facility was built in 1958. Last time it was relicensed was about 2000. In the summertime, the facility essentially runs is a run-of-the-river facility. We're not licensed to manage water levels in the summer, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. It generates about 39 megawatts of power. In the summertime, about 80% of the electricity that is generated and that's used in the Yukon in the summer. In the wintertime, about 25 megawatts and about 25% of the winter electricity. And the Yukon's very fortunate. About 90% of the electricity that we use on an end that is generated and that we use on an annual basis is renewable. It's green. It's generated from hydro. Next slide, please. So the second piece of infrastructure associated with the facility is the loose control structure. So those of you that are familiar with the area, 30 some odd kilometers upstream of Whitehorse Rapids is this control structure. As you're driving south on the Alaska Highway, cross over the Blue Bridge, right? And it's just on your left driving south or on your right driving north. And so the loose control structure is used to maintain some of the summer water, maintain it back up into the southern lakes so that it can be used for winter power. In the Yukon, the amount of electricity that we need in the winter time is over twice as much as we need in the summertime. So the electricity demand it influences how we try and generate electricity. So we're licensed to maintain water levels in the southern lakes between a full supply and a low supply level, full supply in the fall, low supply in the springtime. We're not licensed to influence water level or control water levels in the summer, about May 15th to August 15th. So all the gates in the loose control structure are open. Okay. And lastly, again, relative to what we're going to be talking about today, the loose control structure has a fishway that's open all year round to allow fish passage. Next slide, please. So I'd like to share a little bit with you about the relicensing process that we're undertaking. Next slide, please. In order to continue generating electricity at Whitehorse Rapids, we need to undergo an assessment process. So an environmental assessment process under the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act. There's 3 different levels of assessment contemplated under the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act, and we'll be undergoing an evaluation by the Whitehorse designated office. And we submitted a project proposal, so the application of the project proposal in early December of this year, December 8th, or last year. Next slide, please. Following the assessment process under the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act, we're going to undertake some licensing and permitting processes, right? In the Yukon, under YESA, which is legislation that came out of the Umbrella Final Agreement and First Nation Final Agreements, and is the single assessment process for the entire Yukon. Then we go to the regulatory processes. We'll need a Yukon water use license from the Yukon Water Board. We're looking to renew that. We're going to be requiring, or we're going to be needing a Fisheries Act authorization from DFO. And we're going to be, we understand we're going to need a authorization under the Canadian Navigables Waters Act as well for the facility. So after the assessment process will then be entered, that has to in Canada, in Yukon, that has to proceed. Then we'll be entering these regulatory processes in the latter half of this year. Next slide, please. So we recognize that we need to do this differently, and we want to do this differently. And we acknowledge that the ways that things are done in the past are not the ways that we intend to do them in the future. Yukon Energy, we acknowledge that First Nations history in this area includes instances of hardship. We recognize that the construction of these facilities and the continued operations of these facilities impact First Nations people. And so the way that we are approaching the relicensing of this process, our focus on long-term relationships, communications, and doing things differently is what you'll hear about in the next number of slides. Next slide, please. So this is just a map of Whitehorse Rapids, and just to set a bit of the context, Whitehorse Rapids is located within the traditional territories of Kwanlin First Nation and the Ta'an Council. The water in Tagashaw, so the water in the Yukon River that's used to generate the hydroelectricity, okay, comes from the watersheds of Marsh Lake, Tagish Lake, Bennett Lake, as well as down from Atlin Lake. And these lakes and the Yukon River are in the traditional territories of Kwanlin, Ta'an, Carcross, Tagish, and in the traditional asserted territories of the Taku River Tlingit. Next slide, please. So what we are working together through this relicensing process, and I'm very much appreciative and thankful for, is all the time and the energy and the input that we've received from Carcross Tagish First Nation, Ta'an, Kwanlin Dun, and Yukon governments, as well as input from DFO. So we've tried to build a collaborative process based on a framework agreement, based on certain ideas and commitments around governance about how we're going to deal with important interests, how we're going to identify issues, how we're going to resolve things to try and get together, both at a technical level and at governance levels. And at the end of the day, how we, with Yukon Energy being responsible for the operations of the facility, how we can identify interests, how we can commit going forward to monitoring and adaptive management going forward about how the facility operates and try and operate it in a better way. Next slide, please. So one of the things that's come and been made clear through this process is salmon is a top priority for those groups, for those governments. On the previous slide, salmon is a top priority. Next slide, please. So under the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act, they talk about valued environmental and socioeconomic components. What we talk about is, what do people care about? And these are 10 of the things that people care about that we describe the effects of the project in our project proposal to YESIP. And one of the things that was made absolutely clear is, of all these things that we care about, a top priority is salmon. Next slide, please. So what are the kinds of effects that this facility has, the operations of this facility, on related to salmon? And so the first one is First Nations ways of knowing, doing, and being. And when we describe the effect of the ongoing operations of the facility, what does that sound like? And so when we're talking in our project proposal about how the ongoing operations affects these First Nation ways of knowing, doing, and being, we talk about adverse effects to balance and respect. Talk about use and sharing of knowledge resulting from the continued operations of the dam. So we recognize that the continuing operations of the dam has this effect. Now, what can we do about it? Next slide, please. So when we talk, when in the proposal, we talk about Yukon Energy committing to doing a number of things. The facility is operated by us, and we make commitments about how we're going to try and do things better. So one of the things that we're committing to is increasing visibility about how all of these different pieces of the facility work, right? How does hydro work with thermal generation? How does the fish ladder work? How does the fish hatchery work? How does all this fit in together? And sharing information about how the facility, how the use of lose control, how it could impact salmon. Second thing that we're committed to doing is using some of the communication tools that Yukon Energy influences. Signage, there is an information center associated with the fish ladder. Some of these tools we're going to use to tell not only the story of the facility, but the story of the First Nations that lived and live around here and are influenced by the facility and the broader environment. we're going to start to do a better job of using some of the traditional Indigenous languages in these communication tools. And we're going to establish some processes for ongoing collaboration so that there's a greater level of knowledge and a level of input into both monitoring and adaptive management. And specifically, we've had some really good conversations about how the fish ladder and the fish hatchery, how we could potentially operate these a little bit differently so they align with First Nation views, values, and traditional practices. So for example, you know, things we've done recently is the fish hatchery takes brood stock. These are wild fish. We make sure recently we've started returning any parts of the fish that are not used to the river, and we've been donating fish to the hospital for people that are in the hospital to have salmon and country foods as part of their diet. That's been a couple little things that we're aware of that we hear make a big difference. Next slide, please. And so there's a number of effects that are directly on Chinook as they encounter the facility. And so the first one is changes to egg incubation habitat suitability. It's related to the fact that that with the loose control structure, we influence water levels in the fall and winter and the spring. The second one is constraints to upstream migrations of adults and downstream movements of juveniles. And then the third one is injury and mortality of juveniles due to either strandings, because we influence downstream water levels, and entrainment, so juveniles that move through the facility. Next slide, please. So I'd like to talk a little bit about upstream adult migration and recall, you know, that when the dam was built, it was designed with a fishway or a fish ladder on the river right to allow adult to pass upstream. Again, here's a picture in front of you of the Yukon River, and the facility is located about 2,800 kilometers up the Yukon River, about just over 1,700 miles. Next slide, please. So as the fish migrate upstream, as the salmon migrate upstream, the ones that make it up to Whitehorse Rapids encounter the dam. And when the dam was built, it was designed with a fishway to facilitate that passage. And most recently, last year, we undertook some assessment work, and we'll continue to do some work that I'll describe in the next slide or two, about better understanding how that fish ladder works and making sure that it works as well as it can. Next slide, please. So we have good information on salmon, and the people in this room are more familiar with that information than I am. Based on the numbers that we're looking at, between 1% and 2% of the salmon that come up the Yukon River at Eagle make their way up all the way to the fish ladder. So there's a close relationship between the number of salmon that come up the Yukon River at Eagle and the number that make their way through the fish ladder. Here's just a line that shows you that relationship. And then looking at how these dots, these show you sort of the relative numbers that come through at Eagle and the relative numbers that come through the fish ladder. And what you can see is the relationship. And then also that in the 1980s and 90s, okay, there were relatively higher numbers of salmon that came through the border than the fish ladder. And then more recently, the numbers that are making it to the fish ladder are relatively higher than the numbers that come through at the border. It's a little bit of a trend that might be of interest to folks. Next slide, please. So this is the returns, or these are the numbers of fish that are counted as they move up through the fish ladder. You've got 1959 on the left, and 2023 on the right. And you can see the returns run from in the couple hundred fish up to almost 3,000 fish over the last 80 years or so. And the different colors on the figure, the green is wild fish returning through the fish ladder, and the blue are the contributions of hatchery fish returning. And you can see that we started operating the hatchery in 1984, and those hatchery fish started returning in about 1989. And you can see the contribution of the hatchery to those returns over the years. Next slide, please. So through this regulatory process, what are the kinds of concerns and about upstream adult migration have we heard? And what are the kinds of things that we're doing to better understand them and also to minimize them or mitigate them? So one of the things that we heard were contaminants in the water from creosote that was used to build the fish ladder in 1958 and 59. And so what we did last year was we completed some water quality tests that found either very low or non-detectable levels of the creosote compounds that we're expecting or testing for in the water. And this summer, what we're going to do, along with the planning parties, is we're going to do some additional water quality tests when the water is at its warmest. So when those compounds might most likely to be active. The fish ladder is lined with untreated wood, but we want to make sure that there's nothing in the water from the fish ladder that would decrease the salmon use of that fish ladder. The second concern was that we were operating the fish ladder so that any fish that came up the ladder were held at the top in the interpretive center so they could be, so their gender and their origin could be identified. If they came up at night, the interpretive center was closed, they were held there until the morning, right? They were identified, census taken, and they were allowed to carry on in their journey. And so there was concern about holding those fish there. And so what we've done is change the way we operate overnight. We don't hold fish back. If fish are coming up the ladder at night, we've installed a camera so we can take pictures of the fish, understand their gender, understand if they're hatchery or wild, and they can continue on. There's also concerns have been raised about fish not, the salmon not entering the fish ladder quickly enough. And so what we've done is starting with some studies last year, we've looked at the attractant flow. So what we're trying to do is we're balancing the flow coming down the fish ladder with the much higher flow coming through the spillway. And so there's a gate there that we can manage that allows the fish to understand and to be attracted to the flow down the fish ladder and come up through the fish ladder, right? So what we've been doing is we've been looking at managing that gate. We've also been doing some repair and potentially some replacement of that gate so that we can create a scenario where those flows coming down the fish ladder are attracted to the salmon. They enter the fish ladder quickly and then continue on their journey upstream. And lastly, there have been some concerns expressed about water temperatures in the fish ladder. And so what we're going to be doing is looking at that in some more detail in the future and identifying options for shading and other things if that is a problem. Next slide, please. The second effect I'd like to focus on is downstream juvenile entrainment. So we know that turbines and the spillway are hazardous to juvenile salmon, and the juvenile salmon either spawning or from the hatchery need to make their way through the facility downstream to the ocean. So in terms of turbines, we know that there can be impact with the turbine blades or there can be pressure changes through the facility. The spillway, as water comes through the spillway in large volumes in the summertime, there can be pressure changes. And because we know that we can injure or kill juvenile fish, we've been operating fish hatchery since 1984 to recognize that we want to mitigate those effects of the facility. And we've been recently doing some more detailed studies that I'll talk a little bit about using sensor fish to better understand what these sort of these percentage of injuries or killing of juveniles could be. Next slide, please. So since 1984, we've been operating a hatchery as a mitigation. When the hatchery was designed and initially conceived of and operated, it was based on an assumption that about 30% of the juveniles that move through the facility could be injured or killed. And so that was the production target at the time of design in the early 80s. As I mentioned before, wild broodstock are collected as they move through the fish ladder. The eggs are fertilized and raised. The adipose fins are just clipped so that we know that they're hatchery fish. And they're outplanted or released at suitable sites upstream. Next slide, please. So there's been a number of concerns raised about entrainment. First off, it's a complicated number of factors, including different kinds of turbines, different sizes of turbines, the amount of water, the speed of water, the size of the fish. And so we're trying to better understand how these all interplay. Last summer, we undertook a limited number of sensor fish runs. They're basically, I mean, we call them robot fish, but they're small robot fish with sensors that we can send through the facility, and they measure pressure changes and they measure if they've been hit by turbines and we can estimate if those were juvenile fish, would they be injured or killed? And so the runs that we've run indicate that we estimate between 16 and 24% of juveniles could be injured or killed moving through the facility, which is sort of within that 30% target that the hatchery was intended to replace. But what we want to do and what our partner planning parties are telling us to do is to try and understand this a little bit better. So these sensor fish, it's difficult to run these studies. We're going to run some more studies this summer. We're going to try and understand flow. We're going to try and understand different flow rates, different turbines a little bit better. And we're trying to understand if we can get to some of the details about how juveniles can be injured or killed through the facility. And the whole idea here is to understand not just passing through the facility, but how do the juveniles approach the facility? What can we do? What mitigations can we build? What are our options for encouraging juveniles to take pathways that are likely less harmful through the facility? And at the end of the day, that's the goal of what we're trying to do, is say, okay, what are our options for mitigating or decreasing the amount of harm to juvenile salmon moving through the facility? Next slide, please. So thank you to everyone here. Thank you to Kwanlin Dunn, to An Quachin, Carcross Tagish, who have been planning parties and for all the input in this process. We're trying to navigate a new way of relicensing this process that sets the foundation for a different way of operating. We've heard loud and clear that the effects of the facility on salmon are a top priority for this regulatory process and monitoring and adaptive management going forward. And our goal is to better understand the effects that the facility is having on salmon and more broadly fish and fish habitat, and then identify some ways that we can minimize or mitigate those effects. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So opportunity for panel member questions. We'll start with Canadian panel member Tim Gerwarding. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mueller, for your presentation. I have a number of questions, but I think that others do as well. So in the beginning, you were talking about the authorizations that you require. And I'm understanding you need a water license, fisheries authorization, and a Navigable Waters Act. And I seem to have noticed that you said that the fisheries authorization would be for the first time. So I guess, and maybe part of this question is addressed to DFO, but first of all, why do you need that fisheries authorization and what is it intended to authorize? And secondly, why would this be the first time that you're applying for such an authorization? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I understand it's actually relatively common across Canada where hydro facilities have been constructed and operated in the past in such a way that DFO can speak to this better than I, but where activities have been undertaken to minimize effects on fish or fish habitat, and so an authorization wasn't required. Those facilities now are requiring Fisheries Act authorizations. So, you know, when we look back at some of the conversations that happened in, you know, decades and decades ago, right, prior to 2000, I think the recognition that the efforts that we were making in operating a fish hatchery were sufficient that a Fisheries Act authorization was not required at that time. But I understand that a number of hydro facilities now require Fisheries Act authorizations that weren't authorized in the past. Does that answer your question?
Well, not exactly. What specifically is being authorized? I mean, are you being authorized to kill fish, for example? I just like to, and maybe I'm getting you know, into the weeds a little bit here, but
so
you're what does this authorization mean? Does it mean that DFO gives this the stamp of approval? What does that mean?
So we submitted a request for review for Fisheries Act authorization in mid-December, and it's been we've received a note saying that they've accepted it. So what it ends up looking like, I'm not sure at this point, Tim, but we recognize that we do injure and kill fish through the facility. So those are some of the effects that we're describing to Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into that, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Next, we'll go with Canadian panel member James McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I had a question on slide 17. It speaks to the assessment of the fish ladder, and I wondered if you could expand on that and just help me understand that process a little bit better. Is that something that was done internally? Is it something that was done by a third party? Like, what were the parameters of that assessment? What were the results of that assessment? Will it form part of the public, I guess, library that's on the ESA website itself? Like, tell me more about what this assessment was, and might it lead to, say, a reconfiguration of the structural efficacy of the ladder itself?
So what was established with the planning parties was a technical working group with representatives of all the parties, and one of the priorities was to understand how well the fish ladder was working. And so we went out for, so what we've done in collaboration with the other planning parties is develop a request for proposal, a scope of work. It was undertaken by a team of firms, hydrological engineers, biologists, water quality folks, to address particular questions around how effective the fish ladder is. And so it is part of the public record. I believe it was an appendix in our project proposal in YESA. So everything that we do, well, that's maybe a little bit blanket, but the intention is for this kind of study to be driven by the planning parties, to be executed in a way that is rigorous, both in terms of scientific and traditional knowledge, to be inclusive, and then to be released. So the scope of the work, there are others that are more familiar with it than I, but we're to address a number of those concerns that I identified. Can you go to the next slide? Next slide. And one more. There we go. Right, so the scope of the work was to identify some of these concerns around water temperature, around attractant flows, around are there contaminants or are there disincentives for salmon to use? And are there things we can do operationally that will increase the attractiveness, increase the use, decrease the dam being a barrier to salmon passing? And also have a look at the fish ladder in its current state and see whether it meets the kind of design criteria. It met the design criteria in late 1950s. Does it still meet the design criteria that we would consider appropriate today? I think there are some outstanding questions. There's some more work that we intend to do. I think the study answered some of the questions, answered some of the concerns, but it also raised others. So it's one of the things that we're focusing on to make sure that it's doing the things it should be doing in terms of allowing adult Chinook to pass upstream.
Next,
do you want more? Like we looked at flows, we looked at the timing of flows, we looked at water quality, we looked at water temperature. Attractant flows was a big thing. We looked at potential. We've received comments about how we could operate the interpretive center a little bit better in a way that it might be less impactful for salmon as they journey through. We've looked at naturalization option. We're starting to look at naturalization options. So the breadth of the studies is broad, but the focus of the studies is how do we understand if it's working and can we make it work better? Hopefully that's helpful.
Great. Thank you. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Mr. Chairman, I had a number of questions. I'll try to limit them. First question I have is prior to 2010, the hatchery released upwards of 400,000 fish from the hatchery. Then in 2010, there was a decision made to limit that, looks like to 150, and more recent times to 50,000. So I'm curious why the sudden decrease in release of hatchery fish from prior to 2010 to currently. The other question I had, I know there's energy needs growing in Canada, and I'm comparing this to like the United States, where in the Klamath River in Oregon, the goal is to get rid of every dam in that river. And that's the process. But it seems like, I see Mayo A, Mayo B. I read about this Whitehorse Whitehorse Dam being expanded to provide more energy. I read about, thermal, which diesel or natural gas standby generators of 20 megawatt being proposed. Has there, in the list of options, has there been talk of just getting rid of the dam? So those are my two questions.
How can I start at the beginning, and then if I forget some of the later questions? So first off, the numbers of juveniles that are reared and released from the hatchery is influenced by the number of adult fish that are taken as they move through the fish ladder, right? Those are wild, and specifically take wild fish. And earlier, as returns started to decrease, there was concern about the number of fish that were taken for the fish hatchery program. So what you're starting to see is the number of juveniles being influenced by decisions made by more than just Yukon Energy, by First Nations and Fishes and different DFO about the number of adults that are being harvested in order to grow eggs and juveniles. I think there are others that probably know the data better, but I think what the hatchery is able to do is to drastically increase the number of eggs that become juveniles, right? And so, you know, that's the intention. But it's related to the number of adults that are taken as brood stock. So that was your first question. Second question. Yes, electricity demands are increasing everywhere, particularly in Canada. There are very aggressive goals to decarbonize electricity and other things in view of trying to decrease our greenhouse gas emissions. And so we're very fortunate in the Yukon that over 90% of our annual generation comes from hydro. And so those come from hydro dams, like you said, Whitehorse Rapids, Mayo, and Asiac, right? So, at this point, Whitehorse Rapids, from Yukon Energy's perspective, Yukon Energy is wholly owned by the Yukon Development Corporation and Yukon government. But from Yukon Energy's perspective, we consider it an intergenerational asset, something that was built 80 years ago, and as you could see in slide number 4, so provides an important amount of energy for the territory. So we're looking at continuing to operate that facility in the foreseeable future. I mean, we're looking at options to operate it differently, right? And that's some of the powerful conversations that were happening both at the technical working group and at senior officials group and the principals. The principals are the chiefs and the premier and our CEO. You know, are the things that we can do differently where we can still meet the needs of folks that need that electricity, and also maybe change or minimize the effects we're having on the environment. And I forgot your third question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess the third question was, I see you have at least at one point, Yukon Energy, you hear about renewable energy, but then you have the thermal, which is just code for diesel or natural gas, 20 megawatt standby unit, I guess, here in Whitehorse.
We run, so as I mentioned, the winter demand for electricity is over twice as much as our summer demand. So we run diesel generators in Whitehorse, in Mayo, in Faro, in Dawson, and we run an LNG generator here. So the Yukon the Yukon integrated system is an isolated grid. We're not connected to our neighbors in Alaska or to down south. So it makes it very challenging to generate exactly the amount of electricity that we need, right? If we generate too much electricity, we blow everybody's electronics, and we don't generate enough at brownouts. Thank you for the question.
Okay, next we have Canadian panel member Robert Perry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious. You've operated it since 1958?
It was commissioned then, yeah.
Was that at the same time the fish ladder was constructed?
I'm not sure of the exact period of time that was taken to construct the whole facility. The facility was commissioned in 59 and the facility was commissioned in 58 and the fish ladder was commissioned in 59, correct.
The functioning in the fish ladder, like I was a bit disappointed we didn't get any sort of results on that. What is the obstruction? Is there obstruction? What percentages of fish aren't coming up? I know you don't have that information, or seemingly you don't have it. My question to you is this. You mentioned a gate that you control that will help the fish to find their way to the fish ladder, correct?
So there is a gate just upstream to the entrance of the fish ladder. Okay, that we can raise and lower that influences the water. We call it attractant flow. It manages the amount of flow coming down the fish ladder, right? And you can imagine that's a much smaller flow, right, than that coming through the spillway in the summer, right? So what we want to do is the goal is to have enough attractant flow so that when the fish are moving upstream, they find their way into the fish ladder and up. as opposed to continually try and go up the spillway, which they can't do.
Thank you for that. So my question to you is this: why since 1958 have you not been able to figure out the correct flow to make the attractant the most, say, or the greatest attractant? Why hasn't it been effective to date?
It's not been ineffective. As you can see, there have been thousands of fish that have gone up through the ladder.
So you're not aware of any inhibitions?
So we're trying to make it better. Yep. So
why didn't you do it before?
That's a good question. I think that we probably could have done it before, but we're learning about things that we can do better. So that's one of the things that we want to do better. Right?
Okay, thank you.
So we have practices in place where we can adjust it, and we're trying to learn about how we can adjust it differently. And then put those practices in place. As you can understand, the volume of flow through the spillway changes dramatically over the summer, and in between years, right? So what we want to do is we want to figure out, okay, how do we use this differently? And how do we want to use it more consistently? So that in that period of time when the adults are approaching the fish ladder, we are managing those flows differently.
Do you have any results to date, like that you might be able to give to us regarding what you believe to be the functioning of the fish ladder? Is it successful? Do you feel that are the results sort of pointing to we don't need to do, or we don't need too much reconstruction, or are the results saying perhaps there is great inhibition?
I think our goal is to understand how we can do it better. I think our understanding is that the fish ladder, if we look at the returns and we look at the relationship to the fish that come through at Eagle and the fish that make it through the fish ladder, the number of fish that are, if you go back, which direction? Yeah, this one's great, right? So if you look at the relative counts of fish that make it across Eagle or through Eagle, and the relative counts that make it over the fish ladder, recently the number of fish relative to the number of fish coming across Eagle has actually increased. So with respect to our facility and the number of fish coming into Eagle, this starts to indicate that it's a good news story for the facility.
Does it?
You know what? The people in this room know more about salmon than I do, and you know more about the challenges that the population is facing. What I'm trying to share today is what I know about the facility, and so it can be shared into your conversations.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, hello.
Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Sebastian Jones. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Michael. The first question should be really quick to answer. Is it just the lose control system that affects Southern Lakes level, or does the operation of the dam and the spillway and everything else like there have an effect as well?
We are able, we've been studying that because there's quite a bit of concern about flooding in the Southern Lakes. And there's the challenge is that the flooding peak water in the Southern Lakes occurs when we're not licensed to control water levels. So during the uncontrolled. So we've been studying that. There are certain things that we can do. We can try and draw down Schwatka through the operations of the dam, but our studies show that has a minimal effect on, again, high water. So in terms of the system, the natural constraint of flow out of the Southern Lakes during high water when it's not controlled is actually Miles Canyon, not the dam.
Okay, thanks. I think that answers me. My next
sorry,
question.
That was a long way to get around. Would you like me to try again?
No, but I think it's clear that it's not the dam that controls the levels in Southern Lakes, and that's really what I was looking for.
Okay.
Okay, great. The next question is, this is a complex and controversial proposal that you have presented to YESIB. You know, I spend a lot of my working life looking at YESIB proposals, and this is definitely right up there with complex and controversial. So my question is, why did you not go straight to an executive committee review as opposed to a designated office review? Because it's pretty clear to me that this is going to get bumped to an executive committee review, which is going to really mess with your timelines. And I know that you've got a very short window to try to get this license in place before your current license expires.
The scope of this project is the ongoing operations of a facility that was built in the late 50s. We've submitted a project proposal to the Whitehorse designated office because the project activity regulations under YESA have directed us to do that. And so that's consistent with the legislation. The regulations say that if we were building a new facility, yes, we would go to the executive committee. If we had,
But the thing is that it's never been assessed before. Sorry, shouldn't have interrupted.
It underwent a very different kind of assessment before 2000 when it was permitted previously. And YESA came into full force and effect in 2005. So when it was assessed and permitted previously, it was done under the legislation at the time, which we acknowledge was a very different way that it was done. And that's part of the reason we're doing this differently. That's part of the reason why we've been working for 2 years before now to identify key studies, identify interests, identify concerns, to do studies both, in collaboration with these other governments about what people care about. Because we recognize that this is something that people care about electricity, people care about renewable electricity, and people care about salmon. And so that's why we've undertaken this new process.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see how it unfolds. I echo Tim Gerberding's bewilderment that this project has operated for 75 years or something like that without a Fisheries Act authorization to harm or kill fish, which it's been doing consistently for that length of time. But I guess we'll just leave it there at the moment. You mentioned in your presentation that, and you've mentioned it several times in your, conversations, how important salmon are. But I'd like to point out that salmon are important not just in and of themselves and for the people that have relations with them, but they're also an indicator of ecosystem health. And so when we start to see declines in salmon numbers, it shows that we've got broader ecosystem problems. And so I want Yukon Energy to bear that in mind as we're going through this assessment. And I've got one final question about the returns, the salmon returning through the fishway. And, you showed indications of different numbers of salmon, but one of the things that we've been exploring here are changes in fish quality. So changes in fish size and health and fecundity and stuff like that. I wonder if there's any information you've got which tracks that, those indicators.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I can talk to the folks that are collecting those data, and just like all the information that we have here, we'd be pleased to make that available to the people that are making decisions around the population.
Okay, next we have a question or comment from Canadian panel member Stan Ajutli, Senior. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make every effort not to cross-examine you, as previous two speakers. I got a question I got is basically on the turbine itself. I know they replaced the turbine in Bennett Dam, and they changed it for efficiency. So it made it more efficient. And Of course, this is also fish friendly, but nevertheless, they made it for efficiency. There's no proof it is certainly friendly. How long is that turbine in there? And do you have a picture of that turbine? And what does it look like? And another thing is, can you actually go have a tour for government agencies to have a look at of the dam itself, to see the turbine, to see the stator and everything else that produce electricity and the amount that it does, and there's opportunity for efficiency. I got other questions too.
Yeah, right now there are 4 turbines at Whitehorse Rapids. They were installed. I think 2 of them were installed. 1 and 2 were installed during construction. A third, and WH4 is the most recent turbine. And right now we don't have any immediate plans to replace any of those turbines. What we have committed to in this planning process is if there are any major refurbishments or replacement of the turbines, that we are going to talk about it with the planning parties and consider fish-friendlier options if those exist. Right, so if and when those kinds of major refurbs are done, more fish-friendly options will be considered. The second thing that we've started to do is, as part of the communication and understanding how the facility works, we have started to increase the number of tours of the facility. There are safety considerations, and there are places that people can and can't go. But there are people in this room that have been part of recent tours of the facility, and we can offer tours of different parts of the facility to people that are interested in those.
Your authorization for license, so when you get it, how long would that be for?
So we've applied for an assessment for a length of 25 years. That length of assessment was not there was not consensus on that application length of time. Carcross-Tagish didn't agree that it should be 25 years. We've applied for that for 25 years, and based on that, we'll make decisions on how long the water license would be applied for later this year. The maximum water license would be 25 years. And again, we see operating the facility, in the foreseeable future to generate electricity. So our view, Yukon Energy's view, is that we would approach it towards a longer term license that allows us to continue to operate and then continue to work during that license term with the planning parties to see if there are different ways that we can operate it in better ways.
Yes, thanks. I'm quite sure that the First Nations have suggested to put forward a better salmon plan for the pathway through that dam. And I'm probably sure they've done that, but right now I think when the little fries come out of there is no plan. They just fluke it, they either survive or they get, actually don't make it. They get basically probably destroyed through there. So there's got to be some sort of plan, a better plan for a better pathway for the salmon to, like basic when they come back down, little fries when they come into the system there, and a better research on that. I would say yes. Continues on an annual basis, on a seasonal basis would be probably more efficient to understand what's going on with the salmon that goes up and when they come back down, and the timing of it.
Yes, I think I can speak for the technical working group that what I've heard from their discussions, we recently on January the 8th had a workshop to identify what the priority research and work plan items are for fish habitat, but salmon specifically for the next year. So we've heard it's a priority, and we heard we need to understand things better, and we need to understand what we can do. So yes. Yep.
Okay, next question, Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm hesitant to bring up too much because this isn't a public hearing. We're going to have that opportunity through the SAB process to provide our testimony and whatnot. So, but I'll limit it to a few comments and a question. I appreciated the effort that you mentioned around the fish being held. I think that was a really easy one. I mean, it took a long time to figure that one out, but the fish were waiting up to 24 hours in those viewing windows. And so that happened last year, which I applaud those efforts. I wanted to mention that Elder Gerald McLeod tapped me on the shoulder and said, nobody's talking about all the pollutants, not just the creosote. So just kind of wanted to acknowledge his comment around the cumulative effects of pollutants. Not, if we look at one in isolation, it may not result in a cause, but cumulatively. I guess I'll give my comments first, and I do have a question. This is not withstanding the impacts to the Southern Lakes First Nations, that those were their fishing grounds. Where that dam is exactly located, they used to gaff. They lived there seasonally, fished there, and they were removed from there, and that land is no longer theirs. And now they are coming back to the river, given even where we're sitting today, in particular the Kwan and Dun as an example. So I don't want to take away from that, but I do want to shed a very positive, and I know you mentioned it, Mike, but that window, those viewing windows are the only way that the public can connect with, in large part, the only way a public can actually connect with Yukon River Chinook anymore. And I think that stewardship opportunity I just do not want to lose that opportunity for many of us in this room that have taken our children there over the years, and people that have worked there. And it really has had, it was sort of one of my ways of connecting with fish, and it actually got me into this field. So I want that stewardship opportunity to really be profiled. And I think actually not holding them anymore has created, if you're there, I happened to be there. I did a talk there this year, and we had two salmon come through. And it just feels really special when you see the salmon and they come. It's like a gift, and it is very special. And just for the record, there's always grayling in there and other fish, so it's not like there's nothing to see when the salmon aren't there. There's freshwater fish and muskrats and other fun things. I guess my question, Mike, is, my understanding is the dam has a 25-year potentially life, and you can correct me on that. I want to look, given we're talking about a rebuilding plan, I want to be optimistic and think that we are going to have fish and salmon in places like Michi McClintock in 25 years, especially with a rebuilding effort that supports those stocks as an example. And I guess what are we going to do then? Like what happens to the dam in 25 years if that's the life of it?
Yeah, I think the 25-year number refers to the longest length of time that we can get a license. So that's the longest length of time that we can get a water license. Yukon Energy's perspective is that the dam is going to continue to operate for as long as we can continue to operate it. So while the 25 years is the longest length of a permit or a license, we intend to continue to operate it in the foreseeable future, and we have no plans to decommission it.
So the infrastructure will last longer than 25 years?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
Next question or comment from US panel member Virgil Umpenauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I want to ask a couple of questions about your power generation in the winter. The first question is, you said they're diesel generators. Are they actual diesel generators or that run an internal combustion diesel generator, or are they reaction turbines? Do you know what a reaction turbine is?
So
it's a jet engine. That's what runs.
Right.
It's a jet engine that runs a turbine. The gas comes out of the jet engine. They use airplane engines sometimes.
Yeah.
Or they use others like General Electric makes. Fairbanks has them. North Pole Power Plants is 33,000 horsepower jet engines that run turbines. And so the reason I ask that is because the diesel ones make lots of, just plain old internal combustion. Everyone knows what it feels like to be breathing the exhaust from one of those things. And where does the natural gas come from?
So,
So that's my question. It's kind of two questions in one question.
yeah, and I can speak to that. I mean, we run a variety of diesel generators around the Yukon, like at a number of the different communities. So I understand that they're all internal combustion. They're not the turbine. We run, you know, at Whitehorse Rapids, we have some older diesels that have been installed there, I think late 50s, early 60s. Yukon Energy's made a commitment that anything that, as we go through this replacement process, because these diesel generators are nearing end of life, right? We can't get parts for some of them, they're so old. So as we replace them, we're going to replace them with best available technology. Again, diesel works well for that. I wish I could bring up our website, but there's a website that shows throughout the year the proportion of electricity that's hydro versus diesel and LNG. And so we show that live. I can circulate that website if folks are interested. And then we have an LNG generator here at we have 3 generators here in Whitehorse, and that LNG is trucked up from Northeast BC.
It's trucked up from where?
From Northeast British Columbia.
Okay. And Mayo Dam.
Yes.
There were Chinook salmon spawning areas above the Mayo Dam, correct?
Prior to the construction of the dam, I believe so, yeah.
And how high is that dam? It's real high, isn't it? I mean, a lot higher than this.
Sorry, I don't have that number at the top of my head, but I think we've done a lot of work at Mayo, and we know that at Mayo, we've done a lot of work at the spawning grounds right underneath the dam. And we know that right now there's available spawning habitat below the dam. And we've done a bunch of work as a result of a previous license. We've recently relicensed that facility. We've done some work improving some rearing channels just downstream of the dam there too. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you said that the natural gas generators in Whitehorse, they're probably turbines, aren't they?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okey doke.
Sorry. I was prepared to speak about salmon and hydro and.
Right, I know, but you're the electricity guy, so I just wanted to ask a few electricity questions because I used to be a millwright.
Well,
and so I installed those things.
And Dennis knows well, but my girls call me a fake biologist. So that's my expertise, is I've done a lot of applied biology over the last 25, 30 years up north.
Okey doke, because there's been lots of talk about building a pipeline across Canada for natural gas. In the past, this natural gas pipeline talk's been going on for over 50 years.
Yeah.
Over where I live. And and part of it was supposed to be with Canada, and that is a cheap way to make electricity that's very non-polluting. And so that's because you're talking about green energy. And so I just wanted to mention that then we wouldn't have to be worrying about killing salmon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for panel members that are waiting to ask questions and comments, appreciate your patience. I'm not missing you. We do have a long queue of members that wish to ask questions, so appreciate your patience. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this presentation's been valuable to me and to the U.S. section, I'm sure. It is, I'll just make note right now. It is not my place to tell Canada how to conduct business policy. So I'm gonna just make comment as to the effects on salmon. And I'm pretty sure that people are pretty engaged in this permit process of the application for this dam. So some of the things that stood out in this conversation back and forth and some very good questions have been made by both sides here. The release of hatchery fish has different highs and lows, which impact our returns. Regulating flow is definitely had a dramatic impact above the dam and below the dam. The fishway, and the holding area for Chinook returning are impacted. My concern in looking at other research on dams, even I'm going to refer to down on lower 48, but dams do have an impact on water flow and to other animals, plants, to people living in the region. It accelerates now that we have global warming. Having a, even a 4 or 5 degree raise in temperature is also impacting also what the temperature is of water flow above and below dams. So that's a concern for me too. I know electricity is important no matter where you go, but when at the beginning of this presentation, hearing a 16 to 24% injured or mortality on fish compounded over decades, it has had an impact on Chinook salmon. Again, I'm going to say this again. That's why we need all parties, including Hydro, at the table when we start talking about rebuilding. And you cannot put a value on the replacement and the impact that industry, whether it be mining or bycatch or hydro, you cannot put a value on what the impact has been to the people, both on the lower river, the headwaters of the Yukon here. Culture is and food security is invaluable. I just hope both sides of governments, US and Canada, realize that you cannot put a dollar value on what has transpired over decades here. So thank you.
Next, we will go to US panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make a brief statement, and then the only question I have for you, I haven't heard it in this discussion, is what happens if you do not get your permitting into the future? If you could answer that first, and then I'd like to make a comment. What is the result if you do not get your authorization and your permitting?
That's a very good question. If we do not receive a Yukon water use license, we don't have an authorization to use water or store water in the Southern Lakes. If we do not get a Fisheries Act authorization, we do not have an authorization to injure or kill fish or influence or adversely affect fish habitat. And if we don't get a authorization under the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, we do not have an authorization to impinge on people's use of the water with boats.
Thank you. The comments that I have as a person who lives about 95% off grid, using almost no fossil fuels. The comment I'd like to make to you is that I don't understand why you're not investing into more sustainable energies, whether it be wind, solar, water, batteries. There's a lot of technology out there. It's being done in Europe. It's being created all over the world. And I find it, for myself, a bit offensive that we're not putting the time and energy to create that within our northern latitudes up here. I'd also like to say that it's not just this entity and this dam that's creating the problems with global warming, which is impacting our oceans, which is impacting our salmon. It's also the responsibility of every individual to do everything they can. And I cannot stress how much it kills me to drive around northern countries and not see more wind turbines, not see solar panels on every home. It's being done very effectively in Norway, so I know it can be done here. So I think you have to keep that in mind. If you're going to be a user of electricity, you need to be a responsible user of electricity. And if you are a young child, you should be being taught that right now. That's the solution to this. But right now we're killing salmon twice. We're killing them going through the dam, and we're killing by putting tons of carbon into the atmosphere, which is affecting the marine environment, which is probably having the largest effect on our salmon here. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Elizabeth McDonald. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. And thank you for coming. I know how difficult it can be to stand up in front of people and talk about difficult conversations. And I also wanted to acknowledge Stan's very subtle comment on how we should be behaving when we invite people to our meetings and behaving in a respectful manner and being kind, still asking the hard questions, but in a way that is fitting to our meetings. The second thing I wanted to share was just for Alaskans who aren't very familiar with the SAB process, is that it is an open process to anybody, and anyone can go onto the website and find all the information there. But also there's an opportunity. I don't think it's opened yet for public comments, but there will be an opportunity. So anyone can sign up and make a comment on it and put their input in. So if anyone is interested in it, in the next little while, it will be there and you can get email notifications. So you can sign up for it and encourage anybody who has interest to do so. And then I did have a couple questions for you, and it was about the sensor fish. How many runs did you do with them and how many fish got injured, if you had that information handy? And just also about the size of the sensor fish. I suspect they were larger, and at some points we'll have very small fish going through there. And I was wondering if there's an effort to try and capture what those smaller fish might experience. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer the latter part of that. The sensor fish can be sized based on the expected size of the juveniles that are coming back through the dam. So we know the size of the 1+ wild and the 1+ hatchery that come through, and so they were sized appropriately to be about juvenile size. I don't recall the exact number of runs, but what we're doing this year is we're trying to better understand whether the different turbines have different levels of injury or likely level of injury, and how different water levels or different flow rates impact those. So because the amount of water going through the spillway at any given time will change the pressure on the juveniles. So our understanding, we want to understand when the juveniles are most likely to be coming through the facility, how they're approaching the facility. Are they coming down the center, the top of the water column, the bottom, river right, river left? Because it'll, if they're coming down river right, ideally maybe we can even direct them through the fish ladder. I don't know, right? Like, and then really in terms of the sensor fish, it's to increase our knowledge about impacts of each of the different turbines, different flow rates, understand more about the spillway. And so that impacts where we're going to try and put our efforts to try and find mitigations to direct the juveniles away from those most hazardous routes. Is that?
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate you don't have the science report, but I'm assuming that'll be included in the SAB information that's posted.
It is. I believe it's in an appendix, one of the appendices in the project proposal.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I assume that some of that data that you're collecting currently, if maybe there is a way to direct the fish away from the turbines. I know other dams are constructed in a way that they have like bypasses around the turbines and some physical changes that can occur, that would be an option that you would consider.
We're looking at the full suite of operational, not just mitigation, but operational parameters. So, there's a number of things that this technical working group is looking at as we increase our understanding and then we'll turn around as Yukon Energy and talk to our operations people and saying, okay, are there things that we can do differently? And there's some really creative advice. One of the things that I didn't talk about is we did deploy this last summer. We deployed some sonar to try and understand the largest and most modern turbine is called WH4. And so the intake for WH4 is beside the spillway. And so we were trying to understand to see whether we could use sonar to understand if juveniles are coming close enough to that WH4 intake to be pulled in. It's one of the many questions that we're trying to ask so that we can try to find effective ways of redirecting the fish to have routes through the facility that are less harmful.
Okay, next we'll go to follow-up question from panel member Eric Weingarth, US. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I know we're running close on time here. The 16 to 24% injured or mortality, was that just going through the turbine itself? I know there's some predatory fish that gather to as the out migration goes, and I see I've been up here when the out migration is, and I see seagulls eating, preying on stunned fish too. But I'm just curious, is it 16 to 24% just what you're anticipating?
It was the entire facility, and it did not include those that might be stunned and taken by predators.
Okay.
We did look at there was we collected a bunch or we asked questions about how the facility may have worked in the past when runs were much higher. And we have heard stories about gulls and other predators in some of the the below the tail races. So that's something that we haven't measured yet, or I'm not clear how we would measure that, but it's something that we've talked about internally about as being another effect for sure.
Okay, thank you. We have a few more questions, but we do want to be respectful of your time, Mr. Muller. Just take the opportunity for a follow-up comment or complementary information from Canadian panel member advisors who've been involved with this process. And maybe we'll start with Brandy Mays.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to thank YAC. I mean, that this is the first time that the First Nations had an opportunity to be a part of these relicensing projects, or how this process goes pre our agreements. And even though this is a difficult conversation and it's an emotional one for our First Nations, I do appreciate that YAC is, taking these next steps. There's been some talk about that, let's not light this up with the Americans in the room to see that we have an issue here, or that it has been an issue in the past. I think that we have to be open and transparent with each other, because we do have issues on both sides of the border that have affected salmon. And if we're going to start a rebuilding plan, we have to be open and transparent. And I really believe that this Yukon Energy Corp process and how we're doing this with our technical working groups is part of that, and has to be part of that rebuilding plan. I can say our conversations have been respectful. They have been, inclusive, and we've been working really hard on this to on both sides of the border and with Yukon Energy Corp. So I just want to put that out there, and I'm going to ask the difficult questions, and I'm probably going to say some things that I've said them in the room. You guys know exactly who I am, what it is about, and how I have some concerns about this. But I just wanted to get some facts straight, and I wanted to put some things out there, that some answers maybe that you couldn't answer. On some of the stuff that we talked about, when you guys asked about the creosote, the study that was tested, it was done in late September or mid-September, something like that. It was cooler temperatures. We are asking that it gets done when you said water, but it's more like the weather when it's hot.
Air and water temperatures are high.
Yeah, and it's high. So we're going to test that again, because we can smell it. We know that there's issues there. And you got some about more fish-friendly turbines, but I mean, really, if you're going to chop up something with a samurai sword or hit it with a baseball bat, it's still going to hurt. I really think that we need to be clear on that. And then there's also there's some mention in I don't know if I think it's went off the slide, that directing fish through maybe the spillway, but we haven't been able to do that. And we haven't tested the spillway to see if it does affect juvenile Chinook. There was a literature review done on that. It's still and mind you, the entrainment study was a pilot study, and we haven't tested all the turbines at this point. And just for the river panels process and the R&E process, the entrainment study was part of a proposal that Dunn put through to the river panel, to their R&E fund, and we were approved. But because this technical working group became part of this after and realized that this was really important to all 3 of the First Nations and part of this working group, that Yukon Energy Corp agreed to fund it. So that report, even though it wasn't done through the R&E proposal, I will still provide that to once we get every final approvals to the river panel to review, and it will be open. I think it's going to be public anyway.
Yeah.
Another one though is that there was a number of that not much is on here. It's because the dam, you kind of put the hatchery out. There was an assessment, 3 assessments done on this was the fish ladder, and the fish ladder did not include traditional knowledge. That was strictly a scientific study just on the operation of that. I know that there was some flow problems, and I think there's some things that need to be put out there and be open about. There's no manual. They have no manual. They're working on it now as recommendations come from the 3 First Nations. There was no manual on the operation, so they didn't have really a record of how to do things. And with the changing of people, there was a ladder or there was a gate that wasn't open for a period of time. It seems that with the assessment of the ladder, that some tweaking of that gate, the flow, attractive flow was a little bit better after that. That's still, all this stuff is still in preliminary tests. I got to think about, there was a couple other things with the fishway, but the number one, in light that I'm in my house right now, my family's house, my community's house, that I have to be open. There's a lot of elders in this room that have been affected by this. There is, in chapter 16 of our agreements, there is a open provision there that says we will get a new fishway, or we're going to work towards a new fishway. This is not necessarily on Yukon Energy Corp. No, they say they don't have the money, but if we're going to look at this going down the road, this is something that we should consider in light that is our agreements, because we need to look at in and out migration. Having salmon go through turbines or through spillways where we're not sure what's going to happen to them, it makes the hatchery mute. It's like we're just putting fish in it to kill them. Maybe a few can come back through. So these are kind of, so that, like I said, this is being open and transparent, answering some of your questions. And I really want the US to understand that on our side of the border here, Carcross, TKC, and Yukon Dunn, and everyone that has anything to do with fisheries or the salmon management, and even our people have been working really hard on this side to keep our habitat pristine and to deal with what this is. This is our first opportunity we've had to be able to do this. We didn't agree to this dam when it first came through. We didn't have that opportunity. We didn't have a choice. But we do have a choice now. And like I said, I'm really appreciative of the process now that we have an opportunity to have our say and be a part of this. I think I'll just stop it there because I know Carly's going to talk to some of the science side of it and bring up some of the other studies that we're happy. Goodness, jeez.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Mike, and thank you very much for your presentation. I know it's sometimes difficult to talk about, so I do appreciate you coming. I just wanted to mention that Carcross Tagish First Nation led an acoustic telemetry project from 2017 to 2020 with many partners that are in this room, including to an extent assistance from Yukon Energy Corp. So in this presentation, I didn't see any reference to this study. The results are published, but I'll just briefly summarize our findings. In total, 56 salmon over 4 years were tagged just downstream of the dam. 36 of those salmon either approached or entered the ladder, but failed to pass. 12 salmon successfully passed through the ladder, but we did see 4 salmon fall back. So that indicates a 4% or sorry, a 12% fallback below the ladder. Comparatively, we also tagged salmon on the Takini River, which is a good comparison to the upper Yukon and what we're seeing with regard to migration history. All of those salmon that were tagged on the Takini River made it to their spawning grounds. So just a comment specifically about the presentation, if we can go back to slide 18, please. In this graph here, I don't see it accounting for the salmon that approach the ladder but don't actually pass. So it doesn't account for the salmon failing to pass the ladder, nor does it account for the fallback that we saw. And so there is, recent studies and documented scientific evidence to show that there is some room for improvement for the passage of the ladder. And, as I mentioned, this project was started in a planning phase back in 2015 in preparation for the Whitehorse the Whitehorse Dam water relicensing. And so I do acknowledge and uphold the people in this room that have done a lot of hard work in preparation for this, acknowledging the importance of salmon. So all that to say, thanks, Mike, for coming.
Okay, thank you very much for that additional information for panel member consideration. We're just about at time, but Mr. Muller, maybe 2 more questions to round us out, and we do appreciate your time here. Maybe can we go to slide 24 in the presentation, please? I believe that's. So thank you very much. So Mr. Muller, you described some of the objectives that Yukon Energy has for this review process and the commitment, the goal to better understand the facility effects on fish and fish habitat and develop additional ways to address those effects. You also referenced, obviously, the extensive efforts that are being undertaken by Yukon Energy to engage with the First Nations whose traditional territories are within the immediate area of this hydro facility, as well as upstream. I think in the context of this international forum, we focus on Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks in this case to be respectful of the fact that they are a highly migratory species, as you're well aware, ascending the entire length of the Yukon River, spending upwards of 5 years in the Bering Sea over a up to 7-year life history. I wanted to acknowledge that the members at this forum who represent communities throughout the Yukon River in both Alaska and Canada rely extensively on salmon, many extensively on Chinook salmon. And so in doing so, acknowledging that, yes, the salmon that migrate to the Whitehorse Rapids facility and ascend the dam are of paramount importance to the local First Nations people, but also have a strong connection to people in Canada downstream as well as in Alaska downstream. And so in considering the Yukon Energy Corporation's commitment to evaluate the effects of this facility on fish and by extension people, to this point, what consideration has been made for the effects of operation of this facility on salmon, destruction of salmon and loss of salmon, and the loss of those salmon and the opportunity to harvest those salmon by the people of the Yukon River, specifically in Alaska?
Thanks for that. The kinds of processes that we're undertaking and that we're required to undertake in order to relicense the facility are focused primarily in the Yukon, and the water license, the Waters Act, are focused primarily in the Yukon. So that's where our focus has primarily been in the past. It's been on the people and the traditional territories within which the facility is located, and the traditional territories and where the southern lakes where we influence water levels in the wintertime through the operation of our facilities.
Okay, so but acknowledging that salmon are a highly migratory species that move in and out of that area, just wouldn't it be reasonable to consider the effects that this facility is having on those species and the connected communities outside of the immediate geographic area?
So what we're trying to focus on are the fish the fish that interact, with the facility, the fish that we release through the fish hatchery. And so that's where our focus has been on in the past. Do you have some suggestions about how we could potentially broaden the way we look at this? I think one of the things that I'm proud about, and Sebastian mentioned the YESA process, and we're one of the first effects assessments that I know of through YESA that recognizes, and we've heard about climate change, that talks about our baseline condition as being climate affected. We have spent so much time working with the planning parties and working with people that are looking at climate projections to recognize that where we are today is in a place that is being affected by climate, and our baseline conditions for the effects assessment are based on a changing climate. And as from what I'm told, we're the first assessment that YESA is looking at that has tried to do that effectively.
Okay, so the opportunity for perhaps people and communities in Alaska affected directly by the operation of this facility will be through the assessment process. Is that what I'm understanding from your response?
Yes, I think that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
And again, to emphasize the YESA online registry is a tool that allows people to register and in a very public way submit questions and concerns and have those as considerations for the assessors.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. And then final question, and we have one supplementary comment. So do very much appreciate the details in your presentation around the recent studies that are being undertaken by Yukon Energy Corporation. I know you mentioned a number of them that have been undertaken over the past 2 years. I'm just curious, just obviously for the panel's benefit, acknowledging this is an international process and we have representative members from throughout the watershed. Can you highlight what are the longer term studies that Yukon Energy has been implementing since the last relicensing period, so over the last, we'll say 20 years, to study the effects of this facility on Pacific salmon?
I think the things that we've been focused on have been primarily requirements for monitoring and reporting related to our water license. We've been operating the operations at the fish ladder in terms of the census of fish making our Chinook salmon making their way up through the fish ladder, and the focus has been on performance at the fish hatchery. So those have been the main monitoring points of focus over the last sort of 20 years or so. There's been substantial work done on other aspects of the broader ecosystem that could be affected by us managing water levels. So there's been work done on many of the values or the interests that you saw earlier. Work on wetlands, work on erosion, work on lake trout. There's been some work to better understand some of the smaller fish that are important to the ecosystem. But that's where the focus of work has been.
Okay,
primarily related to water levels.
Thank you.
And then the two pieces that we affect directly.
Okay, thank you. And maybe final comment from Canadian panel advisor from Carcross-Tagish First Nation, Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Michael. I've had the privilege to sit at the table with the other First Nations as well as Yukon Energy, DFO, and Yukon government in working through this project. Particularly as First Nation advisors. The Carcross-Tagish First Nations relationship with salmon was above the dam, and that relationship is pretty much completely broken. Excuse me. So this is really important to the nation. And as Michael said, Carcross-Tagish did not agree to the extended length of license. And the reason for that was, in our opinion, the lack of understanding of exactly what is happening to these salmon and how we can help them. So it has only just begun some research around how to protect the juveniles as they move downstream. We feel that this is 75 years too late, but we feel that we need to fill those gaps in understanding so that we can develop a robust rebuilding strategy so that we can have generations from now, Carcross-Tagish youth to On youth, Kwanlin Dun youth, fishing actively in large fish camps coming together at the other side of the dam. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you for that. And I think that given we are at 12:15, we'll conclude our morning session at this point, looking to resume at 1:30. Again, thank you, Mr. Michael Muller from Yukon Energy Corporation, for your time this morning and for providing the presentation to the panel. And do appreciate also the opportunity to present questions and your responses. So we will resume in bilateral session at 1:30 Yukon time. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon to our panel members, advisors, as well as guests here in person as well as online. It's Steve Gotch, Canadian Chair of the Yukon River Panel, speaking here. A quick update in respect of our agenda for this afternoon. So our presentation prior to lunch, which was on the Whitehorse Rapids Hydroelectric Facility Relicensing Project, we accommodated some additional time for panel member questions and comments. And so as a result, we moved the next presentation, which is Canadian Yukon River Chinook salmon stock rebuilding and hatchery considerations, conservation hatchery considerations, to our first presentation after lunch. So we will start with that presentation and then move into our remaining topics for the day, the Yukon River Salmon Restoration and Enhancement Fund updates. And then we will receive an update from our Yukon River Panel Communications Committee. That will be followed by the opportunity for public testimony. So for individuals that would like to provide public testimony, please sign up as early as possible this afternoon. I understand that we do have a large number of individuals who have registered to provide testimony, so we would like to start into that as early as we can, acknowledging that it may take more than 30 minutes of time to get through. So just as an agenda update, we'll seek to start in on testimony as soon as we work through our regular agenda items. It may be closer to 4 o'clock. So with that, Mr. Co-Chair, any additional items in respect of this afternoon's agenda or updates that you would like to provide?
No additional updates, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that review, and we'll try and move through the remainder of our public session agenda topics as soon as possible to accommodate testifiers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. And with that, we will pass the floor over to Mr. Steve Smith with Fisheries and Oceans Canada to provide our next presentation. Welcome and go ahead.
Great, thanks. So I was asked to provide a presentation on the concept of conservation hatcheries, and along with that kind of goes some of the work we've been undertaking in Canada around Yukon River Chinook stock rebuilding as a bit of a lead-in. So slide 2, please. Okay, so my presentation will just touch on really briefly just the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, a bit of an overview of that, some drivers, work to date, and some next steps that we have explored on the Canadian side around Yukon River Chinook salmon rebuilding and ecosystem planning. And then the last part is focused on the kind of the concepts of conservation hatcheries from the Canadian perspective. Slide 3, please. So the Pacific Salmon Strategy was launched in 2021. It was aimed to stem historic declines of key Pacific salmon stocks and rebuild these species to sustainable levels. The initiative is broken down into 4 key pillars, those being conservation and stewardship, salmon enhancement, harvest transformation, and integration and collaboration. Slide 4, please. So the pillars that I described are further subdivided into what we call themes. The framework focuses on kind of the 3 levers that we have some aspect of control over. We often refer to these levers as the 3 H's, or habitat, hatcheries, and harvest. And of course, under this framework, we can't do this on our own. So there's some significant emphasis on integration, partnerships, and collaboration. Slide 5, please. So under the Pacific Salmon Strategy in Canada, we're pursuing the development of a Yukon River Chinook rebuilding plan. And there are a number of reasons or drivers for this, including many of you familiar with, but protracted declines in abundance, size, and productivity, record low returns, and failure to meet escapement objectives in recent years. Yukon River Chinook salmon are expected to be listed in Fisheries Act regulations as a major stock, and doing so will invoke some legal requirements and triggers around stock rebuilding plans. Yukon River Chinook have been identified as one of 4 priority stocks of concern in the Pacific region under the Pacific Salmon Strategy. Doing so commits the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to collaboratively develop a stock rebuilding plan. Additionally, the Yukon River watershed has been identified as one of 3 priorities for an ecosystem-based plan in the Pacific region under the strategy. Yukon River Chinook have been identified as high priority for assessment by the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada. So I'm sure there are other drivers, but I just wanted to highlight some major ones. Slide 6, please. So what work or efforts have we been undertaking to date in Canada to support Chinook salmon rebuilding, Yukon River Chinook rebuilding? So last year, under the Pacific Salmon Strategy, we announced the long-term closure of the Yukon River commercial fishery for Chinook salmon. This may seem to be a bit of a moot point, given there has not been a commercial fishing opportunity for Chinook salmon for almost 20 years in Canada. But subsequent to this long-term closure announcement, the department has initiated a commercial license retirement plan. Capacity and infrastructure funding has been provided to Yukon First Nations, the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee to support theirs and First Nation interests around salmon and Yukon River Chinook rebuilding. DFO itself has also added capacity in the form of a habitat restoration biologist and a stock rebuilding biologist to support these efforts. At the end of November, a facilitated workshop was held in Whitehorse to kick off the Yukon River Chinook salmon and ecosystem planning process. It was a workshop led by an organization known as West Coast Aquatic. They are a nonprofit organization out of British Columbia that has a history of facilitating collaborative processes on salmon rebuilding. At that November workshop, we had participants from Yukon First Nations, the Yukon government, the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, a number of subject matter experts, or what we would call subject matter experts, and of course, members of DFO. Funding has also been provided to Kwalin First Nation for feasibility and planning work related to a salmon stewardship center that includes the concept of a conservation or a restoration hatchery. And I'll speak to what we mean by that in a couple of slides. Slide 7, please. So next steps, what are the next steps? And when I say, what are our next steps, I'm largely referring to the collective of Canadian partners involved in the collaborative work on the strategy. The facilitator from the workshop with support from the steering committee made up of, again, the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance and DFO. They are to produce 3 products from the workshop. Those include a summary of the workshop, so basically what we heard, a briefing note that is meant to support First Nations in their community and government conversations, and a letter of intent, basically to confirm all the parties' commitments to the process. The plan is to have a consultant compile an ecosystem and population risk summary, which is a fancy title for basically outlining the current status and understanding of both habitats and stock status. The second workshop is planned for the end of March. And we'll we'll start out by reviewing the summary that was developed in the interim and begin the work on threat assessments. We will likely be using a process known as RAMS, or risk assessment methodology for salmon, which is a process designed to consider the 120 or so known limiting factors to salmon production and survival in all life stages of their life cycle. The RAMS process will be informed by both Western science and traditional knowledge. And as a result of the RAMS process, we will identify priority areas or interests and possible mitigating actions associated with those. So all this to say, despite what we're planning to do over the next couple of years and beyond, the workshop participants agreed that we need not wait until our process is complete, but to take action on those items that are obvious to us that require action. Those could include such activities that keep people connected to salmon and engage in matters that affect salmon, or the collection of data and information where it's known critical gaps exist. And we referred to this in the workshop as acting while planning, act while planning. So the diagram on this slide is meant to be an early depiction of what we envision our process to look like. Slide 8, please. So in the context of Yukon River Chinook rebuilding, I was asked to speak to a bit to the concept of a conservation hatchery, or some may refer to it as a restoration hatchery. It's quite apparent that whenever the term hatchery is brought up, the phrase conjures up our own individual perspectives and experience with hatcheries. My hope is that I can convey what Canada means when we talk about the idea of a conservation or restoration hatchery, which is quite a bit different from the idea of a production hatchery or an enhancement facility that are often designed to support harvest or production beyond natural levels. The Yukon River Salmon Agreement has language related to the concepts of enhancement and restoration. So I feel it would be helpful if I refer to those. And I apologize that I don't have these highlighted here in the presentation, but I'll quickly go through them. In section 2 of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, there are a couple of definitions. Specifically, enhancement means expanding wild stocks beyond their natural production level. And restoration means returning wild stocks to their natural production level. Also attached to the Yukon River Agreement is a section that outlines principles and guidelines for restoration, conservation, and enhancement programs and projects. Specifically, those are: 1, restoration, conservation, and enhancement programs and projects shall be consistent with the protection of existing wild salmon stocks and the habitats upon which they depend. So the protection of wild salmon. And given the wild nature of the Yukon River and its salmon stocks and the substantial risks associated with large-scale enhancement through artificial propagation, such enhancement activities are inappropriate at this time. Remembering that enhancement is intended to expand wild stocks beyond natural production. And I'd like to emphasize that restoration or conservation hatchery would not engage in enhancement. 3, artificial propagation shall not be used as a substitute for effective fishery regulation, stock or habitat management or protection. So I think you'll see as I go through these next few slides, they'll be consistent with these principles that I've outlined. So firstly, before you land on the type of hatchery that you want, you need to clearly articulate the objective that you want the hatchery to achieve. So the idea is once you define its objective, you can then look at what function it will serve, what infrastructure is needed, and what processes and safeguards are needed. So if it isn't abundantly clear at this point, we're talking about a hatchery for the purpose of restoring stocks or giving them a chance to recover. Conservation hatchery is a facility that is designed for short-term surgical type intervention at the sub-stock level. It is carefully controlled hatchery program that breed only wild fish to boost abundance of a highly depleted local population. And smaller in scale than a production hatchery and designed with capacity for stock segregation and biosecurity. This largely speaks to redundancy and backup systems. Keeping in mind that because the state of the stock of interest is in a critical state, their value, if lost, would be significant. Hence the redundancies and protection measures. Slide 9, please. So conservation, as I mentioned, the conservation hatchery should only use wild brood stock. The brood stock should be from genetically similar populations within a defined geographic distribution and from similar habitat attributes. What I mean by that is it wouldn't be desirable to use brood stock, say from a lake outlet spawning population to then bolster or support a main stem spawning population. It's intended to provide a short-term boost to localized abundance and minimize genetic and epigenic effects on wild stocks. You can produce salmon that are very close genetically to the wild stock, but hatcheries can affect how those genes are presented. And those effects can actually be passed on to offspring. So we seek to minimize this effect by limiting the duration of these interventions that we're talking about. The hatchery program needs to be controlled also to mimic natural life history processes and timings. Slide 10, please. So there's been much discussion and concern over the impacts of hatcheries on wild stocks and production overall. A recent article was published where the authors synthesized the literature from over 200 papers on the effects of hatcheries on wild stocks. And they do highlight those negative effects, but does also identify that conservation hatcheries, as we are describing them, can benefit the recovery of wild stocks. And I just, final point to drive home, once again, we're not talking about a production or an enhancement hatchery that produces, say, millions of fish. We're talking about restoring or raising, say, tens of thousands of fish potentially, for the purposes of restoring stocks in Canada. Last slide, just question slide. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Steve. And we will start with panel member questions or comments for Steve on the information he presented this afternoon. We'll start with US panel member Eric Weingarth. Go ahead, please.
So I don't know if you can answer this, but I'm curious. What I'm wrestling in my mind is by having hatchery fish and we're sending them back out to the ocean, that's not exactly in prime condition right now. Are we setting ourselves up for more competition to the existing wild stock? And then secondly, the duration, who determines the duration of conservation hatchery for the length of time? Or is it evaluated year by year, or what are you envisioning?
Yeah, so I think your first question kind of refers in my mind to the stock rebuilding approach that we're talking about, where we would very much so go through and prioritize and determine what the limiting factors are on production. And a conservation hatchery is simply one tool in the toolbox that, if appropriate, could be used to help restore stocks. And in terms of who determines the duration of the intervention, if you will, that would largely be defined by the objective of the hatchery or of that the intervention itself, the objective of what we're trying to achieve. That's what would largely define the duration that we're talking about.
If I may, so who then would determine that objective? Is that something that JTC would combine, or is this something by the parties themselves, or what do you envision on that? Who determines the ultimate objective?
So at this point in time, this has been a Canadian initiative to undertake this stock rebuilding strategy. And so it's fully intended to be a collaborative process. So the partners and participants in that collaboration would be the ones involved in developing that objective.
That being said, if I could follow up in response to your question as to how the Canadian domestic process may be connected to this international panel process. So there are provisions within the Yukon River Salmon Agreement that do provide the platform for this panel to discuss actions and initiatives which Mr. Smith has described. And importantly, we need to obviously discuss the work that's being undertaken in order to ensure that both Canada and the US understand the activities that are occurring. And then secondly, also bring about awareness as to any considerations that the parties would need to make in respect of that initiative. So next we have US panel member Charlie Wright.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying and echoing the concerns of the people in the audience. The people of the First Nations and have not fished for 20 years. Some of them without salmon for 30 years. On the Alaska side, it's been years since we have harvested also in any kind of numbers. In the meantime, the commercial fisheries on the Bering Sea intercept trawl and hatchery, overpopulation of the sea. These fisheries fish for 9 months straight on many species to feed people all over the world, while people of the AYK and Canada have to live in a modern day genocide. The villages along the river have no other meetings. Some of the villages don't have a general store. The moose numbers are down in the interior, not many caribou left either, with climate uncertainties that we're living in right now. Let's be part of the solution and not the problem. And as we go forward and work on this together. At the December North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, it was reported that there's thinning in the pollock. That's proof of hungry fish. Some places there's no more crab or pollock. Problems with the halibut. This is also proof of problems with the ecosystem, especially with the sea floor from trawl. A lot of the trawlers say it's mid-ocean, mid-water trawl, but when they get full, they sink to the bottom and they cause problems for all the fish on the bottom that live down there. I'm all for conservation measures and only after the problem in the sea is adjusted. I say adjusted because that's all it would take is DNA to tell when the AYK salmon go through the intercept fisheries in the area ham and the trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea. And then the salmon could come home on their own naturally without adding to the problem. That's just a comment that I wanted to make. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Charlie, for that comment. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I echo a lot of those same concerns. However, my primary concern is the loss of genetics of Canadian origin Chinook salmon on the Yukon River. I think we are at a very critical low. I'm very concerned about loss of spawning success due to the low numbers. I've always spoken very strongly towards trying to save our older age class fish. That was the age class of fish that produce the strong runs and the large fish that we had in the past that we all wish we could see again. So I'm a little bit torn between this, and I think, there's a lot of people working on this. I think as a measure to try and save the genetic diversity and especially the genetics for the old fish, I think this might be one of the few tools, if only tools we have to do that at this point in time. However, I am very concerned about the amount of money that it takes, the amount of time it takes to put a hatchery system into production and then to get returns from it. So these are all time and logistical problems as well as financial. Personally, I can't put a value on salmon financially. To me, they are completely the most valuable thing. And so I'm a bit conflicted here because I do want to see the returns. However, until we, and I feel very strongly about this, and I was going to give some private testimony towards this, but I'm going to just speak very quickly now. I feel very strongly, as well as many people in Alaska, that until we clean up our marine environment and do everything we can to reduce our man-made impacts to the marine environment, which is impacting not only salmon, but many other species, no matter what we do here on the upper Yukon River, we will not have a great deal of success. That being said, I do think that probably moving forward, I guess what I would recommend is look into the quickest system that you can put into place and the most cost-effective system. It may not solve the problem long-term, but anything, I am in favor, and I would leave it up to the Canadians to decide what is right for you in your territory. You are the experts on the fish in this area. You have the expertise in the habitat, and I would trust you to do the best you can in the short term to try and save that genetic class of fish that has been declining for the last 20 years. I'm looking here at Don, and we've been talking about this for 20 years. I can remember talking to him about this at my very first meeting when I met him. in 2021, this exact issue. And I know we're on the same page with this. I know I'm preaching to the choir. I support you in any way I can. I'm just trying to draw to your attention that whatever you do here is going to be very dependent upon the productivity that happens in the marine environment. And so I will encourage you as much as you can to try and address that as Canadians with your respective governments and agencies to do what you can in Canada. We are trying to do the same thing in Alaska. It's going to be a very tough issue to address. We're fighting very large industries that produce very large amounts of money and have a lot of people in their pockets. I do think we can be successful because the data is on our side. I do think we can be successful because the Alaska Constitution is on our side. And I do think we can be successful because of the people that I look around and I see in this room that are dedicating so much time and energy to this issue. So these are meant to be words of encouragement, not words of discouragement. So I want you to make sure that that's the message you're hearing. But I think together we can do this. And I encourage you to do it as quickly as you can to whatever level you can. Because I am, like you, I am terrified that we're going to lose those larger age class fish. And if we lose them, that compounds the real rebuilding effort exponentially. Those are the productive fish. Those are the strongest fish. Those are the fish that have the fat content to make it 2,000 miles from the ocean to the Yukon territory. And without those fish, we will not be very successful at rebuilding this the way we want to. We may be able to bring salmon back, but they're going to be little torpedoes, not those big, beautiful fish. That's my goal. I know that's your goal. We may not be able to do that, but to me, that's the goal, what I see there. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Next, U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, there, we talk about lack of fish, which causes a lack of food in my mind, lack of culture. There's a human element in all this. How long can we go with these band-aids? And maybe I don't mean to offend anyone, band-aids of flying into fish before we realize we're losing both food and culture by not having Chinook salmon up here in Yukon. So I'm supportive of this effort. If it's driven by those folks here in Yukon, they know what's best for them, like Andy said. But there's a point, and I applaud the effort by the Yukoners to try and address those needs, food and culture, because what we're doing now can't go on for 20, 30 years. We heard from folks testifying. They haven't seen a fish in 30 years. I applaud this because this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be pointing over here. Hey, look, this is how fish used to look. And we're going to be reminiscing. That's what we're doing now. I applaud this effort. I hope it continues to go forward because, the alternative is we're going to have a generation remembering fish from Atlin or someone, sockeye, that don't even return to the Yukon. So I support this effort, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really encouraged by what I perceive as the willingness of both parties to really dig in and rebuild our stocks. I think that's very positive. And I certainly acknowledge that conservation hatcheries are one tool. But I guess that I'll use Andy's word, I'm conflicted a bit too, because I'm wondering how the use of a conservation hatchery relates to efforts to restore damaged habitat. And I think if you look at the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, and Steve read from it, but there's a certain order of priority listed in terms of appropriate uses for the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. And habitat is at the top of that list. And I guess that what I'm trying to say here is that I'm a little bit nervous about launching into hatcheries when we're not doing everything we can to preserve and restore the habitat. I don't think that's consistent, quite frankly, with the thinking behind the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. So I think that, in developing our rebuilding plan here, and I do think this needs to be a collaborative effort on both sides of the border, including the work on the Canadian side. I mean, I appreciate Andy and Ragnar saying, well, we're the experts, do it the way you think best. If I were in your shoes, and I'm not, but if I were, I'd be pointing to the provisions of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement that say that some of these Canadian fish are deemed to be of U.S. origin. So I think you've got an interest in these fish, and you should be able to provide some meaningful input into the way that this rebuilding plan unfolds in Canada. And I think it's got to be closely coordinated with the overall rebuilding plan. It just wouldn't make sense otherwise. So appreciate your vote of confidence for Canadian managers, but we may need your input, quite frankly, to get this right. And I would not hesitate to try to kind of plug into this. I don't want to sacrifice Canadian sovereignty, but we're all in this together. I mean, again, to use Andy's words, we're kind of a family here. So we have to be able to talk to each other about the easy stuff and the hard stuff. And again, going back to where I started, I mean, this may be a useful tool, but I think that we should ensure that we're doing everything we can to protect habitat, and that includes marine habitat, as has been stated here, before we get too much involved in hatchery production, because I'd hate to see hatchery production become an excuse for continuing degradation of the habitat. I think that would be a terrible result here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said here. I think this has been really positive dialogue. I think we've moved along. I thank you, Steve, for the presentation. I think you presented, and very clearly articulated what's been bothering me for quite a while, which is the concept of a production or enhancement versus a conservation or stewardship. Hatcheries are not homogeneous. We are only supporting small scale conservation hatcheries. But I guess I'm kind of hearing what Tim says and agree as well. But I feel like, hatcheries, a conservation hatchery has a spotlight right now. It was asked to be put on the agenda because it is a polarizing topic. We have heard for, the concerns around how, not messing with nature and not playing with your food and a variety of things, and certainly sensitive to that. I guess I feel like the habitat conversation absolutely needs to happen. And I think the point here, what point I'm trying to make is we need to pull at all levers. We need to be pulling at all levers right now. We need to be strategic. We have a small amount of resources in the R&E fund to address some of this. I know, and then of course I flash back. I've been here long enough to know the restoration efforts. We have tried to do this at small scales, incubation. And I just think we need to, again, I throw a lot behind the rebuilding plan, the need to be strategic, the need to be talking bilaterally at a high level to make sure we're aligned. And then I want to get at something Eric was asking about, and it's a great question about who sets those objectives. If we were talking about a production or an enhancement facility, I would argue there's a clear bilateral need to discuss, and there'd be significant bilateral dialogue. I think everyone in this room now, and hopefully those listening online, realize, again, we're talking about small scale conservation hatcheries that have different objectives. And there are multiple models already. There's dozens of hatcheries that are administered in different ways through the Salmon Enhancement Program. There are community-based hatcheries. There's Indigenous-led hatcheries. There's partnerships with DFO and Indigenous governments. And what we've heard in some of our work on stewardship and small-scale hatcheries is First Nations their backs are against the wall. They really don't have a choice with some of these stocks that are at risk, and we're losing this genetic stock as Andy mentioned. So, there really isn't an alternative. It's about balancing the trade-offs. It's about all those things Steve said about doing it right, doing it properly. But one conservation hatchery is not going to rebuild a run. I think we all realize that. I think there's interests in other tributaries. There's ways we can have culturally relevant objectives to get people continuing to practice salmon culture through small scale hatcheries. There's, and all of that is shrouded in stewardship. So I think we shouldn't, I agree with Tim in that we shouldn't be leading with hatcheries. We should be leading with stewardship, and we should be using whatever tools allow us to steward and support these fish to meet those objectives. And, we've done a lot of work in Canada, and this is not to suggest anything against Alaska, but I know in Canada, we have discussed and on paper put down that, we want to see fish on the spawning grounds. That is the objective, putting salmon first. With that comes culture and people. But so I guess I'm just really feeling positive about this conversation. I feel like it's all heading in the right direction with rebuilding plans, using all the tools we have, using our resources strategically. We've had lots of concerns around the counting and measuring and the assessment stuff, and we need to understand causes. And I agree with that too. So yeah, I feel like this is a great conversation, and I applaud all of us for having it in the public realm. Thank you.
Canadian panel member James McDonald, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm going to take a different tact. And Steve, I wanted to ask you about the ecosystem strategy that you referenced, I think in slide 5 and 6. And if you could maybe just expand on what an ecosystem plan is, what it serves to, what its purpose is, what it serves to do, an example of an existing ecosystem plan, for example, and how does this fit within the context of regional land use planning under the final agreements in the present day?
Okay, good there. So in terms of an ecosystem plan, I mean, we talk about it in the context of, a stock rebuilding plan, and that a stock rebuilding plan will, explore these multitude of limiting factors. Well, obviously, an aspect of that is the habitat and the landscape to which these fish rely on. And so I think the idea is that in the realm of ecosystem plans, and there's 3 of those that are identified within the Pacific region. There's one for the Nicola, one for the Thompson, and then the Yukon River drainage was identified. And the idea is that they essentially become, in the context of Yukon, and it's the only one that's unique this way because it just so happens that Yukon Chinook also use the Yukon River watershed. So there's this overlap. And so the idea is that the Yukon River ecosystem plan would be a component of a broader stock rebuilding and ecosystem plan for Yukon Chinook. So I'm not sure if I got too deep into the weeds on what you were asking, but conceptually, that's the idea.
Yeah, that's helpful. And if you can just kind of link it to, at least for me, I'm not clear on what the overlap might be with regional land use planning and the different processes that we currently have in place under the final agreements, and like how does that overlap and how do they complement each other, and what discussions might be had or should be had that can ensure that the right people are talking to the right people to ensure that they're complementing each other in terms of their goals and objectives, and we're doing what we can collectively in Yukon to protect salmon and salmon habitat.
Yeah, thanks for that, James. And I will admit up front, I haven't been overly involved in, the land use planning processes, so I'm not 100% familiar with those. But what I would say about our planning process is that it's meant to be collaborative through all the partners and stakeholders and First Nations and those that are involved and have that direct interest on Yukon River Chinook and the watershed that they live in. So the idea is that collaboratively we will understand what the risks to this stock, this fish are, and including the landscape implications associated with that. And so presumably with all of those partners in play, in terms of land use planning processes that involve a multitude of partners and participants, that the information and the understanding that we develop out of this process will transfer to those processes.
Thank you.
Next, US panel member Andy Bassage, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is actually a question for the two co-chairs. I think in my mind, the Yukon River Panel is a unique entity in that it's an international treaty that has been, for lack of better terms, ratified by the users of the resource, which is very unique. And I'm wondering the level of leverage that would carry through the Yukon River Panel in influencing both state and territorial and full governments in addressing some of these other issues that we've identified. And to be clear on that, I'm talking about the areas outside of our authority on the Yukon River. So if you could maybe briefly speak about this treaty, the teeth that it has to then influence some of the other players that we will have to play with, for lack of better terms, to try and fix this issue.
So I guess one, I guess in direct answer to your question, Andy, that the treaty, it's essentially what the treaty defines. And the treaty does speak to aspects of some of the topics that came up, in particular about bycatches and interceptions. That would be something that the parties can comment on and that the panel has weighed in on in prior years in that regard. So I think that it is open to the prospect of commentary, direct responsibility and authority to take action, no, but comment on and share perspectives, absolutely.
Appreciate the question, Andy, and speaking not obviously in my panel role, but more in the agency context in respect of the Government of Canada's effort. So what I can confirm with you is that the Government of Canada is currently engaging with the United States government at the federal and at state levels to talk about those highly relevant matters occurring in, say, the Bering Sea and far North Pacific that are directly influencing ultimately the number of Chinook salmon that we see returning to the Yukon River watershed. So there is a strong commitment on a government to government context between the Government of Canada, the federal government in the United States through respective agencies, as well as the state government at the governor and commissioner of Alaska Department of Fish and Game level. And I should, by extension, also acknowledge that the Yukon Territorial Government has been very closely engaged in those discussions as well. Again, elevating the concerns over matters relevant to activities and conditions in the Bering Sea and far North Pacific, and how our respective countries can take efforts or influence decisions with regards to those systems and processes to the benefit of Yukon River salmon stocks. And I believe, sorry, US panel member Rhonda Pitka, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. Sorry I came back from lunch late. I had to stop by a pharmacy and avail myself of some of the Canadian medical system. I appreciate some of the conversation I walked in on. My question is on this slide right here. So it talks about the status of endangered wildlife in Canada. I'm not as familiar with Canadian law. Is that similar to the Endangered Species Act in America, or is that something completely different?
I'll perhaps start in on the response to your question, Rhonda. So the short answer is different. So the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada is an advisory body to governments that is largely comprised of a team of technical experts and scientists who provide advice on the status of wildlife, including fish and fish species in Canada. So it's not a regulatory entity. There is no legislative instrument associated with that function. It's merely an advisory body. The equivalent to the U.S. Federal Endangered Species Act would be the Canadian Species at Risk Act. And that legislative process, although does consider advice, perhaps that stems from work undertaken by the Committee for Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, it's not necessarily directly linked to that process. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so this doesn't include any ecosystem protection, any habitat protection on the Yukon River itself in Canada? Like it wouldn't include like stronger protections on mining, stronger regulations around dams and things of that nature? Because I don't understand clearly the, I guess the implications of that particular thing as it applies to us. Thank you.
As far as the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, no, it doesn't address any of the components that that you referenced. However, more broadly, I believe that the strategy that Steve Smith was describing does. And so maybe Steve, any additional comments you wanted to add in that respect, or?
Yeah, I mean, just what I think what I've already previously stated is that the intent of the strategy is really to take a hard look at all the influences or limiting factors affecting Yukon River Chinook production. And by doing so, obviously would look at those habitat factors or those elements affecting habitat. And out of that, the next step of that process is then identifying the priority areas of action, and would develop a bit of an action strategy associated with that. So in terms of that, it could involve actions or next steps to take around, say, habitat protections or habitat impacts. And it could involve the intention by having it being a collaborative process is that the organizations and entities that have mandates associated with those protections would be implicated and involved in the process.
U.S. panel member Eric Bungarth, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, for your consideration, Steve, and whoever takes on further discussion. Like with any other hatchery, there is a possibility of risk or failure. This, I mean, we're taking broodstock from a portion, whether it be 50 or 100 fish. I'm just throwing a number out, but there is a chance that the power goes off or a virus passes through where we have to destroy. So there is a chance of some discussion should be talked about at what point we get too low of a run and then we're taking a chance on that, you know, that broodstock to, I guess it naturally, I mean, stock is affected by weather and other factors, but there needs to be some discussion about that too, of having any kind of hatchery. There is a possibility of some failure at some point in time too. Thank you.
Go ahead and respond. Yeah, I think you're dead on when you talk about those concerns. And I mean, and you know, when we're talking about conservation hatcheries, we're talking about, you know, trying to, in some regard, put a stock on life support, right? And yeah, and so those fish, the value of those fish is tremendous, right? And so yeah, you need those safeguards. You need redundancies in your systems. You can't afford to have a failure. So conservation hatcheries understand that and take that into account.
Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to follow up on Eric's question just a bit. And so I'm looking at know that it's numbered here, but conservation, the consideration brood stocks should be genetically similar. In other, you know, you had the example of you wouldn't use brood stock from a lake to support a main stem spawning, but similar is not the same as the same. So we're trying to maintain the genetic integrity of these fish. And as I understand it, you know, some of these stocks are genetically adapted to their feeder stream. And so obviously, if you're going to conserve those stocks and you want to utilize a conservation hatchery, ideally you would be taking stocks from that same stream, incubating them and putting them back. And that, of course, then ensures your genetic integrity. But what about the situation where you have a really low stock? I mean, it's still there, but you might not feel comfortable taking any of the wild stocks from that stream for fear that something goes wrong, as described by Eric. I mean, would you, under that circumstance, consider taking stocks from an adjoining stream that might be similar but not the same and introducing them into this other stream? And if you did that, wouldn't there be the possibility, if not the likelihood, that those genetic stocks mix and you end up with a stock that's not as genetically viable as the, and I don't know if I'm explaining it very well, but how do you ensure that this maintains the genetic integrity of the unique Yukon River stocks?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I mean, so there's a couple of thoughts I have there is, so firstly, if you have a stock in a system, you're not going to try, and I don't think you were suggesting this, but take stock from another river and kind of intermix it with that stock. But if you had stock in what we would look for is, like, we've identified a number of sub stocks, if you will, within the Yukon River Chinook in Canada, right? I think you're familiar with that. And these stocks have genetic similarities, geomorphologic similarities, et cetera. And so you want to not just consider the genetic integrity of its stock, but as I mentioned, other attributes that are associated with that, as in making sure that, you know, if you might take them from an adjacent stream to put into that stream because they have very similar life history attributes that are similar. And if they're in close enough proximity, the idea is that, you know, under ideal circumstances, would that stock naturally stray and potentially repopulate that other stream that you're talking about? And if that was the case, then we would consider them genetically similar enough to undertake that intervention. The intervention we're talking about is trying to give them that really kind of surgical short-term boost to reestablish that stock. And furthermore, like the Yukon River Panel has adopted, you know, restoration guidelines, right? Those guidelines still apply. You know, what are the limiting factors? Is the site that you're looking as a recipient site, does it have the attributes necessary to support stock? All of those things still apply.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to U.S. Co-Chair, Mr. John Linderman. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to individual stocks that would be targeted for conservation hatchery purposes, I guess the question is, I assume that not all of the natural reproduction on that stock would be targeted for the purposes of a conservation hatchery. There would still be some level of natural reproduction spawning specifically on that stock, or some mix of both brood stock from that stock for the hatchery, and then the remainder would be wild reproduction.
I think it's a case-by-case study and situation. I mean, there are examples in British Columbia where they've, you know, taken the last two fish to try and save a stock. But if it's, yeah, I mean, if the ideal situation is that, yeah, you keep a wild component of that, But if you're down to such few numbers, then really what you are doing is trying to put this stock on life support and increase its likelihood of success with all of those redundancies and safeguards in place and whatnot to ensure that happens. So it really depends on the individual situation.
Yep, it's fair enough. And specifically what you mentioned both in your presentation and just now of increasing the likelihood of success. Fundamentally, what a conservation hatchery is trying to do is control those conditions that would have a negative impact on survival to a certain life stage for those salmon until essentially release at some point through their life stage. And I know we could get into the details of what life stage we're talking about. We're talking about fry, we talk about smolt, especially with kings, and so on and so forth. But that's fundamentally what it's the positive effect that a conservation hatchery is having is that intervention that can mitigate for the negative effects on salmon production through a certain life stage.
That's one attribute. It can also help expand the distribution of that stock, right? Within the tributary or what have you, right? Like the example that was given, would you take fish from one tributary and put them in another? That's expanding the distribution of that stock, reestablishing, right? We're not talking about, enhancing beyond what we talk about. We're not talking about enhancing beyond natural production levels. We're talking about reestablishing known stocks put in areas where they pre-existed.
Okay, helpful. Thank you.
Additional question, US panel member Eric Weingarth, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw this out here just to give food for thought. I don't expect an answer. So I don't know what the feelings are of First Nation people, because ultimately they're the ones that have ownership in this discussion. And if there's not a willingness in those various streams or tributaries that we were looking at doing a conservation hatchery, I don't want to, because this isn't something you're just going to do for 1 year. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But I think to have further discussion in the future, what the feelings are or what their concerns are. Because right now I just kind of feel it's a little one-sided here in this discussion, and I just feel a little uncomfortable. I'm just saying that politely. I'm not against the idea, but again, for me as a panel member, I don't have enough information to know which direction we should be going right now without that conversation too.
Thank you for those comments, Eric, and maybe just for clarity for the panel and for the audience. So this presentation is focused on describing principles and perhaps a philosophy, providing some clarity around the thinking in regards to restoration hatchery and differentiating it from the concept of an enhancement facility. There's no specific proposal tied with this presentation or being provided here for consideration. What the panel will be receiving as an action item for our 2024 preseason meeting is a more detailed and focused presentation on specific initiatives that are being contemplated largely by Yukon First Nation governments in partnerships with others in the upper Yukon River watershed in the, what I'll say, conceptual stage. So for the benefit of the panel, the action item is for the co-chairs to ensure that on our preseason 2024 meeting agenda, we do have a topic that speaks specifically to some of those conceptual initiatives that are being contemplated for the upper Yukon River watershed, in respect of stock restoration, and provide for a more fulsome opportunity for panel discussion on those detailed considerations. Great. Canadian panel member Stan Ajutli, go ahead, please.
More of a question than an idea. If we're looking at stocks that are coming up Porcupine, and you're looking at the stocks that are going up Shinjik River or Chandelar River, both Chinook and Chum, what's the possibility of doing a genetic ID of those two stocks on that river and IDing the genetic stocks going up Porcupine and comparing the two. Like if, then yeah, scientifically you have the actual fact to know that what you would proceed with in terms of doing, if you want to ever do a hatchery that's conservatory to the species itself. So, and generally I'm thinking, well, why not just have a hatchery and make it work, you know, and see what happens and actually do it in a river system where it's practical, and then you can basically have something to work with, you know. And Yukon River made, which is different than other systems. So or geographically we're different than other river systems. So it has to be Yukon made. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I think that you asked about the genetic similarity between a couple of stocks. I think we do have that information. We, you know, and a geneticist can speak way better to this than I can, but I mean, there is they do these genetic trees and they understand how closely different stocks are linked together. In Canada, we, you know, the porcupine stocks, we have the genetic signatures of those stocks and have some idea if there was a requirement to bolster a population on the porcupine, we have information that we would draw on to support those efforts from a genetic perspective.
But is it possible to do genetic ID of the stocks on Chandeleur River and compare them to the stocks on Porcupine?
Yeah, I think
like you're saying, the signature for them both, but
that comparison is possible. Yeah.
Because all of a sudden you have a great number of Chinook salmons going up Chandeleur River, plus the chum. Where are they coming from? And why is that, you know? That'd be answered.
Canadian panel member Elizabeth McDonald, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the great presentation, Steve. I just wanted to let Eric know, just because his concern was around First Nations involvement in these processes. I think it was last panel meeting I presented on behalf of my day job, but it was it was First Nations leading the conversation around hatcheries and if they're appropriate or not. And I think you'll likely continue to see First Nations not just participating, but being part of the lead on that. And for support, it's a divided so far as what I'm seeing. Some First Nation citizens are very in support, others aren't. And the same is true with First Nation government. So we have an example where First Nation government has used a hatchery, and that's the Fox Creek Restoration Project that Tom Quichan Council did. It's 17 years now. And those fish came from a hatchery. And then we have examples of other First Nations who have said, no, it's not appropriate. We're not going to use hatcheries at this time. So I think we'll see a variety of approaches depending on the First Nation government and what their citizens and elders decide upon. But I think First Nations are very much a part of the conversation. So they're not being excluded and are able to say yes or no. And I expect that it's not going to change. Thanks.
Thank you. Any final questions or comments from panel members on this topic? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Steve, for the presentation, and we'll look forward to, we have a question online from Brooke. Can you hear me, Brooke?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I just have a lot to say about this section of the meeting, and I just don't know if, our Canadian relatives and agencies are aware of all of the work that tribes are doing individually, as well as tribal organizations. And we really need to give these tribal organizations the opportunity to present to the Yukon River Panel. I just don't feel like we're sharing enough of the endless efforts that tribal organizations are trying to do to restore salmon decline. So, you know, we do have very solid restoration plans. And this is a consortium of 118 tribes. So 118 tribes on the Alaska side have put in requests on chum salmon bycatch, chum salmon declines, king salmon bycatch. There's a bill that is put forward for Area M because it is such a significant issue to tribes and such a concern. I can, you know, go on and on. You know, yesterday the tribal consortium met with leadership within NOAA, the National Marine Fisheries Service, on this zero bycatch. Oh, it's actually an emergency petition on zero bycatch. And so you're seeing all of these restoration strategy plans, you know, presented by tribes. And we've been doing this work. I've been in this work for maybe 8 years, and we've been having these tribal requests denied over and over again. And, you know, as an advisor, I need a better way to share this information with you all, or we as a Yukon River Panel body need to invite tribal organizations to share. Like, we need to put them on the agenda. The Kuskokwim Fish Commission, they actually presented information to the Alaska Bycatch Task Force. I am an advisor on the there's so many working groups. The one that Virgil, the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force. So I'm on that working group. We were asked to identify the main factors of the decline. And can you imagine what the number one priority is? The number one priority identified by this working group is marine harvest. So we as a body will have to address that top priority. And this working group came from a bill from Sullivan and Murkowski. So, you know, we're elevating this to the highest level. We've had tribal consultations, emergency petitions. We participate in the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. There's actually a motion right now that needs to be decided on to eliminate any bycatch of chum. So, you know, we're doing our work as tribes to restore multiple salmon species without any significant progress from agency. And that's one of my big frustrations with this 7-year plan. You know, it says in river moratorium. Basically, that's what it is. And as you can see, tribes have been shut down for 3-4 years, and it has not improved the run. We are not the problem as tribes. The issues are in the marine environment, mainly, you know, the federal and state fisheries. Until we address those two issues, we are not going to see any significant change in the number of salmon that are returning. And, you know, this, I disagree on the comment that was made earlier that, you know, as a body, we can put comments forward. But if you look at the salmon agreement, that is our toolbox to address these issues. And then if you look at the if you look at the Yukon River Salmon Act, I mean, there is very strong language in there where we are supposed to be working with the Department of Interior on our salmon stocks. And are we doing that? Are tribal members of the Yukon River Panel a part of that process, or is it agency reporting to the Department of Interior? So those are just like some comments I have right now. I just want the Canadian side of this issue to know that tribes and tribal organizations that encompass, 40% of the state are working tirelessly to restore our salmon and to have effective management in place. And, for the first time in history, we're also partnering with commercial entities that share the same concern, like Charlie mentioned on salmon, herring, crab. These things are happening and it's just not shared in this space. So I do encourage the Yukon River Panel to invite tribal organizations onto the agenda to share some of this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comments, Brooke. Appreciate that. Pausing. Any additional, Charlie, right, US panel member, go ahead, please.
I thought it was Brand. I was raising my hand for Brandy because she was raising her hand.
Want to talk together?
No, you go ahead, please.
Thanks for those comments, Brooke. I really appreciate that. We here on the Canadian side have also recommended that we present our own projects as well. And I think that it is really important that we do hear from the tribal communities and the initiatives that are going on from Alaska. And we share the same common goal. I encourage at the River Panel, this includes everyone, that we should all be working together and we're at that point where we all have to do this together, and nothing should be left out. No idea be left out. And what is happening with what's happening to the tribes and to the First Nations is it's going to need everybody to work together. And of course, having that inclusion of presenting these projects to the panel would be a good way going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And with that comment, we will proceed. I'd like to ensure that we do our best to stay on agenda. And so let's see how we do. Item number 7, this is an update in respect of the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund Priorities Plan. To provide context, the plan was most recently renewed in 2018, and there's a commitment for a 6-year renewal. That would be in 2024. The panel will be discussing the process for reviewing and confirming, let's call it, any updates to the plan following this session and at its 2024 preseason meeting. So from a panel planning perspective, we should plan to see that particular topic on our agenda for the 2024 preseason meeting with an update on the status of the plan and any associated renewal for the upcoming Yukon Restoration and Enhancement Fund call for proposals cycle. With that update, we will move to item number 8, which is a Yukon River Panel financial report. And I'll invite Sasha Bent from the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat to walk us through that item. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Sasha Bent, and I am the Grant Program Manager at the Pacific Salmon Commission. The Yukon River Panel's Restoration and Enhancement Fund is one of the programs that I oversee and manage. Today, I'm going to cover a few items. The first will be the R&E Fund financial report, and then I'll also move through some updates on ongoing projects from 2023 and prior. I'll also go through the call for proposal process for 2024 and do a quick update on how many project proposals were submitted for consideration, the committee reviews of the 2024 proposals, and then if there were any questions identified by the panel. So starting with the R&E Fund financial update, the financial year for 2022-2023 was April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, and the external audit was finalized on October 5th, 2023. Next slide, please. There were no concerns identified by the auditors, and the balance sheet was signed off by both of the co-chairs on October 4th and 5th, respectively. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see the financial position of the R&E funds as of November 30th, 2023. The opening balance in April was approximately 1.5 million Canadian dollars, and the 1.2 million US dollar contribution was received in May 2023. Grants paid out from April 1st through to November totaled around 957,000 Canadian dollars. And that in that same time frame, there was approximately $76,000 in administrative costs. The fund balance at November 30th, 2023 was approximately 2.1 million Canadian dollars. Next slide, please. So looking at the remaining commitments for the rest of the financial year through to March 31st, 2024, there is currently approximately $650,000 to be paid out in project grants and roughly $56,000 in administration fees estimated. There are some refunds expected from projects that have been underspent, and that will leave an estimated balance of roughly 1.5 million Canadian dollars at March 31st, 2024. In US dollars, this is approximately, at the current exchange rate, 1.1 million US dollars. And then if we add the expected contribution for 2024, again of 1.2 million US dollars, and then taking into consideration estimated at this time administrative costs for the financial year 2024-2025, the current projected amount available for projects in 2024 is roughly 2.23 million US dollars. And that wraps up the financial report. Did you want to take any questions?
Yeah, just briefly, Ragnar Ahlstrom, a US panel member, go ahead. Oh, sorry, I mistook your signal. Feel like an auctioneer here at times. Not seeing any questions. Thank you very much, Sasha. We'll move to your next item, please.
No.
Next slide, please.
Yes, wait, sorry. Who's our auditor again, just to remind me?
I believe off the top of my head, it's Deloitte, I believe. I have to double check. We use the same auditor for the other programs that we oversee as well. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further questions from panel members. We're okay to proceed, Sasha. Thank you.
So looking at the status of 2023 projects and any other active projects that may have been funded in prior years. So for 2023, the R&E Fund supported 18 projects plus 2 additional communications committee projects. 2 of the projects that were supported in 2023 have since been completed. And there are 3 projects that were approved for funding in 2023 that were cancelled. 2 were unable to proceed and 1 received alternative funding. The remainder of the 2023 projects are ongoing, with most completing in 2024. Next slide, please. So there are currently 17 active projects that are underway or ongoing. They're from both 2022 and 2023. There are a few projects with anticipated end dates coming up shortly. However, most are due to complete later this year. So this is just the first 10 projects that are currently underway and on schedule. And then the next slide is the remaining 7 that are still ongoing. Next slide, please. Now, since the panel met last April, 14 projects have been completed. Most of these were funded in 2022, with one that was funded earlier in 2021. Next slide, please. So moving on to the projects that have been cancelled, I briefly mentioned these earlier. Since the panel met last April, the PSC was also again notified of an additional 2022 project cancellation, which was the Wunjin young fishers studying energy flows in the Porcupine. Neither the VGG or their partners had capacity to deliver the project in 2022, and hence it was cancelled. And as I mentioned, there were 3 projects from 2023 that were cancelled. The Stewart River Watershed Chinook Salmon Restoration Investigation, in which the lead organization did not have the capacity for go ahead with the project, and the principal investigator moved on to another project. There was also the US project for the pilot station fall season extension, whereas the principal investigator ended up receiving state funding for the extended operations of both the pilot station summer and fall and the Eagle sonar projects. And the final project that was cancelled for 2023 was the Morley River and Nitsilin River Chinook stock restoration research. That was cancelled this season due to the low run size. So as a result of those cancellations, there was approximately $150,000 US returned to the R&E fund. That's the review of the ongoing projects.
Any panel member questions on 2023 Restoration and Enhancement Fund projects or the associated reporting? Not seeing any. Thank you, Sasha. I think we can move into the overview of the 2024 Restoration and Enhancement Fund projects.
Next slide, please. So for the 2024 projects, the call for proposals was posted onto the Yukon River Panel website on May 1st, 2023. Former R&E fund applicants and recipients of funding were also notified via email. A reminder was also sent by email and posted on the website just a few weeks prior to the deadline. The deadline this year for proposals was November 1st, 2023, which was a month later than it had been in the past, which was approved by the panel at the last meeting. New this year was also the option for applicants to submit their proposals via email or via an online submission form, and we'll be planning to have both of those ways to submit their proposals going forward. Next slide, please. In April 2023, the Yukon River Panel confirmed the 5 key near-term priority interests as a focus for the 2024 call for project proposals. There was 3 under restoration, 1 under stewardship, and 1 under conservation. And this was unchanged from the 2023 call for proposals. Next slide, please. So for 2024, the panel received 23 proposals for consideration. There were 15 received for conservation, 2 for restoration, 4 for stewardship, and 2 for communications, for a total request of approximately $1.89 million US. At the time of preparation in November, the exchange rate was approximately $1 Canadian purchasing 75 US cents. There was one project that had been submitted under the stewardship category by the proponent, but was updated to conservation as per the recommendation of the JTC. And as I mentioned previously, the current estimate of funding available is roughly $2.23 million US. Next slide, please. So just looking at the comparison to recent years with the 23 projects received, this is up slightly over prior years, and the overall funding request is up around $700,000 as well over 2023. Next slide, please. project summaries and the invitation for public comment on 2024 project proposals was posted to the Yukon River Panel website on November 30th, 2023. The public comment period is still open and is open until March 15th, 2024. And as it stands, the PSC has not received any comments on the project summaries. Next slide. So looking at the individual committee reviews, the Joint Technical Review Committee was conducted, their review was conducted through a subcommittee comprised of both Canadian and US reviewers. Due to an expedited timeline required to deliver the R&E review, the R&E subcommittee projects were not distributed to the full JTC membership. The reviewers used technical scoring criteria and guidance documents outlined in the 2024 call for proposals. Canadian and US sections created an independent average section score for each proposal. For the 2024 review process, US reviewers conducted a detailed review of all proposals, and Canadian reviewers conducted either a detailed review or a brief review. All new proposals were given a detailed technical review by both Canadian and US reviewers on the JTC subcommittee. The bilateral R&E subcommittee met on December 5th, 2023, and that bilateral review revealed a high level of similarity between Canadian and US sections. The JTC did provide some comments and observations for the panel. However, they did not identify any requests for additional information or clarification or requests for modifications from applicants for any of the projects. Next slide, please. In addition, this year was the first year that the Traditional Knowledge Committee reviewed applications. The TK committee met just this Saturday to review 2 stewardship proposals and 4 restoration proposals. The committee identified 1 question for the project titled Exploration of Juvenile Chinook Salmon Winter Habitat Use on the Yukon Delta. And that question was, can the project achieve its stated objectives without incidental mortality? In addition, the Communications Committee met December 4th to review 2 proposals. They were in support of both of those and identified questions for 1 project titled Videos Documenting Salmon Stewardship and Restoration Efforts to Foster Increased Collaboration and Cooperation. And those questions were clarifying the lengths of the videos, as the committee felt that they'd be more supportive of multiple shorter videos, and to clarify any collaboration with partners and if there was opportunity to collaborate with Alaskan communities. Next slide, please. So from those questions from the TK committee and the Communications Committee, the panel has identified those as questions that they would agree to forward to the proponents, and the response deadline for proponents will be February 29th, this 2024, and the PSC will be forwarding those to proponents likely next week. That wraps up my 2024 process.
Any questions from panel members regarding the 2024 Restoration and Enhancement Fund project proposal update, noting that the panel will be considering proposals and ultimately be making a decision at its 2024 preseason meeting. Go ahead, US Member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll just comment on the near-term priorities as presented. I look at them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The reality of the situation seems to be 5 is number 1, 4 is number 2, 1, 2, and 3 you could put them wherever you want. That's the reality of what we're funding. We want restoration 1, 2, and 3. We want to steer proposals in that area. That's not happening. Number 5 is what's happening, and number 4 is what's happening. If you look at the proposals that come in, so I don't know what good these near-term priorities are in steering proposals one way or the other. Mr. Chairman, that's my own thought, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That's a great point. And just a reminder for the panel, we will be reviewing both the priorities plan as well as setting the near-term priorities for the 2025 call for proposals at our next meeting. And insights like this, I think, are incredibly valuable. And maybe that's a message for the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, is to assist the panel with its deliberations by providing some information on how the projects proposed have aligned with the near-term priorities, perhaps in the most recent 6-year call for proposal cycle. Thank you, Ragnar. Question from US panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe a little bit of clarification. The last time we reviewed these and adopted these, I remember asking the question, were we ranking these in terms of their priority? And if I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I recall, these are in any random order. It's just that these are the top near-term priorities. There is no ranking based on number 1, 2, and 3, if I recall from our discussions and our adoption of those, but I may be wrong.
No, you are correct, Andy. It's a listing.
I just wanted to clarify that, and that might help Ragnar a little bit. These are not ranked in any specific order. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the context of the restoration near-term priorities, the sequential presentation there is that one would presume that a project involving restoration would sequentially move through those 3 steps. But as far as is 5 more important than 1, I don't know that we necessarily identified it in that manner. Any additional questions from panel members? But good insight, certainly, as we look forward to developing our 2025 call for proposals. And maybe final comment question, Canadian advisor Brandy Mays.
That's a good one, Ragnar. I agree. But just some of our projects here in Canada we're doing a lot of this work already, but they're funded through different funding programs and organizations. So there is a lot of this work that's, even though I think what some of our projects are put forward, because of how they're laid out, they look like they're conservation, but I think most of them are stewardship here in Canada. Well, I feel that they're stewardship.
Okay, any additional questions from panel members? Not seeing any. We will take a 10-minute break, and we will look to resume in bilateral session at 3:15, so quarter after the hour, and that will get us back on track with our agenda. So thank you very much. So perhaps as panel members are getting settled, could I ask, will the Communications Committee chairs present from the front at the podium? So I'd like to invite our Yukon River Panel Communications Committee chairs, Andy Bassich from Alaska and Dennis Zimmerman from Canada, to walk us through our next presentation. We're certainly looking forward to this and understand that you have something special prepared for us this afternoon. So welcome, and please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as Mr. Co-Chair said, my name is Andy Bassich. I'm the co-chair for the Alaska side on the Communications Committee, and I would like to start this out by talking a little bit about who and what is the Communications Committee. And for that, I would like the Communication Committee members to please come forward here. Not stand up, but actually come to the front of the room. Sebastian, yeah, come on. So I want everybody just to kind of see the face of those that are on the Communications Committee, so we can put faces to names. And if I can get a microphone, what I would like to do is I would just like to take a minute or two for each person to identify themselves and to describe where they live, but also describe what skill sets you bring to the Communications Committee. And maybe we'll start, I guess I can start right here and then we'll just go down the line. So my name, of course, Andy Bassich. I live out in Eagle. That's on the Yukon River, about 4 miles downriver from the sonar panel. And I'm a subsistence fisherman. I've been living in my remote home site for about 25 years. And what I feel I bring to the Communications Committee is the perspective of subsistence person. I live very close with the land. And I also spend a great deal of time thinking about fish, thinking about the future of fish, and thinking about the relationship between fish and people, both spiritually, culturally, and through the subsistence perspective. So that's the skill set that I like to bring, and I like to think that I have fairly good insights into trying to troubleshoot, bring things together, kind of a high level guy. I'm a real high level guy. I can kind of look at things, see where we're kind of going, and then hopefully pull together, along with Dennis, super talented people like this that then come in and make it all happen. So we're the ideas, they're the nuts and bolts.
Great, thank you. My name is Dennis Zimmerman. I am I'm from Whitehorse, Yukon. I live right here. And I guess we have a lot of people to go through here, and I want to make sure we have lots of time for the Ed Exchange conversation, but I guess I'm kind of the city version of Andy. So I focus on things that are important to me are traditional knowledge, anything community-based, anything holistic, public fisheries, making sure the public is engaged in these processes and that sort of thing. So, Holly?
Hi, I'm Holly. I work for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Alaska, and I'm the manager, the subsistence manager, but a lot of my background involved fishing on the Yukon and going to fishing communities, and with the tribal consultation work that I do, I think that I can bring to the table a lot of the really varied perspectives that we get all throughout our villages in Alaska, and what kind of information and messages they might want to be receiving about the panel and the work we do in the salmon conservation. So that's hopefully the part that I can help provide.
Thanks. Hey, I'm Elizabeth McDonald. I'm from here in Whitehorse, and I guess I've been within the Yukon drainage all my life between here and Dawson, so I have a variety of experiences with salmon in different locations, and grew up hearing stories from my dad living in Pelly and his experience with salmon with Chinook there. So I find it really important to share that information, and my career revolves around salmon. Apparently I have a hyperfixation, and if you want to talk to me about salmon, you'll be my best friend. So I want to make sure that knowledge gets shared and people understand how important and valuable they are. And I kind of see that as my role here is making sure we're sharing the info for the kids coming behind us, like mine.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Serena Alstrom, Pitka. My Yupik name is Juchicha. I grew up in the lower Yukon River of St. Mary's. And I'm also the executive director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. So organization that's been around for almost 35 years, and it just bridges the communication gap between local users and managers.
Hi, I'm Monica Krieger. I'm the executive director of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. For the past couple of years, I've been living here in Whitehorse, but have connections with a lot of the people in this room from numerous other positions. And I've lived in a lot of little small communities across the north and worked with First Nations, fish and wildlife management and land use planning and a whole lot of other things. So I'm passionate about communications and outreach, and also education. I've done a lot of work with kids and youth over the years, and it was really great to have the opportunity to be involved in the educational exchange this year. Thanks.
Oh, good evening. John Lamont from, I'm actually an alternate panel member, but I make sure the co-chairs do their jobs. I'm probably the elder on the committee, so I get to sit back and watch them and make sure, oh, no, that's not a good proposal, or that's not what you should be doing. But no, really, we're working together to make sure the panel's objectives are communicated to the people on both sides of the border. And it's really important that we do it in a good way. We have some videos that we're probably going to be showing. And we also, as a group, are working to make sure that we do it right. We share what the goals the panel has given us to do, and do our homework and spend time doing it. But I really appreciate the crew. Yep, the committee members and the co-chairs,
And seriously, I do. I sit back and I'll speak up if something's not right. So thank you.
And I'm Sebastian Jones, and yeah, I'm the latest appointee to this subcommittee. I'm relatively new to the panel process, but I've been involved in fishing and fisheries and fish management for quite a long time. I'm currently the vice chair of the Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board, which appointed me to the Salmon Subcommittee, which therefore comes with a seat on the Yukon River Panel. That's why I'm here. And I have long been a big fan of the educational exchange. Like, I remember when it was first started and what a great idea it seemed like it could be, and then it turned out to be. And so I'm happy to be here to help.
Great, thank you. Let's just give these people a quick hand, really. I just want you to know that, that this is the first time we've ever really introduced the Communications Committee, and they have been working for many years together. This is not a new committee. And I want to give you a very brief history of the Communications Committee right now. Before I do that, one thing I want to bring before the panel, I am making a recommendation that in the future, we refer to youth as people that are of high school age or younger, and that we refer to young fishers as those that are at high school age and older, because that will become very apparent in future years when we're trying to incorporate both youth and young fishers into the Yukon River Panel process, okay? So youth, younger, young fishers, older than high school level. Thank you. So just a really brief high-level look at the Communications Committee. It all started about the second year that the Yukon River Panel began to meet. And I was one of the early members on that, along with Don Tays. Ragnar was there, quite a few other people. And it occurred to me sitting at these meetings, listening to the JTC, a lot of technical information, which is absolutely important to the process. But it occurred to me there was no chance for dialogue between users on the river. And so I went to our co-chair at the time, Mary Pete, and I asked her if we could try and begin to get people together and develop a dialogue. And along with the then director of YRFA, Jill Klein, we put in an R&E proposal to do the educational exchange. That became very well accepted, very well thought of. It evolved over time. It's the longest running of any of the programs as far as R&E projects going. And as you can see, it's just getting better and better all the time. That then became the seed for the Communications Committee. So just a real brief history of that. The other thing I wanted to bring up really quickly, we are now formally recognized as a committee like the JTC, like the TK committee. And with that, we have terms of reference. And in the terms of reference, it says that we must develop a strategic plan. We will be doing that. We are beginning to work on that. We will have more for both the panel and the public at the next meeting. One of the things I want to point out is, as you have met all of these people, we bring in a wide range of skill sets, but none of us are trained communicators. And so we want to do the best we can for the Yukon River Panel. It's going to be very diverse in years coming forward, all the different areas that we're going to have to address. One thing I've learned as a Communications Committee chair, co-chair for many years, is that each part of the river has a very different use for fish and requires sometimes very subtle and different messaging. So it is a lot more complex than one size or one message fits all. And that's the challenge of the Communication Committee that we struggle with. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dennis. And I'm going to turn it over to Serena.
Thank you. Well, this year's educational exchange, we finally got to do a trip in person since 2019. And we worked closely with the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and we brought 7 delegates from the Canadian Yukon Territory side over to Alaska. The communities that we selected in Alaska were in the middle, we call the Middle Yukon, of Anvik, Grayling, Holy Cross, and Russian Mission. So it's a little different from previous ed exchanges because usually we'd go to the mouth of the Yukon River. So we wanted to really show a different part of the river where people haven't gone before. And I'm gonna be very general because we do have a slideshow and pictures are worth 1,000 words. And you'll just notice the participants that really bonded with the community members during our trip. It was an excellent group of people, good group of Canadians that came to Alaska, friendships that's gonna last a lifetime. So take it away.
cut it a bit short, but sorry about the audio. Let's move on. So just so you know, Serena has a great slideshow, and I'm sure she'll be putting it on her website and various things like that. So just to give you a sense of the experience, we're going to move to a video, which hopefully we'll get the audio right. And not to suggest that it was a problem on your end. But this was actually, I was very fortunate. My son, Max, was part of this, was selected to be to go on this exchange as well. And he's an aspiring young filmmaker, and he created this video. So if we could play that. And then after the video, we're going to get our participants up here in the panel, and we're going to do a little. This was actually, I was very fortunate. My son, Max. Yeah, that's okay. We're fighting with audio again. Participants up here in the panel, and we're going to do a little. This was actually, I was very fortunate. My son, Max. Yeah, no, it's okay, Sasha. We're all human, and this happens. It's all good. This is part of the challenge of communicating. And any suggestions, or Jeff, or Mike, that'd be great. If we could, I want to start this one from scratch, please. So while he's doing that, next year, this coming season, we're going, just give me a heads up when we're ready to go. We are going to be hosting the Ed Exchange in Canada. So the Alaskan delegation will maybe 6 participants. So we encourage anyone online, anyone in the audience from Alaska that would like to come, to keep an eye out for details. We'll provide a little more information on kind of the theme of it and what communities we're going to, but we'll be hosting them in Canada. So in years past, we've gone to Teslin, we've gone to Dawson, Whitehorse, toured a variety of hatcheries. What we discussed, it was really important that Alaskans see something. While there's no fishing, we have a lot of culture camps where people are harvesting other species. There's a lot of salmon ceremonies right now in the absence of fish. Are you ready to go? Okay. Just let me know. And so we're hoping to really anchor it around something like that. And we haven't decided on what that looks like, but there will be a call for participants to attend and participate in that. What else can I talk? So just to let you know, the way the panel is structured, we typically have the Yukon River Panel, then we have the JTC. As Andy mentioned, a number of years ago, we started the Communications Committee. We felt it was very important to be communicating to fishers on both sides and the border and the public. Obviously, things have changed. There is no fishing right now. So we as a Communications Committee really have to think about what those messages are in these times of low abundance. And I think what we might do is we might pivot here. Can I ask Holly to come up? And can I ask our participants to come up, please? And take a seat. We're going to reverse this so we can deal with this. Do you think we're ready? Okay, well, let's give it a go, but please come up and you sit down. That'd be great. And then you can stand here awkwardly with me.
When I was growing up, he told me, you learn our ways here in the you can, so that you can help teach everybody better.
No man will ever say they're the boss of the river or the land or the air. We all have slumlord to watch. And our people know what's slumlord. Keeper of the earth, looking at us if we do not share or do something good for each other, he can take that away from us. So I want the fish and game people, I try to talk to them too. It's hurting our people. I can tell you it's hurting, and you could tell them when you go back. We finally had fish from the river. Me and my friend who's 86, her and I were eating it, sitting together, and right then and there, after a few bites of that, we can feel our body, like you see a plant dying, the leaves. When you give it water, what does it do? It goes back up. That's what we felt in our bodies. We looked at each other and said, this is what our body is craving for. We had it ever since we were little kids. There was no food, there was no paddle or any kind of food in the store. Our parents fed us that fish liver and fish broth for our first taste. And that's why we're being affected really hard by that. The way they're trying to control the river. No matter how much anybody tries to control the river, them little fish that get caught in that little net, they need to go out in the ocean, get big and come back.
Whether you guys realize it or not, a lot of the kids do listen. They might not speak up all the time. They might not say anything all the time, but they do listen. They do try to do things to help their friends be better and do better. And it's sad because this time of the year, we used to smell nothing but fish house perfume. It was always fish oil and fish smoke. And now, when we finally smell it, oh, my mouth waters and my heart breaks.
Thank you very much. I hope we can all work together with one mind and get our fish back.
This trip was epic. Insightful.
Emotional.
Amazing.
Wow, Dennis, looks like we might want to hire Max in future. Good job there for the volunteer work of Dennis's son. I wish he could be here with us today. Hope you guys enjoyed that video. I certainly did. Very emotional. And what I liked about it is it did touch on the stuff we maybe don't focus on in this meeting, which is how much we have in common. Without further ado, I really want to hear more from the participants. So if each of you could just give yourselves a brief introduction, and then I'd like to explore some questions where you could give us some feedback about your trip.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Brittany Al. I had to write this down because I'm nervous, so I might forget who I am. Anyways, I was born and raised in Whitehorse, and I work for my First Nation. So I'm the Salmon Stewardship Program Officer, and I am also an alternate for the First Nation Advisor for Champagne-Ajac First Nation, and I'm a new member on the TK Committee. Thank you.
Hello. Shojri Catherine Peter Vaji to Porcupine River, Oak Crow, Yukon. Hello, my name is Catherine Peter. The river I grew up on is the Porcupine River, and I grew up in Oak Crow. I am Bantat Gwich'in First Nation. And I work at my First Nations as a fisheries and harvest support coordinator. I'm loving my job so far. Even with the salmon, even though the numbers in my hometown is low, it's still quite the journey to keep that going, that culture, the numbers, and it was really an honor to be on this trip.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Scott, and I work with a program called Salmon in the Schools. That's a curriculum-based outdoor land-based programming that is run throughout the Yukon. And I have been running that. This is the third season as the program manager. And yeah, really excited to share more about this trip and possibly connect with you all at another time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Natasha Ayub. I live in Dawson City, and I was working for Trundikwichin First Nation, before that Carcross Tagish First Nation. So generally I'm rural fish and wildlife or natural resources. Salmon are a passion. So recently left my position, and now I've gone on to being a PhD student, and I'm studying Yukon River Chinook salmon. So yeah, I hope to connect maybe with some of you about the research that I'm doing. Thanks.
Excellent. So I think we have just about 15 minutes before I think we need to get to public comments, if that's correct. So we'll dive right into the questions. I mean, there's about 5, but if y'all keep them kind of short and kind of off the top of your head, will help us get through a few. What were some of the preconceptions you had before going to Alaska, and how did they change by the end of the visit?
Okay, so I didn't understand how remote these communities actually were. And then something that stood out to me were the effects of dip netting. So I think it was a Russian mission where we went dip netting. So that to me was a shock, because we had about 4 boats on the river. 2 people for each boat were dip netting, and then we were dip netting for about 2.5 hours. And we only caught about 6 chum. So to me, that was a big shock, because I can imagine that when they were gill netting, that was probably significantly different, plus the amount of gas that they had to use for their boats. And then the accessibility to fresh groceries. I found that it was quite impossible to find anything that wasn't either rotten or fresh. So they really rely on these salmon on the land and on the land. Yeah.
Preconceptions. I was just amazed at how far from home I'd be, like across into Alaska. I've never been that far. I don't know if I had any preconceptions. I was just kind of like keeping an open mind and trying to stay in the moment and try not to miss home. And I found I didn't have to, because there was like so many similarities between Old Crow and these smaller communities. So I really loved that.
I think I had anticipated seeing maybe more harvesting than what we were seeing here, knowing that there was the summer chum run open. Yeah, and it was interesting to see that even though their run was open in some of the spots, they weren't in others, in other communities. So yeah, I didn't really know anything about how that worked, and like the different areas and the regulations that come along with that was very eye-opening and interesting to see the difference between both sides.
Yeah, I don't think I had too many preconceptions. Same thing, I wanted to stay open. I had participated on numerous of the Yukon River calls, the weekly calls, and so I kind of had an idea of the geography and the fishing villages, but I guess like mentioned previously, really the remoteness definitely struck a chord with me. Like they're definitely, the fly-in communities are really, really reliant on local foods.
Okay, great. And what did you like, or what would you do differently to engage youth on the next trip that we do?
I think something that's really important for this day and age is probably using social media, just to advertise and reach out to the younger generations. And then just having representatives from past trips going to maybe Yukon U just to talk about what we did and why we went. And then to have some of us, or some of the communications committee representatives, come to local salmon gatherings to talk about it as well.
I guess just more, like I said, yeah, more maybe more advertisement for the events we're doing. maybe have more games or interactive events planned ahead of time. If we could involve fish, would be great. But that's
I love this question. It's very much on my mind. With the Salmon in the School program, we do a lot of games around predator and prey and playing out what might happen. And I would have enjoyed, I think, maybe organizing some of that. We didn't see a lot of children, to be honest. Russian Mission, there were quite a lot, as you saw in the video. And yeah, I mean, the time there, you're there two nights. So it passes pretty quickly, but yeah, we had talked about maybe an activity during one of the potlatches in the gatherings. So it would be nice to kind of plan ahead, be prepared a bit more for that.
Yep, I guess I'd echo that. It'd be really nice to plan some events with the community to bring people out and to bring specifically youth out. So I guess having like maybe youth-focused games and maybe some prizes or presents that are coming from the country that's visiting. And then maybe from the end on the country that's pulling together the visitors, maybe you could pair a youth with an elder. So the youth would have somebody sort of take them under their wing, and they could also be responsible for taking care of that elder.
Excellent suggestions. I hope someone is taking notes, Dennis or Serena. And what were some of your favorite parts, if each of you could share that?
Definitely the fish camp. So we got to visit 2 different fish camps, one in Holy Cross and one in Russian Mission. And yeah, they shared some of their dried salmon with us, which was unlike nothing I've ever had before, and it was super tasty. I also how welcoming everybody was huge. So I thought that was very encouraging to go, because we had to stand up and talk about our salmon story. So they listened to us and we listened to them. So that was pretty special.
Yeah, just being connected with the communities was really amazing. In the small communities, we got to know each other. Everyone was so welcoming. And one of the elders, Mary Deacon, actually got me to sit with her and play a puzzle, which was really amazing. And she told me stories about how things were. I just found out that she passed. Condolences to the family. But yeah, that was really, really sad, because almost like my grandma passed, because she just treated me so well and reminded me of my grandmother. So I think just meeting the people and the elders, and that was amazing.
Okay, that's some news to take in. Yeah, one of my first notes there was sitting doing the puzzle as well. It was really lovely. Just just having time. Yes, there were some scheduling things, but generally it was great to just be there, and yeah, the connections, sharing stories, playing bingo. There were lots of yeah, it was nice to jump in on whatever events were happening around while we were there. I didn't expect to be fishing on the river, especially with dip netting and seeing how that looks, and that was really quite special. Yeah, there's so many moments.
Yep, there were so many moments. Definitely connecting with the community members. That was fantastic. I think every community went sort of above and beyond when they're hosting us and coming out. There was one on the video there, Sandra in Russian Mission. She spoke to the room, and just her heartfelt words were, pretty heartbreaking. And just she spoke from the heart about her concern about the next generation. And when you're there in such a remote village, really seeing that tied to subsistence lifestyle, her words just really struck a chord with me. Yeah.
Excellent. Maybe you guys are touching on this already, but what were some of the connections that you found you had in common with the Alaskans you visited with?
Well, we want the same thing, which is salmon. I found that elders told very similar stories that I've heard in my own community. And then they also have a very similar way of life like we do in Champaign. So that's kind of where I'm from. And we all love bingo. It was huge.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, like I said, it was very similar to the Old Crow and how I got brought up on the banks of the Porcupine River and how they're reliant on salmon. And I really appreciated that they were so understanding and took my salmon story into consideration, because I got to go down and tell them that there was 349 Chinook salmon. in Old Crow at that time. And I could see their hearts felt with me, and just having that connection and bringing that message to them, it was really amazing.
Yeah, the obvious answer is the love for salmon, of course, and door prizes, I guess. Yeah, I think the message that there were some messages that were coming through each village that we visited. Like, I think Basil mentioned that it's one river, one voice. So the idea of, yeah, how can we all work together? Was a big part of the conversations. Yeah, and the sense of, I think, like immediacy and unity. That's the big piece I got from it.
And then I guess I'm just thinking about, I'm grown up in a small town. I've lived in Dawson pretty much my whole adult life. And so just being in a small town, I guess really your activity is to be out on the land, like that's what you do. And so, you know, these issues are really presenting problems for people really, because you're a bit lost out there really, you know. It's not just about food security, but it really is about a way of life and what you do in your community and what happens in your community. So I feel like we really shared that with the Alaskans as well.
Thank you. And final question, and of course, we are getting other forms of feedback from you guys, and we hope you'll help plan the next trip. But what suggestions do you have for building relationships across the border?
I think it'd be cool to have some sort of mentorship program between the youth and the elders. So if we had someone from opposite, like an elder and a youth from opposite countries joining in or different locations on the river, and they can talk to each other and communicate. And then this wasn't my idea. I actually asked Max if I could share this, but he suggested that they have a mock youth Yukon River Panel, and that just has youth members from both Canada and the US, so that way they can learn all the processes.
So I guess just building strong relationships. We are stronger if we stand together. And going forward, I know, like as a participant, I would love to even host or help anyone who would like, if they do come to Old Crow, I'll be giving back, definitely. Like I had such a positive experience on this trip and really opened my eyes, and I made lifelong connections and friends. So I'm really thankful for that.
Yeah, I like, these are great ideas, great suggestions. I love the idea of spending time connecting youth with the kind of work that is out there that could be what they might want to look towards in the future. So restoration and enhancement and actually getting out in the field maybe. And yeah, just getting a sense of what it takes to be out there in those roles and connecting in that way. Yeah, I'm always thinking about the World Fish Migration Day, which is celebrated every other year. So it's coming up this May. And I think that's a great way to maybe connect across borders as well and start something, yeah, either between two schools on either side, and then just see where it goes from there. Because it's already something that exists. There's lots of online kind of drawing contests and things. So I think it would be something to jump on and push forward. And I would love to join in this summer when the folks come over. We had talked about how it's going to feel quite different getting between communities, and there won't be maybe as much river time. So trying to figure out how to have that feeling that we were able to receive on this trip, traveling between the villages on the river, and how can we incorporate that when folks are coming this summer?
I guess I'd say the education exchange had a real sense of intimacy going to visit the communities, and that was really great. I don't think anything could really replace that. But when I'm sitting in the room for the Yukon River Panel and there's, you know, presentations and research that's being presented, I feel like as an audience member, you know, you don't have the opportunity to ask questions or get clarification. So I kind of think that an education exchange in the format of a really large Zoom call, where there could be some presentations and some information, or even, you know, local knowledge, you know, put forward and talked about, and then where people can be asking questions and get clarity about, be really great, because I think there's a lot of questions out there. Yeah.
This is all really great feedback. In the interest of time, I wanted to ask everyone to please thank our participants for getting up at the front of this very intimidating room. Thanks very much. I just want to put it to the chairs, if you did have any questions for our panel yourselves and you wanted to take that time, I just wanted to see if you wanted that opportunity.
Thank you very much. Questions from panel members? Go ahead. US panel member Ellen Yasamishi, go ahead.
Thank you. What a great opportunity. I was wondering, did I see Serena dancing? And then okay, did you all get to join her?
Yeah.
And how did that differ from dancing in your region? Or do you dance in your?
I have in the past, yes. When I was a kid, I used to dance for my First Nation, and it's way different. I feel like it was a lot more flowier and they stay in one spot. Whereas when we would dance, we would often mock what a bird would do or a salmon would do. And it's a lot of like head bobbing movements.
In Old Crow we jig, so it's definitely very different, but it was such an honor that they performed for us. It was really amazing.
It was very hot.
Good job.
Additional questions or comments from panel members on the education exchange for our 2023 participants? Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us today. This is really great. This is one of the first times of the many years of the education exchange where we've had participants engaging with us in this way. I commend the communications committee for kind of putting this little presentation together. It's really neat. And thank you so much for both your participation. I'm glad you had a wonderful experience. I hope it encourages you to stay engaged in this process in some form. We look forward to seeing you in future years. And thank you for being here today.
Oh, yeah. Can I just also extend my gratitude because it really taught me how to public speak, which is super important for me. So, thank you.
I just want to close in saying that it was an honor to travel with everyone on this trip. We have a lot of memories, a lot of laughter. And so we'll see you again on the river. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to our communications committee co-chairs, does that conclude the presentation? I see the thumbs up. So thank you very much for your updates and look forward to your report on the 2024 Yukon River Panel Education Exchange that's being planned for the upcoming season at our preseason meeting. So thank you very much for that. We are on schedule approximately, and so we will be moving into the opportunity for public testimony. For panel member and audience benefit, I will convey that we have a large number of individuals that have signed up for public testimony. So we are expecting to require additional time at the end of our session. So we'll start our public testimony and continue to provide the opportunity for all of our guests that have registered to provide testimony, and that will then be followed by confirmation of our preseason panel meeting, some closing remarks, and then a closing prayer led by Elder Smith. So with that, I will perhaps call upon Victor Keong. Could you walk us through the participants that we have registered for testimony, please, and just identify for each if they are presenting virtually or in person? Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Co-Chair. We have 17 folks that will be providing their testimony this afternoon. Starting off with Eva Burke by telephone. Eva, if you're on the line right now. Geez, okay.
hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
Eva. Yeah. Hello, welcome, and we can hear you. Welcome to the Yukon River Panel meeting. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, I'm calling on behalf of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd like to present more of a historical perspective. I really believe that's the power of Indigenous and local knowledge, a database that dates back millennia. This panel is a result of the Yukon River Salmon Act that was finalized in 2000 after a period of disagreement between Canada and the US in the 90s. Those government-to-government negotiations failed to include government-to-government negotiations for our tribes along the Yukon River. Had they, it might have been important to realize that commercial fishing along the Yukon River was crashing at this very time. This is important because a series of state, Alaska, and federal mismanagement actions that followed this era added to the continued decline of all salmon species in the Yukon River and to the decline of our cultural well-being as Yukon River people. I would like to recap an event last year that is extremely important to decision-making in this panel. At the February 2023 Alaska Board of Fisheries meeting, our Yukon River tribes, supported by many others, including the Kuskokwim tribes, rallied in support of Proposal 140 submitted by the Fairbanks, Alaska Department of Fish and Game Advisory Committee, supported by the historical knowledge of Virgil Umfenhauer, one of this panel's members. The proposal essentially aimed to limit commercial fishing in Area M by reinstating the 2001 to 2003 Area M Dune Management Plan. Data sets from 1952 to 2016, 1990 to 2015, 2007 to 2009, or just 2022, show significant presence of coastal Western Alaska chum, Yukon chum too, in Area M, demonstrating that this intercept fishery is right on the migratory path of our salmon, the Yukon River salmon. There were increased summer chum runs on the Yukon River following the 2001 to 2003 Area M regulations that provided windows for fish passage. We went from under 500,000 summer chum in both 2000 and 2001 to over 2.5 million and 3.7 million in 2005 and 2006, just a life cycle later. Another point of interest here is that a decision was made not to collect Yukon Canadian Chinook genetic data in Area M, and the resulting data collection from 2007 to 2009 focused on chum instead. One could assume that this was to avoid validating that Yukon River Canadian Chinook passed through Area M, and knowingly intercepting these would violate the treaty. Also, there should be consideration of all species, especially chum, for any Yukon River salmon rebuilding plan. After the brief period of fish passage windows from 2001 to 2003, the state of Alaska reverted back to regulations that allowed for chum and Chinook salmon to be intercepted in Area M with no restrictions. Combine this with the unchecked Chinook salmon bycatch by the trawling industry up to 2007. By 2010, people on the Yukon were feeling the impacts again. This time it was affecting subsistence as much as commercial fishing. The trawl fleet now boasts about their low bycatch numbers without realizing that they had already taken all of the Alaskan Chinook before the bycatch cap even went into effect in 2007. We now have nearly 100 of our tribes and communities in Western Alaska calling on the U.S. Department of Commerce to take emergency action and implement a cap of 0 on Alaskan king salmon bycatch for the pollock industry for 2024. Any plans presented to this panel need to include an accurate account of history and local and indigenous knowledge. Any Yukon River salmon rebuilding plan must account for the marine environment and marry all the different management systems offshore and in-river, state, federal, tribal, and Canadian. We have been bearing the weight of conservation in-river for over 3 decades. It is not working. We simply need to reduce fishing times in both the trawling fleet offshore of Alaska and intercept fisheries in Alaska waters, as well as curb hatchery production, which is outcompeting our wild stocks. Past Monday, the state of Alaska legislature heard a bill that aimed to meet Yukon River Treaty obligations through permitting in-stream incubation and bypassing the language of no large-scale hatcheries in the Yukon River Comprehensive Plan. Managers are failing to realize that putting more fish in the marine environment without monitoring or assessment is not a realistic or even feasible solution. I urge this panel to do better at engaging with tribes to develop plans related to restoring Yukon River salmon, all species included. There needs to be a reasonable plan for salmon rehabilitation that equally includes tribal, state, federal, and international managers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I hope that others on the call are aligned with the things that we've heard so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Burke, and do appreciate your time in providing a presentation to the Yukon River panel. Next, we will proceed with Natasha Ayub, who I believe is still here. You can, yeah, either or, whichever you prefer, either that microphone or at the podium.
So yeah, thanks very much for allowing me this time, and I'll try not to be too long. Also having a hard time seeing, my eyes just got old. Over the course of my life and career, I've been privy to some very emotional conversations about how integral salmon are to food security, the local economy, maintaining a strong cultural connection to the land, and to passing along vital traditional knowledge teachings to the next generation. As I'm non-Indigenous to these lands, I see these losses from an outsider's perspective. I recognize that the loss that I feel over the declines cannot compare to the enormous loss and impact to Yukon First Nation communities and culture, as well as those people living in the remote fishing villages in Alaska. However, the inability to harvest fish directly impacts the quality of life and sustainability in all of our communities. I had the pleasure of being part of the Yukon River Education Exchange trip this past summer, and during our visit to Alaskan villages of Anvik, Grayling, Holy Cross, and Russian Mission, my experiences along the way really emphasized how deeply this loss of salmon has been felt along the entire Yukon River. The impacts from a declining salmon population continue to be experienced and are extending further and further down the river over the years. This is devastating. The Yukon River Education Exchange had a big impact on me. It was incredible to visit these fishing villages, but it was really difficult to hear echoes of the same conversation that's been happening on this side of the border for years. I'll forever hold on to the memories of smiling faces, community generosity, and happy stories of family fish camps, but I'll also hold on to those painful conversations of how these changes have impacted lives. Issues of food security, troubles with being able to sustain a remote village lifestyle without provisions from the river, and perhaps most importantly, worries about the next generation growing up without fish, and fishers not having the ability to pass on important traditional knowledge. It's become apparent that no closures to the commercial fishing industry on the Yukon River, nor Indigenous-led resolutions to voluntarily withdraw from subsistence fishing have been able to stop the declines, nor have these measures been able to bring back these magnificent fish. We're at a critical point in history where we need to find solutions. The issues from these declines are found along the entire stretch of the Yukon River amongst people who were so intimately connected to these fish, and I can see that the answer to addressing these declines lies within these communities. There's so much knowledge that people are willing to share about the changes they've witnessed. Their voices need to be heard, and they need to lead the way to the solutions. I think there continues to be great value in bringing together knowledge keepers and those working on salmon-related initiatives from both sides of the border to discuss what we can do on a local level, as well as discussing the bigger issues that are happening outside of the Yukon River watershed. People from along the Yukon River have different perspectives, but it's so valuable to share these perspectives with those who have connections to the same fish and those who have been impacted by the same declines. Bringing people together from Yukon and Alaska is a difficult task considering the geography, and I do want to say thank you to the organizer of the Education Exchange because there's a lot of background work. And forming and maintaining a transboundary connection is an important way to strengthen and unite efforts that can help support the return of the salmon. Regional and global changes in climate, local weather events, trends occurring with seasonal timing, and the salmon migration, fishing numbers, and what's going on out in the ocean with the large trawlers were all issues that we discussed on the 2023 Ed Exchange. These conversations contribute to solidifying a united understanding of what may be affecting the salmon and stimulates ideas of how we can work together to find solutions. It dispels misinformation and it facilitates the sharing of regionally specific knowledge and conservation practices. I feel this ed exchange is an effective approach to keeping the dialogue open amongst fishing communities along the Yukon River. And I know my friends and colleagues on this trip this past summer have been committed to sharing what we learned with their own respective communities. So just in summary, I'd really like the Yukon River Panel to consider the community voices and really integrate it into your decisions. So I feel like those voices should be leading the way. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Natasha, and a neglected task. Any comments from panel members or questions for Natasha? Okay, thank you. Next, we will go to Dina Lee Hodgson, and Dina Lee is not on the phone at the moment, so we will need to come back to Dina Lee. Next, Jan Woodruff, in person or on the phone? In person. Oh, hello, Jan. Welcome, and look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you. I'm not a public speaker, so you'll have to excuse me. My name is Jan Woodruff. I'm here as a member of the URFA board, but I'm speaking in public testimony on behalf of the subsistence users in my area that I have spoken with. I'm married to Donald Woodruff, who many here know. I've lived a subsistence lifestyle for 27 years in Eagle. My husband has been a subsistence fisherman and trapper for over 48 years in that area. I have been involved with URFA for around 20 years. I just want to give you a little background of where I'm coming from. My mother's family comes from a long line of subsistence fishermen on the Outer Banks of North Carolina since the 1700s. It's with Barrier Island. Sadly, the way of life that they had and I grew up with is gone. It no longer exists to progress and financial gain. A way of life has disappeared in my lifetime. I will be 69 years old in a few weeks. It has disappeared. They no longer have a subsistence lifestyle on the island. When I first moved to Eagle 27 years ago, I learned about the issues facing subsistence users along the Yukon, the elders especially. The elders talked about facing the issues of there were no longer large fish. Other users, such as Andy Bassage and my husband Donald Woodruff, also sounded the alarm repeatedly, warning management about the loss of the older, bigger females. The oldest elder in our village at that time, Matthew Markham, was greatly concerned that there were no longer any large females coming into his nets. He was concerned that they would be lost forever. Unfortunately, this seems to have come about mostly as there are rarely any 6 to 7 year old females in the upper river. I've been attending URFA meetings and other fishing meetings for 20 years. Through all the controversies of pulse protection, net sizes, the growing pressures of commercial fisheries and their related bycatch, and the pressure from the hatcheries has been increasing in those 20 years. Nothing has ever been really solved because look at where we are today. Subsistence users were little listened to about their warnings. We now find ourselves in the perfect storm. Climate change, commercial fisheries bycatch and their waste of bycatch, along with the increasing pressure from the hatchery fishes competing for food in the oceans, and increasingly changing habitat are highly affecting our wild stocks. It is heartbreaking to attend meetings and hear how the loss of this vital food source is affecting elders unable to eat their traditional foods, empty fish camps, and increasing detachment of the younger generation from subsistence culture. In my 27 years of living a subsistence lifestyle, I feel I am witnessing a loss of another subsistence lifestyle again. There's a book called Cod by Mark Kornelski, who wrote about the collapse of the fisheries on the Grand Banks. It's parallel to what's going on with our kings today, if you care to look into it. Sadly, the state government of Alaska, again, I'm speaking as a private citizen, consistently downplays not only the impact of commercial fisheries bycatch, but of also climate change issues and the hatchery fish impact. This is due to money. Fisheries are big business. Subsistence users do not have that kind of money. This was made very apparent at the last Board of Fish meeting last fall, where a very hard working group of river-wide subsistence users and others expressed their concerns and requests to address the Board of Fish these issues. There was very little and poor response to their request. They were essentially ignored. Hatcheries are not the answer to wild stock protection. The time has come to have serious conversations about placing the kings on the threatened species list for a while. This hopefully would stop the bycatch right in its tracks. The king salmon especially meets most, if not all, of the criteria for placing a species on the threatened list. Present or threatened destruction, modification, or curtailment of their habitat or range. Overutilization of species for commercial use. Possible disease. Inadequate existing regulations. Other natural or homemade, man-made factors affect its continued existence. Future generations depend on what we are doing right now and the decisions we make. I understand that many people want to see fish in their fish camps right now, but the stocks are very low. If we want our children and grandchildren and future generations to enjoy wild salmon stock, you need to start taking a serious look at things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments from panel members? Not hearing any. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Karen McLeod. Andy Bassett, please go ahead.
Yeah, while she's coming to the mic, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Jan for coming this way. She kind of had to take the long route. You know, not able to jump on a charter like we were. So it's a long travel from a remote village like Eagle to Fairbanks, to Anchorage, to Seattle, to Vancouver, to Whitehorse, and then return. So I just wanted to acknowledge the effort it took to get here to share her words. Thank you.
Welcome, Karen, and please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Karen McLeod, Qualendon member beneficiary. You know, as human beings, we've done a lot of destroying of Mother Nature, of the fishes, of the earth. We only have one earth. We can't leave this earth and go to another planet. We've done a lot of destruction. I think as human beings of our responsibility, we need to start cleaning up. Stop damaging Mother Nature, the earth. The fish are speaking loud to us. Biggest thing that we need to do, and we need to give that message right across the world to be able to stop fishing. Give Mother Nature a chance to do the natural stuff. We need to clean up our rivers, our oceans, our land, to give back to Mother Nature. I'm honestly ashamed of being a human being, of the destruction that we've done. You know, it's just in our generation. The making of vehicles, we're destroying the air. We're polluting our waters, our way of life. But my message is if we can go back, talk to the states, talk to the world. Let's stop fishing. Give the fish a chance to do what they gotta do. I think that's a very, very small amount for us to give up a year for our next generation. Because if we don't, we are in the verge of killing off our salmon, our fish, every way of life. And we got to take a real good look at ourselves. We need to keep the rivers open for the fish to come up and do their spawning. To, you know, they gave a lot of their life, the animals, the fish, for us to live. When are we going to give back? And really take a look at it, at a way we're living. That's my strongest message, is we gotta stop fishing. Give them a chance to bring it back. Have the power, I mean, to put in our government of saying the company, the business that's right by our rivers, that's dumping oil, contaminating our water, to say, stop, no, you are not allowed to do that. Charge them. Because allowing them to do that is we're saying, yeah, go ahead, poison us, poison our animals, poison our way of living. It's not right. As human beings, let's take responsibility and start helping Mother Nature clean up this earth, our home. Only got one. Let's clean it up.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from panel members, comments? Next, we will receive testimony from Gabe Canfield.
Hello, good afternoon, Gwenna, for having me here. My name is Gabe Canfield. My Nupyak name is Gungana. I am from Ketchikan, Wales, and Anchorage, Alaska, coming from the Alaskan side a couple of days ago. I'm the policy coordinator for the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. We here in this room understand that we are at a stark contrast to what the salmon nation, including Alaska and Canada, has looked like in the past. Rivers and watersheds provided what we needed and more, from seemingly endless commercial salmon harvests to community potlucks for millennia with salmon at the base. Now in Alaska and Canada on the Yukon, this crisis is needing important action. The latter half of 2023, after the 2023 Yukon River Panel, saw significant involvement in Alaska from advocates of salmon, such as comments on the newly formed Chum Salmon Environmental Impact Statement in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, where comments were made in written format throughout the state. Comments on the salmon crisis were made at a consultation meeting in Bethel, Alaska on November 10, 2023, put on by Senator Lisa Murkowski's team. Both avenues saw significant testimony, particularly pointing out marine impacts in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska on salmon populations and the extreme impact that these lawsuits have had on our culture. There was also significant voicing of concerns on how fisheries management continues to exclude subsistence users at a co-management, co-stewardship level of fisheries, which is seen in state and federal management meetings in Alaska, where community members and users are limited to comment periods and not decision-making seats. With due credit to the folks in this room who do hold decision-making power that doesn't necessarily exist in other management spaces, who have been working on this issue for many years and even decades in order to protect the salmon as a resource and seen progress in this arena, there is also a need for diligent action that brings us in the right direction. The solutions on the table, such as the 7-year in-river moratorium, while having the appearance of a heavy-hitting action item, have the potential for significant side effects that could cause harm to our already depleted Yukon River salmon stocks. The 7-year moratorium opens up for drastic solutions that the Yukon River has never seen before, such as hatcheries, in order to reach the moratorium limit of 71,000 Chinook. People who have grown up in communities along the coast with hatcheries have seen salmon population dynamics change across the board. This is due to detrimental impacts of hatcheries that include the eventual dilution of strong salmon genetics, as hatcheries are never a permanent solution, and is just pushing the issue down the line. Hatcheries would simply never work on the Yukon River, and a moratorium should not encourage such drastic action without preventative measures being taken in areas of the Bering Sea first and foremost. This moratorium brought forth will predictably have significant impact on Yukon River community members and reactions brought down on them for a crisis that their actions have not caused. Much of it begins in the Bering Sea region with impacts such as climate change and bycatch, causing these drastic salmon crashes, which requires action outside of the river and requires the active consultation of tribes and First Nations, which was not done in this case. While we know and see the importance of taking action on the Yukon River salmon crisis, there needs to be a consideration of taking action in the full watershed that includes the marine habitat of Yukon River Chinook and Chum. Without the addition and inclusion of the Chapter 8, Section 12 PSC guidelines, we are missing a major component of the picture that impacts our Yukon River salmon, and the approach must be designed with this full focus in mind. Thank you, Nkwena, for your time and understanding, and thank you all for the work done here today.
Thank you for your testimony, Gabe. Any questions or comments from panel members? Canadian member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Just ever so briefly, this hatchery question said something like this earlier, but I think that any development of hatcheries has to be kind of mutually agreed on by all of the users of Yukon River salmon. I mean, I think that, I mean, I share the fear that, you know, that the crisis could somehow propel us unnecessarily into hatcheries, but I don't think that that's a foregone conclusion, and I would hate to have anyone walk away believing this. It has to be a collaborative effort, and we've got to develop a plan before we start doing, you know, just kind of knee-jerk things. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out. Hatcheries are not a foregone conclusion.
Thank you. Any additional comments from panel members? Oh, Rhonda Pitka, you have
Gabe
power.
neglected to mention that she was just accepted into a master's degree program. Congratulations.
US member Andy Bassett, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, this is a perfect example of the type of people we need to replace us. So thank you, Gabe. And I don't know if you ever want to sit at this table, but by golly, you sure do a darn good job at the table you're sitting at. So thank you for all your work that you're doing on behalf of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association and all of the fish, because I know that's who you're really working for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will receive testimony from JP Pinard and Sally Wright. Welcome, and please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Dr. J.P. Pinard. I think I presented a year ago. I want to first of all thank the gentleman to my left who spoke this morning about renewable energy. Really appreciated your comments. My name again is Dr. J.P. Pinard. I'm a wind energy expert. I did my PhD studying the wind climate of the Yukon. I work from Alaska all the way to Nunavut. In fact, I'm going to Akiachak in Alaska in a couple of weeks. I'm advocating for a solution. My wife and I, we've been advocating for renewable energy for over 25 years, and we recently formed a partnership, Wind Heat North Incorporated. And what we're proposing for the Yukon grid, and this is a test we want to try here on the Yukon grid, is to go to 100% renewable energy. And that's going to have tremendous benefits for the fish population in many ways. What we're proposing is to develop large-scale wind across the Yukon grid and storing it in your houses and in your businesses. And I think it can be done in Alaska too. And so we've analyzed the grid. We work with the federal government. We've done some modeling, and we're pretty confident we can do this. And the benefits that we will realize is that basically we're going to stop putting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere so that the ocean doesn't have to absorb all that, and that's a detrimental effect to the salmon. And we will also be able to control our water reservoirs better to maximize benefits for the spawning fish habitat and bird habitat for that matter. So that's a solution we're proposing, and we're going to be developing partnerships to achieve that over the coming years. So we just wanted to let you know that there's hope. There's real hope. I think that what we're doing here can be replicated right across the north. We're going to be trying it here in Whitehorse first. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. And my wife will also speak for a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me again. I wanted to present this to Brandy, who I can't see if she's here. And this is a print that I did And I presented it to the Mayo at the Intertribal Watershed Council meeting in 2013. And it was a print that I made I etched the map of the 1 to 1 million map that's quite famous of the Yukon onto a piece of plywood, birch. And I printed it on a sheet of paper with a steamroller in the park, in the Shipyards Park. This is all the rivers of all the water of the Yukon. And I called it up south. I put it around. We'll go around so people can see it. I'm allowed to put it on the wall. This is all the water in the Yukon Territory. It's like the roots of the mushroom, mycelium, as I was working my way through this. These are all the rivers. Heal everybody.
That's very cool.
And I call it up south because everybody goes, oh, it's up north. No, it's up south. This is the highest part. This is the source. And the source is at the top. That's the Southern Lakes up at the top, and those are the ice fields. And all this goes down over across and I go and find how everything is so interconnected. I'm giving this to the elders of Fonda and take care of it. And all the water. And I can make another. Not hard to Frank. Yeah, they say I can tack it on the wall here. I also have this for the panel, and it's to do with the Yukon Conservation Society and the fish. And it says, more precious than gold, worth more than gold is salmon. That's for you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your generous gifts. They are appreciated. Any questions from panel members? US member Andy Bassich, go ahead.
Yeah, I might need you back at the podium. I just had a real brief question. I wanted to offer support for the ideas that you have. I think for a lot of people, it's new, it's scary because they don't know much about it. It's like salmon. Energy and renewable resources are like salmon. You have to learn a lot about them. And once you do and begin to understand it, it just makes sense. But I wanted to ask you, you mentioned wind a lot. Are you also in your plans building on solar energy as well? Just real briefly, I don't need anything really long-winded, but I'm just curious if you're also integrating solar into that plan.
Yeah, there's actually a study that was done by some leading experts. They did some studies in Alaska, and they were looking at just wind, solar, and storage. And we're trying to figure out how many days of storage you need if you combine, if you build out, scale out solar and wind across the United States or Alaska, they were looking at. And we can apply the same thing to the Yukon. And you only need about 4 days, apparently. And this is something we want to test here in the Yukon. Do you only really need 4 days? Because when we really think about it, if you insulate your house properly, you could put enough storage in there. It could probably last you up to a week. It depends how well you insulate the house. And then you include the electric vehicle in this, which already has storage. And they're starting to have grid connection capability with electric vehicles nowadays. And the biggest energy users in the Yukon are space heating first. It's the biggest. And it typically takes up half of the energy needs, including the transportation. And in some communities, it's 75%. Some isolated communities. So the focus is storing heat in the buildings, because that's the biggest demand in the building. 2/3 of space heating in some of these buildings is just heating. So we think we could build that out across every single customer on the electrical grid. Every single customer puts energy storage behind the meter in their buildings. And if they can put enough for 4 days, then we could maximize the wind development across the Yukon grid. And the same thing applies for any remote communities that has winter wind resources. Because the key here is, especially on the hilltops, is that it's windier in the winter. The windiest month of the year is January. That's the coldest month of the year as well. Down here, up there, it's usually a little warmer. But so it turns out that wind matches the total energy demand on the Yukon grid very well. And it's just a matter of having enough storage.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. The other thing I just wanted to mention is I mentioned it really briefly, and that is that the secret to any kind of renewable resource, which is going to help the fish tremendously into the future, is learning how not to need energy, how not to use it. It's not building it up to the levels that we are at right now. It's learning how not to waste energy and how to reduce your consumption. That really needs to be taught. And I just wanted to share one quote, because I've wanted to share this to the panel for many, many years, but I think it's more appropriate than ever right now. And this is from a rather brilliant philosopher, goes by the name of Socrates. And I think everybody's probably heard of him. You may not have read him, but I'm sure you've heard of him. And it says, the secret to change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And that's where we're at with salmon, with climate change, everything. So that man lived a few thousand years ago. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. I just thank you. I needed a place to get that into this meeting because I think it applies to everything we're talking about. And it's something that people need to keep in mind in all facets of their life, not just salmon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will receive testimony from Bessie Jim, please.
Hi, panel. My name is Colleen James, and I put forth the application to speak and make testimony here on behalf of the Dachlawady clan. So I am inland Tlingit, I'm Dachlawady. We're a clan. You're either under the House of Wolf or under the House of Crow. It's our social organization and structure. It even includes permission to use fishing grounds or the responsibility to take care of things. So we're doing it as a clan, so I'm not sure where 5 minutes will get us, but we'll do the best that we can. I first want to acknowledge Shawnachini, the Yukon River, the water that comes from the mountains, and those who live and depend on the life in that river, especially the Kwanlundun First Nation and the many tribes up and down the river that depend on that fish source, including the eagles and the bears and the trees and everything. So I want to first acknowledge that is their home. And then I'm going to turn it over for my elders to introduce themselves and speak a little bit, and then I'll follow up after.
Good satin ye do a sog, klinget ena. Card let car ena. Bessie Jim ye do a sog. I'm a Carcas Tagish member from the Southern Lakes Department. And I live around Bennett Lake, Taku Arm, Jacklyn, where it runs into Taku Arm to form the Yukon River. And I hear about hatcheries. You know, I can remember about 20 or 30 years ago, the elders were saying then, no hatcheries. Now we're right back where we started from. Why don't they have a recovery plan like they have for the caribou? Why don't you just leave Mother Nature alone and let her do her job? The water that runs through our Mother, the Earth, is just like her blood that runs through our bodies. It sustains life. Berries, animals, without it, we won't exist. So all I can see is money, big companies, and still trying to take what little bit we do have left. I am speaking for the future generation. They had the fish and the animals. It was our bread basket. When I lived on the trap line, it was 50 miles from nowhere. And I didn't go to the store when I needed some. It was out there. Go back to the simple way of living and the way we're supposed to be doing. We're getting overpopulated, just making the human being comfortable. I remember using the outhouse. I remember running to the river to pack water. I remember all that, and it was a simple, good life. So all I can say about hatcheries, just leave Mother alone, let her replenish herself and heal herself. Because when she don't exist, how long do you think we are? Not very long. And the air, the trees, purify our air. And what are we doing? Cutting it down, build more houses, do this, do that. I've been walking around here 77 years. And I seen the change. And all I see, people want to line their pockets. Forget about Mother Nature, just take, and no give. And I think there's alternate ways to do things. And a 25-year lease on the Yukon River I have trouble accepting that. And I will say it because who says something could have happened? You know, I see them. I see the water level go up, the water level go down. Who's looking after it and who's doing that? The government. Why don't you go to the people and say, what do you want? The people that live in communities and all over, their voice is not heard. So it's time to start listening and take their direction to what we have to do today. Goodness cheese, thank you. There's my brother.
Nishish, thank you. My Indian name is Gleason, named after great chief Patsy Henderson. And my late name is Patrick. I don't know. Over the years, I've worked with many of you. You heard me speak at many times. How we work together. How we walk this land together. It's not only for ourselves, but it's for the animals and the environment. That's how we do things. And this is how we have to do it today. Otherwise, we just destroy our own selves. Some of these things I heard years ago in a Tagish community, working with native and non-native people for the Southern Lakes caribou herd. And those times we all got together, native and non-native people, and we put a good plan together. And today that plan exists, and our caribou herd is slowly coming back. Those are some of the important things we need to do if we want to help ourselves and help the animals and help our environment. That's where we start. I have worked with many of you over the years on regional planning, northern land use planning. Those are some of the important things that help us decide, make decisions and how we walk this land together. That's how it's done, you know, and I over the years, you know, you've heard me speak many times. I don't know if each and every one of you, but I talk about the muskrats and on Marsh Lake and Carcross Tagish First Nations and the dam, how it is affecting the muskrats, you know. Those are some of the important things we need to take into consideration. Otherwise, we're just going to destroy everything. Work together. We have to work together, put our thoughts together, and that's how it's done. And the reason why I say this, you know, it's many years ago, is about 35 years ago, we got together in a Tagish community with native Art Johns, Art Smith, Hector McKenzie. Most of you know all these people. We work together. We put our thoughts together. Today, as a result, you know, we're looking at a healthy caribou herd. You know, that's from 150. That was in the Southern Lakes when we started looking after them. Today, we're looking at over 2,000. That's where it is, working together, walking this land together. You know, and that's, you know, it doesn't seem like, you know, that it could be done, but when we all work together, it gets done, you know. And I just wanted to let you know that over the years, you know, I worked, like I said, with many years with many different organizations, many different types of planners and whatnot. And that's the solution, you know, that I keep hearing, together. Not only for ourselves, but for the animals, the environment. So those are some of the important things when we deal with things, those are our goals in life, you know, our objectives. It don't sound too difficult, you know, but that's how it is, you know, and I don't know what to say, you know, to help. And you know, and I know the Southern Lakes out in the Carcross there, we have 25,000 square kilometers of headwaters that we look after over the years as First Nations people. And we're still doing that today, you know, and we do it in a good way. We do it together. And that's the only way I know how to do things, you know, is working together. So let's put this together. Work at it. I'm there for you and you're there for me. The animals are there for us. Let's work it together. Sheesh.
We're formerly the Tagish-Kwan, now legally known in the legal language of the day as the Carcross-Tagish First Nation. We signed in our agreement in 2006, and we are working diligently on a regional land and water relationship plan because water and land cannot be separated. And the very way that the world does business is very destructive to nature, to the insects, and to the water. We have prophecies in Canada from the Ojibwe people and the northern people that says, you know, when the last river is polluted and the last tree is cut down, only then will we realize that we can't eat money. So I want to acknowledge my grandmother, Lucy Wren, who taught language at the Coach Claw Community School in Carcross for 12 years after retirement age. And I heard a saying, if you want to decolonize, it's to learn your own language. And I come from a First Nation who has no full fluent speakers left. My Uncle Norman passed away in early September. He was the only fluent speaker in our language, and I'm happy that he got to put his voice into the Broken Salmon Trail, reconnecting that with Dennis Zimmerman. And he always talked about leaving nature alone, and he grew up to see the changes along the Yukon River. So Grandma used to row and sail to Ahini, the McClintock River, as you know it, every year to put up salmon and bring it back home. I'm her namesake, Coach Claw. I'm Aksai, her namesake. I have never fished salmon in my traditional territory, and we're heavily dependent on freshwater fish. The trout and the salmon are so close that the artists, our carvers, create art, and in all of the art is what's known as a salmon trout eye. And look in some of our art, even in the building, you'll see that salmon trout eye, that close spiritual relationship with those salmon. Ultimately, our connection, our cultural connection to the salmon, the Hatkwani, the fish people, we call them, has been severed. And our cultural link to them, I've never cleaned a salmon. My children have never in our traditional territory. Thank goodness we can go to Teslin and to Atlin for Hakusti celebrations, where the inland Tlingit now have to fly in their fish in order to teach how to process it, to smoke it, and to feed it to large crowds of people. And I might proudly boast here that I am the upriver salmon Chilean champion. So I challenge you to the next celebration for that. But I wanted to reflect a little bit about that. Because the Lewis Dam went in 1900, commercial fishing 500 meters of the mouth of the Yukon River started in the 30s. The dam went in the 50s. And in 124 years, there are no king salmon up where they should be, at the very incubator of them, if you will. And if you were ever to come to that country, and I invite you to, you will literally see how Marsh Lake is like a fish incubator, and so is the Tagish River. Anyways, thank you so much for the work that you do. And I liked hearing what I did today about possibly putting the fish on an endangered list or something. Little Atlan Lake is a big fish lake in our area. It's called Big Fish Lake. The Yukon government just did a study there where the trout are in a 64% decline. And so we got to stop doing things where we wait till there's a serious crash and decline. And it's happening to us. And so we got to learn how to get ahead of that and work together, like my uncle talked about. And it's by working together, listening to each other's stories, acknowledging the traditional knowledge, and that, you know, one tribe is not the same as the next, like one water body is not the same as the next. And the fish is like that too. So thank you for listening to us, Dakhlawedi, who migrated into the area, I don't know how many years ago. And I'd like to acknowledge our Hakusti, our ways of knowing being, and our Hashugun, our ancestors before us.
Thank you sincerely to each of you, your testimony and the words of the Tagish Kwan people. Comments or questions from panel members? We'll start with Canadian member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Colleen. We've had discussions over the last 5 days about different habitats, and we look at geography, right? And with that dam there, it's literally a barrier, right? Upriver, downriver. And we're so divided and all that. And then you add that extra stress of that big wall there. And I think, we've been having conversations. I remember, 20 years ago, Tezinklinga Council, Richard's here, would talk about, we're the canary in the coal mine. And Dwayne Coyne would mention it, we're the canary in the coal mine. And then now we're all in the same boat along the entire river, all the way to the mouth, where nobody's fishing, everybody's feeling it, and we're all finally in the same spot. And I guess I think, if we're talking about rebuilding and where we put our efforts, I worry about, in the past, there's been words used like marginal habitat and marginal stocks. And we have some stocks that are on life support right now. And I always mention Mishi McClintock. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is, obviously salmon culture is alive. And when we talk about the stocks you're talking about, those are upriver. And so all to say, when we're making decisions about individual salmon stocks, your connection and your few fish and few salmon that you've seen in your traditional territory for the last number of years, this is, the power you're bringing forward from the Dakhlawedi. Like, this is the salmon culture in the forest that we have to make tough decisions about if we're making decisions about which stock, if there is prioritization. So I'm just merely making the point that everyone's fish are important, everyone's salmon stocks are important. And, we really have to think long and hard when we start talking about prioritization of different stocks, because those few fish for you, and I know you've showed me a fish that was caught in a net for you, and that was pretty special. So it's just more, I guess Colleen got me all fired up now about different stocks and, how some stocks are doing well and others aren't doing well. And I just think, like, numbers shouldn't be the indicator. It's about the connection and the culture. And thank you for representing the force in what might be considered a marginal stock by Western science standards. So thank you.
And our agreement talks about water and co-management and various tools in there. And we're finding that those tools are a little old and archaic. And so we're having discussions and building relationships so that we can sharpen those tools so that we can reach those objectives and bring the numbers up and to work together. And yeah, not marginalizing, every species has leaders, like the caribou has leaders and the elephants have leaders. Well, the salmon have leaders. And when I went to the fish ladder, I wondered what they were smelling. Like how much does smell can lead them, and what does Mitchie Creek and McClintock smell like to the salmon, I wonder.
Thank you for honoring us with your testimony. Next, we will receive testimony from Don Taves. Don with us still? Welcome, Don. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and thanks for, the opportunity. I think in April, I said that was my last meeting, probably. Well, I think this may be my last meeting, so. And it's pretty hard to follow the testimonies that we've had here. I mean, it's fantastic. It's heartfelt. And so I'm going to limit my testimony to a few words. And some of them, I'm probably repeating what I've said before. And I've been involved in this process since 1989, when you were in the middle of the negotiations. And some of you were there. I mean, I see, Ragnar and Virgil and Andy and Tim was there, and not as a panel member, but as a fisherman. And and later on, Eric and others have come on stream. So, this is. I feel pretty humble in this audience here. And then Patrick James, who has been a friend and colleague of mine for 30 plus years on the Resource Council and working together on the caribou recovery. It's amazing to hear that testimony. Miracles are possible. We can do things with fish and wildlife if we work together and we persist and then to see this, the group of people that we have here, and I have my back to elders, and I apologize for that. It's, but you can, it's just amazing to have, not only biologists and managers, but we have elders, First Nation elders, and we have young people who are picking up the reins and carrying on. It's fantastic. All the elements are here. And the Chinook stocks and the salmon stocks on the Yukon River, but especially the Chinook stocks, I mean, their value to Alaska and to the Yukon and even northern BC in terms of not only the socioeconomic, the food value and the commercial value that they've had in the past, but the cultural value. And the ecological value. We never really talk about the ecological value of Chinook to the Yukon. It's absolutely amazing. It's not just aquatic environments. It's riparian, it's wildlife, they are critical. And if we lose them, we have lost a lot more than food and income. We've lost our culture, we'll lose our culture, we'll lose ecologically, we will lose. So, I think we're in this is a fight for a lot more than, things to eat and things to sell. And so it's really, really critical, and I don't have to repeat where we've come from. In 1989, we had 250,000 to 300,000 Chinook entering the Yukon River. We had Chinook like that, 50, 40, 50, 60, 70 pounders were common. They people, fishers would catch them, not all the time, but on a regular basis. And we were cruising along until 1997. And thanks, Ragnar, you always bring out the facts. You have the facts right there. This is what happened at this time, and the data. And I really appreciate that, and so to have people like Virgil and Ragnar on the panel here is amazing, because they have that sense of history and they know when it happened and what happened. And, it's really, but as the Chinook stocks have gone down, the Yukon River Panel process has built up to where we are now. In 1989, it was not, and in negotiations, and even in 2002, when we implemented the panel, it was not always, it was a pretty confrontational situation. And people, were saying, well, we need this, we need that, and that's the problem. And the fingers pointing upriver and fingers pointing downriver, and everyone, but we weren't really together, but we are now, I think. And I heard the report on the exchange. Whoever, thought up the concept of the exchange back in, I guess it started, in 2002? I don't know exactly when it started, but that has been amazing, to unite 50 or 60 communities in Alaska and another 10 or 15 communities in Canada, 3,000 miles apart, to get them to understand their situation and their needs and their problems and the need to cooperate. That is, that's an incredible achievement. I feel we are really there now. Unfortunately, the salmon are down here now in a pretty desperate situation, but it's not hopeless. And things changed in 1997. We went into a new regime. We were getting 3, 4, and 5 fish returning for every spawner. We dropped down to 1 or 1.5 at that time, and things kept on kind of declining. And then in 2019, something else happened, and I looked at even at the Whitehorse fishery data. Between 2019, something changed. When you look at the Chinook run data, something changed in 2019. And, we were dealing with something that we had never really dealt with before. And this is what we call the dropouts between Pilot and Eagle, and between Eagle and Whitehorse and Takini and the Big Salmon River. Something happened. The fish that fish that entered the river could not get to where they wanted to go. And it's pretty obvious. And something happened. And in my mind, really what happened was that, we used to have those 40, 50, 60, and 70 pounders. And like in those, some of those females had like 8,000 or 10,000 eggs. Now, when you're dealing with 20-pound Chinook and 15, 20-pound Chinook, you're talking 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 eggs. And eventually the panel responded and said, yeah, studied it and said, yeah, we've lost 20 to 30% of our productivity, with the decline and age and size of fish. And I know we've had studies done, like Randy Brown and his groups that did studies, and they said that the Yukon origin Chinook are on average a year older and larger than the Alaska fish. And there's a reason for it. When you look at a fish, I can't even wrap my mind around a salmon swimming into the Yukon River and then swimming upstream for 6 weeks without any feeding, swimming upriver and developing an egg mass at the same time, which is maybe, 15, 20% of the weight of the fish. How in the world can those fish actually reach places like Tesla and Whitehorse? It's incredible. And the adaptation and the stress that must have put on them, everything just goes into making it to that point, and we've talked about, we've always talk about the Yukon River Chinook run. Well, it's not one homogeneous run. And we've talked about this before. A fish that swims 500 kilometers is built very differently than a fish that swims 3,000 kilometers. They have evolved to actually make that trip and that expend of energy. And I think what happened in the last 5 years, and some research and studies are showing us now, one of the big factors, I mean, there's a lot of things happening in the marine environment and climate change and everything that's happening. But one of the things that's happening is the water temperatures warmed a few degrees and really took us into the critical range and even the lethal range at times. And you know, I'm not a fish physiologist, but you know, when you increase temperatures a couple of degrees at that range, the energy demands are enormous. And what happened was we have smaller fish, and they have smaller gas tanks. You know, they haven't got the big gas tanks. And then if those smaller gas tanks aren't full of gas, they can't make it up to Teslin or Whitehorse or even big salmon. You know, they run out of gas, so to speak. You know, and but the ones that do make it, and 15,000 still made it across the border, and they didn't all make it to the spawning grounds. If you look at the dropout rate between Pilot and Eagle, and the dropout rate between Eagle and Whitehorse, much, much higher between Eagle and Whitehorse. You know, if you look at the data, we only have about 10% of the fish returning that we used to return. And that's not just Whitehorse Rapids, that's Stakini, that's even on big salmon, it was about 20% of what we had historically. So, you know, something's happening. There's, you know, these dropouts are occurring, and you would expect them to occur at the end of the run because that's where the fish really run out of energy. And I like Virgil's reference to slow swimming fish. I think these slow swimming fish were indeed fish that were low on energy, probably in some cases. And the question is where to from here? And I've said this before, we need a plan. We need a long-term plan, and recovery of the Chinook population isn't going to happen in one cycle. You know, I mean, I'm not the super expert on it, but it's not going to happen in a cycle. They're just not built that way. And it's going to take at least 3 or 4 generations. It's going to take 20 or 25 years. So the question we have to ask ourselves, and the question, you know, the Caribou Recovery Program that Patrick referred to, back in 1991, the 6 First Nations in the Southern Lakes asked the question, do we want caribou in the landscape in the next 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years? And if the answer is yes, then we have to do something. And they did. And to their credit, they're still doing it. You know, that caribou herd, they still aren't hunting the caribou herd because it's so special to have them back after they were gone. And now they have recovered and everyone sees caribou in the Southern Lakes. And the Chinook are no different. If we can get together on it on a long-term plan, and I always say, you know, you need a plan, an approach, and you need to work together, as Patrick mentioned. Everyone needs to work together on this. And you're going to change generations. You know, next generations are going to follow and take up the cudgels. So that's why you need the plan, the game plan, that how we're going to approach this. And you need to be persistent, consistent, and persistent. You know, so you know where you're going, and the next generation knows where you're going, and you keep it up. And you know, we'll have Chinook on the landscape 20 or 30 years from now, but we may not be able to harvest them for the next 20 or 30 years. And we need to prepare all the communities and I think we're at that point now that there isn't going to be any harvesting in the foreseeable future. And we need to answer that question. And if we really want caribou in there, or really want, Chinook in the Yukon River system doing what they've done in the past, at least contributing ecologically and culturally and hopefully, you know, in a socioeconomic way down the road, we know what we need to do. You know, we need to just get together and work together. And if we're wrong and they recover in the next 5 years, that would be a miracle. But that's not going to happen. That's not very likely. So I think that's what we need to do. And I know I'm preaching a bit, but when you get to be my age, you do a little bit of preaching and you repeat yourself. sometimes. But I just want to say thank you to all of you. And this, just to be here it's humbling and it's a privilege to see this group of elders and young people and international, from all these communities putting their heads together. It's fantastic. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Don. We'll start with panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions for Don because I think for 25 years we've been going back and forth, and he shared a great deal of knowledge and has been, he and Virgil for me have been the two strongest mentors for me in this process. And yeah, thank you, Don. It's really good to see you. I'm really happy to see you at this meeting.
Additional comments or questions, panel members? Oh, Virgil, US member, go ahead.
Well, I'm really glad to see you here, Don, because some of the other people that were here, well, a bunch of them aren't here anymore, that were with us, 35 years ago doing this stuff. And so it's really good to see you here. Thanks.
Go ahead, follow up, Andy.
Yeah, thank you. The other person I'd like to recognize is Carl Sidney. Carl, can you stand up for a minute? Carl, yeah, thank you. That little bit that I told you about with the educational exchange, part of that was inspired by Carl because he was the one that came to the meetings very early on and kept telling me that the fish are getting smaller. He kept telling everyone the fish were getting smaller. And so I think that got the engines turning in a lot of people's minds, and that's what led to that program. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because I'm hoping that 50 years from now, some of these young people in the room can be given accolades for the things that they've done.
Virgil, go ahead.
Yeah, and we actually had one of our negotiations meetings in Teslin. I don't remember what year it was, but Carl and the folks in Teslin really treated us good while we were there. And I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will receive testimony from Brooke Wright. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Brooke Woods. I apologize, Brooke. I was thinking we had a second Brooke providing testimony, but Brooke, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I apologize for that. Go ahead.
Just a moment. I gotta find my notes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Brooke Woods. I'm from Rampart, and I'm a fishery science student. I serve on 10 advisory panels, committees, working groups, all for salmon and tribes. I'm very dedicated to uplifting tribes, tribal sovereignty, governance, and well-being, and that is all through salmon. I mentioned earlier Senate Bill 128. The language around SB 128 is an act to temporarily close the commercial salmon fishery in a portion of the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands. And this is a new form, I think in my career so far to support these declining salmon stocks in AYK. And you heard from Eva Burke, who testified earlier about the immense work that was done at Board of Fish across Alaska, which is a vast state where many regions united to address intercept fisheries in Area M. So Area M is a mixed stock fishery, meaning salmon are bound for somewhere else, not spawning nearby. So these salmon are bound for AYK, Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim. We on the Yukon, we experienced a salmon crash in 2000. And when we experienced that crash, there were very strict management measures that were implemented for Area M to protect AYK chum. Some of these management measures were chum caps based on forecast, and these were very strict chum caps, and a reduction of fishing time. The one thing that I find very concerning is, our most recent summer and fall chum crashes are far worse than what we experienced in the early 2000s. Yet the state chooses not to put any restrictions on Area M. The summer chum in 2000 and 2001 were 552,000 compared to the lowest runs seen in 2021 and 2022. I try to follow most fisheries related issues. One of them, of course, is Area M. And our Commissioner for Fish and Game presented to the House Special Committee on Fisheries, both in 2022 and in 2023. I have the link and information if you want to listen to it yourself. But he did identify that there are culprits for the low runs returning, including bycatch. He shared with the committee that more than 50,000 residents throughout 100 different communities were affected by chum salmon returns, and that declining Western Alaska chum could be caught in mixed fisheries in the Alaska Peninsula. So again, Area M. He stated that an estimated 2.2 million chum were harvested, and through genetic testing, it is known that approximately 600,000 of these were bound for Western Alaska, and half were known to be Bristol Bay origin. He stated that he also had direct staff to identify opportunities to exercise his emergency order authority to reduce intercept of Western Alaska chum during the June season. Should low returns occur, this management tool that the state has not been exercised. And again, we are experiencing some of the lowest chum returns on record. I'm going to end by giving you the 2023 pollock trawl sector bycatch numbers. So in 2023, 35,655 Chinook salmon were caught as bycatch, 122 chum, 4.4 million pounds of halibut, 1.14 million crab, 7 million pounds of herring. And these species and numbers impact tribes across Alaska. The one thing that really bothers me is that these federal and state fisheries are allowed to self-regulate. Last year, we saw chum chucking in Area M, and we saw high bycatch in the pollock sector. Fishermen are abusing these privileges. We need caps, triggers, and regulations, both for pollock and Area M, to rebuild, conserve, and protect both king and chum. We've seen no action for our declining king and chum. We have to testify and understand the regulatory process for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, NOAA, the National Marine Fisheries Service, State of Alaska, Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, the Federal Subsistence Board, Board of Fish, Board of Game. So it's just not one place that we have to advocate. You know, we have funding, we have limited to no funding for natural resources through our tribes. So these issues are very costly to be a part of the process. And not all of these agencies allow remote testimony. For example, at Board of Fish, we were not allowed to testify remotely. So I just wanted to share some of the issues that we're facing as tribes here. You know, we are completely shut down from any subsistence opportunities, yet our chum and king are being caught in high rates in these fisheries and nothing is being done. No tribal requests are being met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Brooke. Any questions from panel members for Brooke?
No question. Sorry about that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to leave before 6, so I've got to get going. I've got to go avail myself of more Canadian medication before the pharmacy closes. But my able-bodied alternate, Charlie Wright, is here to answer any questions and make any decisions on my behalf, and I trust that he'll do a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for all of your hospitality today.
Okay, next we will receive testimony from Mr. Jimmy Johnny. I believe we have Elder Johnny in the audience. It's very nice to see you here. Welcome to the Yukon River Panel meeting.
Which means man with stick around campfire. You know, a long time ago when I was growing up down village, old village in Mayo area, we set net across the river and just by the high bank, and we paddle across. I sit on the boat head. My grandpa on the back, my dad paddling across to check the net. And he told me, he said, you watch Grandpa. Watch what he do. Grandpa sit in the back, steering the boat, and with paddle, steering the boat. And once in a while, when we left on the other side, we just stand in the water like that. And when we got to the middle part, did the same thing. And when we got on the other side, he did the same thing. And when we got back to the cabin, to the house, I asked Grandpa, why you do that? He said, I'm testing the water to see how cold, how warm it is. He said, if the water stay cold, that's when the fish come up. When the water turns warm, then the fish will be coming up in the morning, in the river. But, you know, in the eddy, there's a change of temperature. Right in the middle, it's cold. When the eddy's like that, where we set the net, that eddy stay cold. Because if they bring in the water from the middle, it's 12 around like that. That's where we set our fish net. Anyways, many years ago, my grandma told a story about a fish and a boy. And I believe I told this story before to you guys, and you heard it. I'm sure Stanley heard it. And long time ago, there's a big fish come from big lake, they say, or First Nation. When they say big lake, they're talking about the ocean. There's a big fish swimming around in there. And then all of a sudden he said, this fish is gonna go make a river. Like Yukon River, Stewart River, and Question River and all that. And so that fish making the river, all the water from the ocean come behind them as you get higher into the land, you start turning into fresh water. And this boy got smarter at that fish. Yeah, you don't know what you're doing. Go away. He told the fish, you're spoiling my land. Keep bothering the fish. This fish told him, I'm making rivers so a whole bunch of fish can come behind me and you can't eat fish. So the boy keep getting smarter at that fish. And the fish finally chased him. You know, that boy runs straight ahead. The fish goes straight behind him. And sometimes you see the river like that, and all of a sudden it's straight. That's where the boy runs straight ahead. And anyways, he finally cornered that boy. That boy got tired out, and he stopped. He said, ha ha, I got you. I'm gonna swallow you. So the fish opened his mouth. He took in a deep breath, and the boy went into his mouth. And the boy hollered in the fish stomach, let me out, let me out. He said, I'm not gonna bother you no more. I'm gonna get smart. So the fish let him out. And he told that boy, open your mouth. Open your mouth wide. I got no teeth, but I'm gonna open my mouth. The boy went like that. He got two teeth missing. Got 2 teeth missing from the boy. The fish told him, I took your 2 teeth. You got 2 teeth missing. He said, you can feel it with your finger. The boy started crying. I want my teeth back. He said, no. So that fish said, I take your 2 fish and I put in my brain. Fish got 2 brains. And for those of you who eat fish head, and you know, we're going to see that little ivory bone in the fish brain. That's from that boy's missing teeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elder Johnny, for your testimony and for sharing your wisdom with us. Questions from panel members, comments for Elder Johnny? Next, we will invite, with our great pleasure, Elder Madeline Jackson to provide testimony. Madeline, thank you for being patient with us. I know it's been a very long day, and we very much appreciate you coming to provide testimony and meeting with us here.
I have to drive 2 hours from here. But it's good to see everybody here that's working for us for that salmon. Yeah, I know you guys work hard. We lost, I don't know how many elders in the community. Do you really want to eat some fish from the lake? Salmon. My sister's 94, gonna be 94. And she lost her son
in September. I lost 5 of my members, family members, in 5 years. It's hard. I know the pain you guys go through when you lose somebody. It's hard to know because my oldest grandson, he committed suicide. My oldest granddaughter, she drank too much, so on. That's where I lost 5 of my members. My oldest granddaughter here, her mom, she never see salmon coming from our nets. My great granddaughter just left. I wanted them to have the joy we had when we were in net with mom. I want them to have the same thing we had. That's why we're talking and fighting for them, not for us, because we already went through that. And we went through 3 cycles now in Tesland, and I'm proud of my people. They wanted to sit net, but they don't want to because they think about generation coming behind them. It's not very much salmon in our lake. It's sad. I advise all you guys to go after your government to shut commercial fishing down for 1 cycle. We went 3 cycles, us wanted to set net with no salmon in the lake, but we can't because the young generation needed to, like we had our fun. We want them to have their fun too. And I'm sad to say we lost one of our elder in December. And yesterday, we lost her brother again. So all the elders that were going, they never had any fun from taking salmon out of the lake. They wanted to eat some salmon from the lake so bad. When they come to me, they say, can we get some salmon? I can't say anything. I wish I could. So I advise you guys to try to shut the commercial fishing down in Alaska so the fish can go to our river and lakes where we get it. Because we get salmon once a year. Like Christmas comes once a year, birthday come once a year. And when the salmon come, man, that's a joy. Gonna choose for listening to me. We had to go back 2 hours from here back home. And you guys have a safe trip home and good to see you guys here. Gonna choose.
Thank you, Elder Jackson. It was very nice to see you. Thank you for coming and safe travels to Tesland. Next, we will receive testimony from Tiffany Ager-Andrew.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Oh,
nice, quickly.
yes.
Thank you. Sorry, before you speak, if I may, I just wanted to recognize Madeline. Madeline, can you come back up for a minute, please? I think it's really important for this body to recognize Madeline. I have to say, and I've said this at almost every meeting, and I have to keep saying it, she's the most consistent person from the communities, from the villages, from the region where these fish come from to show up at these meetings. She has been to every single meeting I've ever been to. She's been to meetings I've missed, and her dedication to this cause and her love for salmon, it's hard to put that into words, but I just wanted to let you know that every time you come, I really look forward to seeing you. I really look forward to hearing your words. And I think about a lot of the words that you say when I go home. So thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany, could we invite you back? Thank you and welcome, and the podium is yours.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Ager-Andrew.
I'm from the mouth of the Yukon River, from the village of Alavanak, and I'm coming to talk about the moratorium agreement. We do have one species of salmon that does not come into Canada, and a lot of us rely on that one source of salmon, the summer chum. And it's kind of hard to follow the no fishing thing. But then my son, he is 13. He is born and raised a conservative fisher. We have been forced to unconsciously teach our kids how to fish in a conservative manner. And even my son actually prefers to dip net. And when we're dip netting, I've never seen anybody aim for any kings. And if they did accidentally catch one, they let it go as soon as they're able to. I mean, the first time I caught one, it was about this big, and it almost pulled me into the river. They're really strong. And everybody lets the Chinook kings go. But if we're able to, I'd like to ask or tell you the importance of even fishing for summer chum, because when I was growing up, my grandma, she would be like a director or something. She would tell her daughters and daughter-in-laws, you girls go do this and you girls go do that. And then our moms would tell us younger ones what to do. But now I'm at my mom's age, and my mom last summer, she was telling us what to do with the little bit of summer chum that we got. And it was nice to see my mom doing the role of what my grandma would do. And after a year of not fishing, even putting away a little bit was very good. We got to have that family bonding time, all that quality time. I got to spend time with my sisters, whereas without the fish, we're just home doing our own thing, taking care of our own kids and houses. And I don't know. And then to hear about this 7-year moratorium where there's a good chance we won't be able to get the summer chum. And then being told that a lot of us work really hard to stay off of public assistance. And then realizing somebody mentioned that, oh, just give them some SNAP benefits. Why would we want to work our hinds off to get thrown some welfare help? We're like very independent people. We're heavily reliant on the subsistence way of life. My freezer is, maybe it has 2 meals of cow or chicken. Other than that, it's moose, fish, any kind of fish that we could get a hold of that's not kings or fall chum. And seals, whales. But the one that hits the hardest that we have a lot of, or well, it's been way low the past so many years. I remember when I was little, we used to put away hundreds of summer chum, hundreds. And now I don't know if we'll even be able to put away 100 for an extended family in the foreseeable future. But with my kid being a conservative fisher, he doesn't know he is one. He doesn't know I call him that one when I come to meetings, but it is what it is. And my daughter, she's 6. I took her fishing her first summer of life. And then again, maybe twice when she was a year old. And it's difficult, especially telling people that I come and try to speak for them. A lot of the moms or well, the women that are now grandmas, they have this ache in their heart, like the grandma. I don't know if she's my grandma now, Madeline, but their ache is a lot like theirs now, and their cry is the same. And they just want to put away food for their families, even if it's only summer chum and pink salmon. And it'll help a whole lot. It'll be a lot better than living off of the state. I'm not sure what else to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions or comments from panel members?
Yeah, Tiffany, can you come back up one more time? Sorry. So, just real quick, Tiffany's been raised in a subsistence lifestyle out in the lower village, takes great pride in harvesting subsistence, whether it be berries, fish, seals, whales. That's what it takes to raise a family, and their family is very proud not to be taking assistance, and assistance is supporting a lot of people in the villages right now, but it changes the culture, and again, people take great pride. She's also taken a new role going to meetings now, and if you can just say real quick what your position is now and what you're doing, but it's good to see somebody young from our area stepping up. So you just tell real quick what you're doing now.
Another lady that testified is also on it too, and she is Eva Berg. Her and I have been newly appointed to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council Advisory Panel, and we both are sitting there to represent. She's there more to represent and be the word for the salmon, and I am more therefore to be the voice for the subsistence users and someday commercial, small-time commercial fishers, because I'm a commercial permit holder in River, but I haven't done any commercial fishing since a year or two before COVID. Thank you.
I believe that next we have Max Ager. Is that right? Welcome, Max. The microphone is yours.
My name is Max Aguiar, come from the native village of Alaknak, Alaska, which sits on the Yukon Delta, the south mouth. But before I start, every time I come to these meetings, I think of what an elder from Imanok stated to when the king salmon first crashed. He told the commissioner, the village leaders, and the people that were in the community hall. He said in Yupik, he said, I feel like I'm turning into a seagull. I stand on the banks of the river, waiting for fish and game to give me a fish, a salmon fish. So every time I come to these meetings, I think of him. His name was late Mike Andrews. In our area, Lower Yukon Delta, living subsistence lifestyle, our diet changes with the seasons. And the Yukon chum, summer chum, is at one time it was on every dinner table in a bowl or a box or a paper sack. when people came to visit, they offered them the dry fish, the dried Yukon summer chum, which we call nakhlip. But different salmon species have their own name in our native language. When talking about certain species like the king salmon, the summer chum, nikpik. But when we mention all salmon species, we say nika, which means food. After breakup, I hear my parents and other elders and people in the community say, the food is coming. They wouldn't say the salmon. But seasonal dietary changes are very welcoming to our people. Spring, summer, and fall hunting gathering feed us during the winter months, along with at one time, the summer chum, which was fed at every meal. Even some kids ate it for breakfast. Spring, days are getting longer and warmer, brings excitement to everyone for subsistence activities. Ice stick fishing for in the earlier months is pike, and then later on, as it warms up, chieffish. Ptarmigans, snowshoe hare, jackrabbit are targeted also. And later on in the spring, as it warms up, migrating waterfowl are very welcome to our dietary changes as we make their migration in our area. The bird soup was served with the Yukon summer chum. And as summer approaches on the Yukon, ice deteriorating and traveling is put to a halt. Preparations for the summer months begin. Boats, motors are looked at and prepared for the summer activities. Summer fishing for salmon and gathering seasons, gill nets, and now dip nets, which we thought we'd never fish, with a 5-foot hoop. When they first introduced to fishing on the Yukon Delta, everybody was wondering, how the heck are we going to catch a fish in that 5-foot hoop? Summer chum, which is most important part of our diet, gathering different types of greens, gathering waterfowl eggs, dip netting for smelts, getting the fish racks and smokehouses ready as we patiently wait for the arrival of the summer chum, and also the king salmon, and later for the kings, quit running the pink salmon, humpies, which were less desired. Like I said, I hear my parents and others say with great excitement, look at Taiwan. The food is coming, not the salmon are coming. Then the cutting and drying and smoking of the summer chum along with the king salmon and very few humpies. And then storing the summer salmon for the winter months, eaten almost every meal. All time we gather the fall berries, blue, black, and cranberries. We hunt for moose, seal, beluga, again the waterfowl as they do their fall migration south. We fish for all types of whitefish, even after freeze up, with smaller gill nets under the ice. Before it freezes, we dig for tomcods and smelts. early fall season for fall chums and cohos as they swim up the Yukon River. Hunt for moose. Once in a while, we bag a black bear, porcupine. Then the trapping season opens up. Beaver, muskrat, lynx are at one time were included in our diet. But it's kind of rare in our area for them to be right now. But along with those changes of our diets, the summer chum salmon dry fish was always included. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony, Max. Any questions from panel members for Max? Eric, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just real quick. Max did touch upon something that I think we overlook sometimes in this panel meeting, and it is hitting in every single village, whether it be a Lucknock or up to Old Crow or up to Teslin, and that's the change of diet and the health of our people has drastically changed. Changing of diet is brought forth a lot of health consequences, whether it be diabetes, whether it be cancer is becoming a very common thing and sad to see. But this is the thing that sometimes governments don't understand is that's a cost to, you know, people's families, losing people to the not having the diet that they've been on for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So thanks, Max, for your testimony.
One thing I forgot to mention was that, you know, these past several years, people in our area and probably up and down the Yukon River, they're learning to subsidize the salmon that we don't catch anymore with the other species of whitefish. And they're putting up more of that for replacing their summer chum salmon on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. And just to clarify, so I believe we have next testimony from, is it Dina Lee or Donnelly Hodgson? Dina Lee Hodgson. And is that on the telephone? I see yes. So Dina Lee, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. And my name is Denali Hodgson. Can you hear me just fine?
We can hear you now. Yes. Apologize for mispronouncing your name, but welcome and please proceed.
No worries. Dogaden, Hashikadistan. Adet, my name is Denali Hodgson. I am a member of the tribe of Anvik on the lower Yukon River. And on my father's side, I am from the village of South Naknek in Bristol Bay. These comments are mine, and I have also included a few points from my mother, Melinda Chase, since there was only one spot left and we had a limited amount of time. My heart goes out to our relations on the Canadian side and all of the villages along the Yukon River that are also not able to participate in our subsistence or commercial fishery. As a young child, I was fortunate to participate in the subsistence fishery outside of Anvik and saw the last few years of a strong run. It was during this time that I learned how to head and gut, fillet, and began to learn what it meant to tend to a smokehouse. This is the generational knowledge alongside the making and mending of nets, understanding how to read the water and the weather, where and when to place a net or drift the river, and how to take care of equipment needed for going out on the water, in addition to what it means to create from the skins and bones from the fish. Our fish, our salmon, are the cornerstones of our diets, like many of the people that testified before have spoken to, alongside our game, such as moose and caribou that are also being threatened on land by massive development and increasing climate change. However, I think what makes salmon so important to us as Dekatandine people is that our calendar, our very language has been created and is connected to salmon. Our calendar, our seasons tell us when to put our boat in the water and when kings, silvers, and chum are going to be returning to our parts of the river. This is a seasonal life that really feeds us. As people have spoken to before, not having the nutrition that comes from the fish not only creates an unhealthy environment for us and our bodies, it also depletes our ecosystems, which are connected to the harvest of our berries, our traditional medicines and plants, and the health and well-being of the entire ecosystem of animals that rely on salmon. I'm fortunate to also be able to harvest in Bristol Bay. I've been a commercial fisherman for the last 6 years out of the Nushagak River, where the Chogyong tribe and Ikuk tribe have steward. This place is abundant still, and much to a different management system that has been in place in Bristol Bay versus on the Yukon River. Fortunately, through the last few years, we've seen large runs of sockeye salmon, sockeye that do not visit the Yukon, enter those river systems and create a bountiful harvest of fish for both the subsistence use as well as the commercial harvest of local peoples and outside peoples in the region. What the combined timing of the abundance of salmon coming into Bristol Bay alongside the crash on the Yukon and Kuskokwim has created is really an opportunity for us to look at what has been working and what hasn't been working when it comes to management, and what we can do for the future for our ultimate survival and thriving as humans in relationship to salmon. Due to the crash on the Yukon, as many people have spoken to in testimony, people's freezers are not being filled. There have been groups on the Alaska side that have been sending out fish donations. However, these donations, as some folks previously have stated, feel like a handout. We know that that is not a solution. We need true solutions that are able to implement policy that are reflective of the traditional knowledge that elders have shared in this space, so that we can bring salmon back to the rivers, back to the Yukon, and so that we don't have to rely on these other creative solutions to fill people's freezers. What's exciting right now, however, is that we do have the opportunity to strengthen ties between our regions, such as between the Yukon and Bristol Bay, to call for the ending of bycatch out in the Bering Sea, and to also pay attention to the climate data that is saying that we are going to be seeing increased temperatures in waters moving forward, and we need to be paying attention to the efforts to increase mining for critical and rare minerals, because this will negatively impact the homing of the salmon. We know that their lateral lines and sensors of fish are very sensitive to these mineral resources. And so we have to think holistically about the, quote unquote, development strategies that are going to be happening, both on the Alaska side as well as on the Canadian side as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what projects will and support for different policy initiatives that this panel will be supporting. I think that there's ample evidence, as outlined here by much of the testimony, that we need creative solutions that help to bring our communities together, and I hope that the panel uplifts these creative solutions. Thank you. Dogadan.
Thank you for providing your testimony, Denali. Any questions or comments from panel members? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much. And I will just check with Sasha and Victor, any further individuals registered for testimony? Not seeing any. I'd like to thank all of our participants who provided testimony, and do apologize. We have gone considerably over time, but we did want to create space for individuals to provide testimony. So very much do appreciate the remarks as well as the opportunity presented by the panel. As far as agenda items go, the only agenda items are confirmation of the Yukon River Panel's 2024 preseason meeting. So the meeting will be hosted in Anchorage, Alaska, and the dates that have been selected by the Yukon River Panel are the 6th to the 11th of April, 2024. Public sessions will be held on April 10th and April 11th. But the panel will be meeting for its preparatory closed sessions and public sessions from April 6th to 11th, 2024 in Anchorage, Alaska. Mr. Co-Chair, anything further before we go to closing remarks and then closing prayer from Elder Diane Smith, who's been very, very patient with us this evening?
I'll make my remarks quite short. Thank you for confirmation of the dates. We look forward to hosting the Canadian delegation and public attendees in April of 2024. And we can proceed to closing out our public session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any closing remarks for panel members before we proceed to closing prayer? Panel member Charlie Wright, go ahead, please.
Hello. Okay. I just want to say that this is my second year and for my first time in person, and I'm very happy with the way that everything operated here, and I'm very happy to have been here and been part of this. I appreciate you all and how much work you all put into this. Really important going forward to the people. We heard all the testimony. I just appreciate all you guys do and everybody taking time out of their busy lives to sit here for all these days and work on this good work. Appreciate you all, and thank you for letting me be here, be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Andy Bassich, go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly, for those of you still left in the room, when you go back to your communities, please pass on. I think this was some of the best testimony I've heard in 20 years. I mean, we've had really good testimony in the past, but it was really heartfelt and on the spot. And so please bring that back to your communities so that they know that we heard them. And I agree. I echo the words of Charlie. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
And perhaps in closing, on behalf of the Yukon River Panel, we do sincerely appreciate all of the presentations that we receive from the technical staff and advisors over the course of the past 8 days that the sections have been meeting along with bilateral sessions, and our gratitude and sincerity to all of the individuals who provided public testimony to us. We do take your words very seriously, and they do influence and guide the panel in our thinking and decision making. So we do value your time, your contributions, and most of all your patience with us. We look forward to meeting again in Alaska in a few weeks' time, if you can believe it, short months. And thank all of our panel members for your participation. I'd like to invite Kwalin Dun First Nation Elder Diane Smith to lead us in a closing prayer. Elder Smith.
You know, one of the things when you invite elders to say a prayer at different events, sitting here and listening to the history about salmon. Ever since Brandy phoned me and said that, could you come and do a prayer at this gathering? I said, yes. And from that night on, that's all I was thinking about was the salmon. But also it brought back a lot of memories of how we used to live with salmon. I remember my mom, the late Annie Smith, she passed away when she was 95. She would sit down and sew. She'd make a whole pile of slippers or whatever, and she would sell it. And next thing I know, she'd say, "You got to drive me to CarMax." And I said, "For what?" She said, "I need to go talk to the chiefs to see if I can set my net." So I would drive her there. Sometimes the chief will say, "No, not this year, Annie, because the fish is too low." She would respect that. But sometimes when we come home, there'll be a couple of salmon laying on a counter. And we think, wow, where did that come from? And it's from people like from Atlin, people from Alaska. We have family in Haines, Alaska. They would drop fish off for my mom. Sometimes the communities, they get stingy for their salmon. And I remember one when my mom went to this one community and her auntie asked her, "Come and help me with my fish, my salmon this year." So my mom and dad packed up and they went to this community. And as they pull up to my auntie's cabin, the chief that was in that community came over and asked her, "What was she doing here? What are you doing here, Annie?" She said, "I'm here to help my auntie to prepare for her fish, her salmon." And that leader said, "No, you leave, you go." So my mom said, "Okay," but before she left, she wiped her feet and she got into her vehicle. That community had fish where you can walk on them to go across the creek. There was so much, it was just red with salmon. Within a year, the season that came for the salmon, there was not very much. And my Uncle Alfie works at one of the sites where they count the salmon and couldn't believe how low it was. When my mom passed away when she was 95, not very long after that, the leader passed away. And first time we hear that now is that there's salmon coming back. There's more salmon than one that is going through that place. First Nations people have a lot of stories, and in those stories, there's a lot of lessons of what we need to learn. I remember when my dad went to a meeting about the caribou, when we had to not harvest caribou anymore. I remember him saying that when the caribou came, the ground shook. There was so much caribou that you can hear it and the ground just move. So it's a good thing, he said, that we're not going to hunt caribou till we have enough. My mom really loved to go out and harvest salmon. I remember going to CarMax when they asked me to come and do a traditional medicine workshop. And I brought my late grandson with me. And we were camping at one of my cousins in CarMax where they have her fish camp. And she brought in salmon and she said, "You guys go there and work on that salmon. Take what you need," she told us. So my grandson and I went there and we worked on our salmon. We hung it up and smoked. And then when we were going home, I put the salmon down and he picked out different portions of that salmon. And I didn't know what he was doing, but he picked out the head, the tail, the middle. And when we got home from our trip, he said, "Okay, Grandma, you need to take me to that first house, number 1 McKenna's." There was a couple that lived there, and I remember we were invited to the campfire, and they were talking about how much they love salmon. So my grandson gave him that took the couple a piece of that salmon, said, "Here." And then the next part of the salmon, he took it down to his grandma on his father's side. And then he gave the salmon head to my mom. It was so beautiful to see him working on the salmon and already had different portion of the salmon picked out for people back in the community. You know, we lost so much as First Nations people here in the Yukon. We have a very painful history. But we are here today and we're talking about how much we're hungry for our salmon. I was talking to Jimmy earlier, but he left. Under the traditional Roger Alfred, I remember I always wanted him to come to Kwandon and share some of the traditional laws so that it could wake up our elders so we can create our own. There are ceremonies that we do, like calling back our spirit when we're dealing with trauma. And I went to see Jimmy, I said, I think there needs to be some kind of ceremony that needs to happen here. Calling back the spirit of the salmon. There needs to be ceremonies that needs to happen because it is our way. Like we hear from some of the elders that we are the people of the land and water. And our food is really important to us. And we just take what we need. And we use every part of whatever we take from the land and we share. So coming here to say a prayer really brought a lot of emotional thoughts. Some are happy, some are sad, and some are very hurtful. You know, I look back at my mom and dad and I think, wow, what a beautiful parents I had and my beautiful family. Creator of all creations, we give thanks for this day. We give thanks for the elders that were amongst us to share their story. We give thanks for all the people that work in the area to bring back our salmon. We give thanks for all the people that live along the Yukon River. I remember my dad creating a song about the Yukon River, and he said, salmon is really important. It looks after a lot of things. And Creator, I just want to give thanks again for our leaders and the people that work in all areas in order to really look at the salmon. I want to give thanks to the people that travel so far in order to share their testimony or even share their skill. It's good to see young people that are interested in the area of protecting our salmon. And Creator, we know that Kwandon have never had salmon since the dam was built. We had to travel or get invited to another community to put just what we need for the winter. We don't take more than what we need. I want to give thanks for all the teachings that you passed down. A lot of our elders, our old elders have left. And with them, they have taken a lot of stories and teachings. And Creator, today we're dealing with our young ones, our future leaders that are all dealing with addictions, and the mothers that are left behind to grieve, the father, their children. Creator, we just reach down. I ask you every day, what is the word that we could say in order to make changes, to touch the hearts of the people that are suffering, so that they can wake up and see how beautiful life can be. And I just want to give thanks for our beautiful home here in the Yukon, Kwandon, the traditional people from this area, the Tagish-Kwan people. I just want to give thanks, Creator, for today. And I just want to give thanks for this gathering for the first 2 2 days that has touched people in many ways. And I just want to give thanks to hearing from the different people along the Yukon River, Conishees to Cancal. Amen.
Thank you, Elder Smith, for honoring us with your story and your words, and very appropriate closing for our 2023 Yukon River Panel postseason meeting. So we will conclude our bilateral public session for panel members. If we could take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume in closed session to address some remaining business. Thanks to our participants online as well, and we look forward to seeing you again in April 2024.